Our protagonist this time is Yuziel. The story begins with the game Mythical World, released 10 years ago as a dating sim aimed at female players. Surprisingly, it attracted a massive male player base instead. The game allowed players to choose from a variety of characters, ranging from easy-to-play, highly effective ones to extremely difficult, inefficient ones. Among them was a trash character, notoriously hard to level up and equipped with utterly terrible abilities. Yet, one masochist mastered this character over 10 grueling years, Yuziel. Now, he was cracking his knuckles to warm up, the very player who chose this trash character. On a beautiful day with fresh, warm air, Yuziel sipped a cup of warm tea, his eyes glued to the computer screen. He was browsing posts on the game's forum, where new threads suggested something exciting was happening. Clicking a post, a flood of player comments appeared. The game spawned a stupid dragon out of nowhere, and it wiped out all my game data. What the? How did the black demon dragon kill my character, and now I can't log in? What the hell's going on? My character got deleted for no reason. Reading this, Yuziel was baffled. A final boss in a dating sim? I thought the game ended when two characters got together. Scrolling further, he found a trending post. Guys, help. This boss is unbeatable. The half-horned black demon dragon has 99% magic resistance, no cooldowns, counters me with magic absorption, and shoots some kind of spell. How do I kill it? It's gotta be a bug. Yuziel realized this was from a famous ranker. Curiously setting down his tea, he exclaimed, "This final boss sounds wild." Propping his chin, he analyzed another player's post. Weird, huh? A magic-immune monster in a magic-filled world? That's illogical. Is it really a bug? People are saying their characters are vanishing without a trace. A notification popped up on his screen. The Black Demon Dragon, Dark Knight 13 Moons, has appeared. Yuziel clicked it, rereading the game's lore. In Mythical World, a cult called the Black Demon Cult aimed to help another world, known as the Persona Gate, dominate the world. Once they succeeded, the Black Demon Dragon would appear, and 90% of the continent would fall to the Persona Gate. Reading this, Yuziel's jaw dropped, exclaiming, "I only played PvP and ignored the story, but this is chaos." He pondered, haven't I been avoiding it? Maybe I should give it a shot. Acting on impulse, he moved his mouse to the status bar. Do you want to fight the Black Demon Dragon? Please select yes or no. Without hesitation, he chose yes. I'll show off the skills I've honed for 10 years. Yuziel declared confidently. A quick rundown on his character. Yuziel is the only character unable to use magic. In a game where everyone wields magic, even seasoned players avoided this trash character. To be blunt, he was worse than a side character. Still, he could use one spell, just one. Back in the game, the Black Demon Dragon was charging a massive fireball in its mouth. It opened wide, unleashing the projectile at incredible speed toward Yuziel. In this critical moment, he remained calm, smirking. Using his elite flash skill, he dashed forward, slashing the dragon's neck, repeating the move, flash, then flash again. Yuziel's flash allowed him to teleport 3 to 10 meters instantly. However, the teleport's location was random, and poor distance control could kill him due to the intense speed and impact. Plus, the skill had a ridiculous cooldown and mana cost, along with a 2-second immobilization penalty after use. Anyone could learn it, but no one bothered. Yuziel, however, was on another level. He mastered flash, controlling both direction and distance. Miraculously, he negated the skill's penalty, using no mana at all, since his character had no mana stat. Unlike other spells, flash was merely a movement skill. But Yuziel was obsessed with this character, as everything depended on skill mastery. For 10 years, he played this non-magic character exclusively. Now, he charged, carving a long gash across the Black Demon Dragon's face. With a powerful, decisive strike, he cleaved the beast in two. Truly formidable. Standing tall like a descended god, a notification appeared. You have defeated the final boss, Dark Knight 13 Moons. In reality, Yuziel was stunned, exclaiming, "What the? I killed the Black Demon Dragon, the final boss? I know I'm decked out in rare artifacts from head to toe, but this is still a trash character. Unreal." Still, it felt amazing. I've got to brag to the online community that I killed the black demon dragon. Before he could post, his screen flooded with red notifications. Due to reaching a glitched ending, 90% of Mythical World has been destroyed. However, you are very close to the true ending. Staring at the messages, Yuziel's jaw dropped, shouting, "Holy crap! What's this?" Before he could process, another notification appeared. "Please reach the true ending." Panicking, he yelled, "What the hell?" Then, our protagonist mysteriously vanished from his room. When he opened his eyes, he was in an unfamiliar place. Yuziel lay sprawled on the ground. Groaning, he sat up, head spinning. Clutching his head, he muttered, "What just happened?" His body trembled as he looked around, exclaiming, "Where am I?" A glint of light caught his attention. He realized it was a mirror. Approaching it, he peered in. What he saw shocked him. His current appearance was the face he'd known for over 10 years. Yuziel. Before he could comprehend, a notification appeared. Episode 1. Escape the Pursuit. Yuziel realized. Isn't this Yuziel's opening quest? No way. Am I dreaming? He reached into his pocket, feeling something. What he pulled out froze him for seconds. A Stella Academy admission certificate. Though reluctant to accept it, he could guess where he was. This is definitely Mythical World. So from now on, I'm Yuziel. Clutching his face in despair, he wailed, "But I need to think logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending. But with my knowledge, this game doesn't have a true ending. It has countless possible endings." His eyes widened in panic. Wait, has no one unlocked the true ending in 10 years? Damn it, but I don't have time to think. If I recall correctly, right after Yuziel wakes up, the black demon cult comes charging into the house. He rushed to the window, peeking out. Before him were people in identical black outfits. Under the snowy rain, they frantically searched, shouting, "Damn it, where's that kid?" Seeing this, Yuziel's heart raced, hiding behind the door. Peeking out, he thought, "This is bad. They're already here." Outside, a white-eyed man spotted something. Pointing to a house in the distance, he yelled, "Guys, there's a house over there. Let's search it." They shouted in unison. Understood. Realizing the urgent problem, Yuziel panicked, unsure what to do. He recalled, "There's a time limit to evade them, but alone, I can't fight them." As he floundered, the system displayed, "You can use Flash." Yuziel exclaimed, "Huh? I can use Flash." Born with mana leak syndrome, Yuziel, a person unable to accumulate mana, could only pin his hopes on one thing, the spell he'd spent his entire life mastering. Back in the present, outside, snow fell relentlessly, blanketing the forest in white. Inside the dilapidated house, Yuziel was still pondering the system's hint. But right now his Flash skill was only at level 0, with a maximum range of 3 meters. Utterly confused, he muttered, "How's this damn system telling me to use Flash? I'm not playing a game with a mouse in front of a computer screen. How do I flash like that?" Outside, the Black Demon cult members were charging toward the house, like maniacs. The sound of their footsteps grew closer, making Yuziel panic. "Damn it, they're here already? I've got to act. No time left. Fine, let's do this." On their side, they spotted something, their eyes blazing with rage. One shouted, "Boss, I found that bastard. Chase him down and capture him alive." They frantically pursued, yelling, "Stop! Don't let him escape. Grab him." Meanwhile, Yuziel ran for his life. This was the first challenge of the tutorial. Use Flash to lose your pursuers. As he ran, he thought, "They're wearing magic boots, so they're faster. The only way to escape is Flash. Calm down. I've used it countless times. I know how to time it perfectly." The cultists were now hot on his heels, shouting, "You little punk, stop running." Glancing back, he realized, "Holy crap, they're right behind me." But Flash had a weakness. If the user misjudged the distance, they'd crash into objects and die instantly. Not me, though, Yuziel thought as he ran. At that moment, the cult leader closed in right behind him. Brandishing his sword, he roared, "I'll send you to hell. Die, you dog." At this life or death moment, Yuziel used Flash to escape. Elated, he thought, "Yes, it worked." The Black Demon cult members were left stunned, jaws dropped. What was that? Flash? Is that kid a mage too? Seeing his dim-witted team lose their cool, the leader turned to calm them. Don't falter. Flash has a weakness. The user's paralyzed for 2 seconds. That's our chance. He turned toward Yuziel, but was shocked beyond belief. Wait, how's that kid still moving? Meanwhile, Yuziel kept sprinting. Encouraging himself, he thought, careful. Gotta be more careful. Come on. I need to use this rough terrain to escape. If a player couldn't master Flash at this point, they'd die. In fact, 99% of players who chose Yuziel failed the tutorial. The remaining 1% passed, but couldn't grasp how to control Flash's distance or chain flashes. With this in mind, Yuziel frantically used Flash, then Flash again, zipping from one spot to another. The cultists were awestruck. Whoa, he's using Flash on terrain like this? Is this kid insane? But the leader turned to his team, saying, anyone who can use magic, step up. We'll hit him from range. 3 stepped forward, faces brimming with murderous intent. Noticing they'd stopped chasing, Yuziel glanced back, a new worry surfacing. Oh no, they're using magic? The second part of the tutorial was to use Flash to dodge magic arrows. Damn it, in the game, I could see behind me on the screen, so dodging wasn't hard. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. Mana Leak Syndrome skill activated. Mana Leak Syndrome disables Sixth Sense and boosts perception speed. Upon receiving it, Yuziel suddenly sensed sword aura approaching, even without looking back. With ease, he dodged the attacks. At the same time, a massive dark energy surged toward him. He realized, this is the moment for my final flash. He narrowly escaped the lethal attack. A deafening explosion rang out. Boom, 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 like a meteor crashing to Earth. Its overwhelming force knocked Yuziel off his feet, forcing him to brace himself with his hands. As the smoke cleared, the blast left a massive crater. Only then did he snap back, thinking, holy hell, I almost died. But now's not the time to rest. He bolted again. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror. Before him was a deep chasm. One misstep, and he'd be meeting his ancestors. This was the tutorial's third challenge. Use Flash to cross the chasm. He thought, the only way to the other side is to time Flash perfectly. Then I'll encounter some passing mages and escape. That's the tutorial's end. But to pass, I need to activate Flash in 0.1 seconds. One failure means death. 2 floating rocks were there, but damn, only 0.1 seconds? Easier said than done. Who the hell wrote this tutorial script? So damn brutal. But it's not impossible. The issue is, a shout from the cultists interrupted. There he is. Right ahead. They caught up. Yuziel glanced back, thinking, they're closer than I thought. The gap's about 100 meters, and Flash's cooldown is 3 seconds. I won't make it to the other side in time. My only option, kill them all. Yuziel crouched behind a tree, hiding to plan his fight. He thought, this is insane. Why did I think I could handle this right after a battle? If this were the game, the system wouldn't let pursuers spawn back to back, but this is reality. There's no rule forcing me to blindly follow the game's system. Killing one guy doesn't bother me. It's not because they're my parents' enemies like in the game's story. Finally, they arrived. Yuziel gripped his sword tightly, ready to defend. His face radiated determination. Come on, bring it. I'll take you all. Within moments, the cultists caught up to his position. The leader, still fuming, his face red with rage, roared. That's him. That little punk. Grab him. They shouted, understood, and charged with fury, each one visibly enraged. Yuziel remained calm, unshaken. Noticing the kid's boldness, one of the Black Demon cult members sneered. You dare fight us alone? What a fool. You're done for, kid. But Yuziel stayed focused, observing to make precise judgments. He realized the distance to his target was about 8.7 meters. Immediately, he unleashed his flash skill, darting toward the black-robed cultist. The cultist barely registered what happened before he was as good as dead. The leader beside him gaped in shock. But Yuziel's face burned with unyielding resolve. His speed was too fast, too dangerous, causing the cultist to spew a gush of blood that splattered onto Yuziel. Blood dripped from his fingertips, but he felt no guilt. If they don't die, I will. I have to kill them all to survive. With that thought, he slashed the cultist hard, then furiously kicked him for good measure. The seemingly light blow sent the cultist flying back into the others. This enraged them further. After taking down one, Yuziel bolted. Since his flash needed time to recharge, he couldn't take risks now. The cultists noticed him fleeing, their anger boiling over, shouting, "Damn it! He's running. Don't let him escape." Yuziel thought as he ran. "I took one down, but it won't be that easy next time. What do I do? Wait, why is it so quiet? Are they not chasing?" Just then, they appeared right in front of him. There was no time to escape. He thought, "They're not using magic again, are they? If I can dodge these bastards." The cult leader barked orders. "Do it." Instantly, a sinister spell materialized, heading straight for Yuziel. A massive spark shot toward him. He tensed up, not just one but multiple fiery arrows hurtling his way. Facing this, he didn't know how to escape, cursing inwardly. "Damn it! That cursed spell." But then he exclaimed, "Wait, I've got it." A tree branch protruded from a rock crevice in front of him. In this critical moment, he used flash to dart toward the branch. A massive explosion followed. Boom, boom, boom. It left a huge crater, dust swirling around. One of the cultists smirked smugly. "Serves that punk right." But his glee was short-lived as he noticed no body in the crater. Confused, he muttered, "Where'd he go?" While he was baffled, Yuziel had not only escaped their spell but used flash to charge at the boss. By the time the leader noticed, Yuziel was face-to-face with him. They locked eyes. The ultimate flash technique required equal momentum before and after use. Without hesitation, he flashed again, slashing the boss hard. Only a piercing scream echoed into the distance. The cultists were stunned. What the hell's happening? Not stopping, Yuziel drove his sword deeper, piercing the boss's body, causing him to spit blood and die on the spot. The cultists couldn't comprehend. Where'd this kid get such powerful magic? Why is he so brutal? After dealing with two, Yuziel was exhausted, covered in blood. He thought, "Two down, but I need to hurry before they recover." A scarred cultist spoke up. "You freak. Your reaction speed's too abnormal for a mage." "Who are you?" Yuziel thought. "My reaction speed's probably unmatched among players, but that's in the game. Here, I can't dodge forever at this range. I need to take them out fast." With that, he recklessly charged. The scarred cultist, observing, shouted, "I've figured out your moves. This kid only uses flash and that dagger. If I guard my face and neck, he can't touch me." He gripped his sword defensively, taunting, "Come on." Then he roared, "Frost Dimension." Meanwhile, Yuziel showcased his stunning flash skills. The scarred cultist unleashed a powerful surge toward him, confident in his strength, thinking, "Haha, I'm about to catch you. Let's see you writhe in pain." But his triumph was cut short. Yuziel, unscathed, flashed toward another cultist, beheading him instantly. The scarred cultist's hair stood on end, trembling as he gasped, "Damn it! You were just scurrying like a rat before, now you're fighting back." Blood-soaked, Yuziel replied coldly, "Yeah, that was the old me. Thanks for making me stronger every day." Enraged, the scarred cultist retorted, "You damn dog. We were going easy on you." Yuziel's powerful steps closed in, his face brimming with killing intent, terrifyingly fierce. He swiftly hurled a spear at him. Seeing the spear, the scarred cultist calculated, flash targets unguarded spots. "He's throwing the spear to make me block, then strike from behind? Dream on." As the spear neared, he casually swung his sword, slicing it in half. Smirking, he thought, "Now I'll turn and finish him." But his prediction was wrong. He froze, muttering weakly, "Huh?" Then he gritted his teeth, face contorted in agony. Yuziel hadn't attacked from behind as expected, but struck directly from the front. With full force, he pierced the cultist's heart. In disbelief, the scarred cultist, unwilling to accept defeat, weakly roared, "Damn it." He planned to attack head-on all along. Thus, Chapter 1, Escape the Pursuit, was completed. After killing the entire group, a system notification appeared. You have gained additional experience and received a reward from the Constellation project for advancing a unique storyline. Yuziel, exhausted, slumped down, his breathing rapid and ragged. Huff, huff. He looked at his blood-soaked hands, then scanned his surroundings. Like many transmigrated protagonists, he initially thought it was a dream. But no, this was reality. Not a dream. Yuziel recalled the fight for survival that had just unfolded. It was his first flash in this world, his first battle, and his first time killing. The truth is, I killed people to survive. After a moment, he slowly stood up. Brushing the dirt off his clothes, he gazed at the path ahead, muttering, "Since I've transmigrated here, I need to get out of this place fast." A thought suddenly struck him. He turned to look at the bodies he'd defeated. Hesitant, his eyes tinged with sadness, he crouched down, rummaging through their pockets and clothes, thinking, "This might be a bit low, but I need to be practical. I don't have a single coin on me." After searching, he found a pouch of gleaming gold coins. Elated, he thought, "This must be about 200 gold cats, maybe more." Talk about luck in misfortune. But his joy was short-lived as a new worry emerged. He looked at the path ahead, dismayed. A deep chasm loomed before him. One slip, and he'd be done for. Standing on the edge of life and death, Yuziel panicked, thinking, "How am I supposed to cross this cliff?" Suddenly, a loud voice called from the other side. "Is anyone there?" He looked up, spotting a group on the opposite side. Yuziel waved frantically, shouting, "Hey, over here. We're here." He recognized them as the mages from the tutorial. He yelled like mad, "I'm here. I'm here." A voice from the other side responded, "But there's no bridge nearby. Can you make it across?" Yuziel replied, "Is that so? I'm on my way." Hearing his signal, a girl on the other side turned to the group, saying, "Let's wait for him. He says he can cross." A green-haired guy, skeptical, said, "Crossing this cliff isn't easy. He'd need to be at least a third-rank knight to manage. Can that young guy do it?" The girl replied, "I'm not sure." Then her eyes widened in shock. "He's jumping from rock to rock so smoothly and skillfully." The group watched, jaws dropped, observing with bated breath. Yuziel, hyper-focused, crossed segment by segment. Quick as lightning, he was halfway across. The onlookers, unable to believe their eyes, exclaimed, "What's that move?" "Some kind of jumping spell." A voice clarified, "That's Flash." It came from a cute, green-haired girl standing behind them. The purple-haired girl turned to her, then back at Yuziel, bewildered, saying, "That's Flash? But Flash can't be controlled so precisely in direction and distance. That's nearly impossible. He makes it look effortless." To outsiders, it seemed so, but Yuziel was struggling. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl saw something, her eyes widening in panic as she stammered, "Who are those two? Are they with him?" At the other end, two black-robed figures approached the cliff. While the group was confused, one of them raised a magic staff, emitting an orange glow. He aimed forward, conjuring a sinister spell array, then fired it at Yuziel. A shout rang out, "Hey, watch your back." Sensing the terrifying power hurtling toward him, Yuziel cursed inwardly. "Damn it, son of a..." As it closed in, he used Flash to teleport away, narrowly escaping. A massive explosion followed. Boom, boom, bang, bang. Turning back, he saw his attackers through the fading smoke, the two black-robed mercenaries from before. He thought, "They've revived. This is too dangerous." Flash's cooldown is 3 seconds. Dodging all those spells is impossible. I need another floating rock to stand on. His eyes widened in panic. Oh crap. What's that? The Black Demon cult wasn't letting him escape easily. They instantly cast another spell, firing it at him. Luckily, Yuziel tilted to dodge the surge. But the real trouble was just beginning. The rock beneath him split in two. He tried to balance, but it was futile. He fell backward. Yet he didn't give up. Struggling between life and death, he told himself, "I have to survive. I must." But reality was harsh. The floating rocks were too far from his fall. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he prayed to land on one. Miraculously, his eyes lit up as he spotted a nearby rock. Luck was on his side. Using Flash, he lunged toward it, grabbing hold. Clinging tightly with both hands, he glanced back, exclaiming, "I actually survived?" Before he could catch his breath, another terrifying orange surge shot toward him. He thought, "Or maybe I'll die here." As it reached his feet, despair set in, certain of death. But a green surge intercepted it, causing a massive explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The force was overwhelming, but he held on. After the storm, the sky cleared. Only the explosion's dust remained. He was alive. Thought a protagonist would die that fast, he mused, stunned. What was that spell? Ice spears wrapped in lightning. Who could combine two moves like that with such pinpoint accuracy, wasting no mana? Who could pull off such a perfect strike? In the distance, the group stared at the green-haired girl in the center. Her face remained impassive, utterly cold. Everyone watching was pale with shock. One stammered, "No way. She did that." The two mercenaries on the other side, realizing their inferiority, turned and fled. Yuziel watched their retreating figures, sighing in relief. Phew. Thank God. I'm alive. Soon, he reached the other side. The group warmly welcomed him, except for the green-haired girl, who turned to leave. Yuziel ran after her, thanking her profusely. Hey, friend. Thanks for saving me. She glanced back coldly, saying, I didn't do it for gratitude. No need to thank me. She walked away. Yuziel felt a bit deflated, replying, Oh, okay. Watching her leave, he thought, she's interesting. I've never heard such a cute voice. Though she seems hard to approach. Those guys were bandits, plundering villagers. They deserved it. Most such acts are done by the Black Demon cult. But thankfully, that ends here. I just survived a life-or-death moment, and crossing this cliff, I've reached mage territory. The cult can't follow me here. He sighed. Those bastards still don't know who I am. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Chapter 2. Enroll in Stella Academy. Staring at it, he exclaimed, Chapter 2? Not bad, huh? But, damn it, how am I supposed to go to school at this age? The group boarded a carriage heading to Stella Academy. Night had fallen. The area they passed through was quiet and desolate, with only the clopping of the horses' hooves breaking the silence. Inside, Yuziel, exhausted, slept deeply. Suddenly, he let out strange sounds. Ugh. Lost in a dream, memories flashed before him. A cute young boy tugging at his mother's dress, cheerfully calling, Mom. Mom. His mother smiled warmly, replying, My precious son, when you grow up, you'll become a mage. I believe in you, my dear Yuziel. But according to his mother's diary, his parents had struggled greatly to raise him. Back then, he vowed to study hard to make them proud. When he fell asleep at his desk late at night, his mother would gently drape a blanket over him. But one day, after hearing the doctor, she was distraught. Doctor, you're saying my son has mana leak syndrome? Young Yuziel, devastated, refused to accept it. No, it can't be. The boy burst into tears. But were these Yuziel's memories, or his own? Snapping awake, Yuziel felt dizzy, clutching his head. He looked out the window. Dawn had broken, the sun peeking over the horizon. A fellow passenger noticed he was awake and said, Oh, you're up? Looked like you had a nightmare. You were mumbling something I couldn't understand. I almost woke you. Outside, someone announced, We'll head to Lazoica, a satellite city of Arcanium, soon. The carriage slowed, and another voice called, Let's take a break here. The group quickly disembarked to stretch. Yuziel, sore, stretched his arms high. Suddenly, he froze, eyes wide. By chance, the green-haired girl was staring at him. He raised a hand to greet her, but before he could speak, she turned and walked away. Feeling awkward, he gave a sheepish smile, muttering, Man, she's cold. But things were going relatively well. Considering how worried he'd been, he was glad this world's timeline was closer to modern times than medieval. Magic existed in mythical world, but in safe cities, trains, airships, and sky roads were built for convenient long-distance travel. They'd reach Lazoica via a state-of-the-art airship. Lazoica was a stop en route to Arcanium. In Arcanium, the city of magic, everything truly began. Magic towers, mage conferences, and 5 prestigious academies were all there. The academy with the most powerful mages and brightest students was Stellar Academy, filled with geniuses and nobles from across the world. Yet Yuziel couldn't fathom why the character he'd transmigrated into was admitted to such a prestigious school. Wait, I haven't checked my skills. Hurriedly, he opened his system. A status panel appeared. Mana leak syndrome, level 1. Strength, plus 3%. Speed, plus 5%. Agility, plus 10%. Sixth sense, consumes mental strength to detect mana within a 12m radius. Acceleration wave. Looking at the status, he silently thanked the skills Yuziel possessed. Sixth sense and acceleration wave? Without these, I'd be dead in this game. A cursed condition, unable to retain mana leak syndrome, was Yuziel's innate curse. Yet it allowed him to detect mana via sixth sense, sensing attacks even without looking. Acceleration wave let him perceive everything as if time slowed, reacting faster than a normal human could. These are essential for Yuziel since he can't use mana. But everything has a downside. Overusing sixth sense drains mental strength, potentially causing unwanted side effects. He swiped to the stats. Name, Yuziel. Stats. Strength, 1 star, 59%. Agility, 1 star, 97%. Speed, 1 star, 81%. Stability, 1 star, 51%. Endurance, 0 star, 97%. Mental strength, 1 star, 43%. Mana remaining, 0. Skill, Flash, level 0. Trait, Mana Leak Syndrome, level 1. After reviewing, he thought, the starting stats aren't bad. The original Yuziel had low agility, but in my hands, it's different. I need to push this. In this game world, there are levels for skills and stats, shown as levels and stars. The max stat level is 9 stars, but that's nearly unreachable. I've played for over 10 years and only hit 8 stars in stability and agility. I should focus on agility to boost sixth sense and reaction speed. I can improve stability and flexibility other ways. The issue now is mana leak syndrome. If I don't train it, I won't survive long. I need to level it to reach the true body secret. Stella Academy is the way to suppress this syndrome. I have no choice if I want to prevent this world's end and cure my chronic illness. He sighed helplessly. Phew. I really don't want to go there. Someone save me from this. Suddenly, the system chimed. You've missed some notifications. Surprised, he exclaimed. Oh, I haven't checked these. But before he could, an urgent voice called. Hey, kids, let's go. Yuziel shelved the notifications for later. The green-haired girl was still watching him, but remained coldly silent. Before them hovered a massive, modern airship. Everyone on board seemed excited and eager. A loudspeaker announced, Attention, we're approaching Arcanium. Please remain seated. Someone spotted something, exclaiming in shock, then mocked. Hey, look at that guy gawking like a kid. Never been on an airship before? Huh. Their gazes pointed to Yuziel. He was looking around, everything unfamiliar. They continued. Is that guy some country bumpkin? Looks like a hick in the city. TCH, how does Stella let trash like him in? Yuziel overheard their whispers about him. He glanced at them but ignored their mockery, sighing and turning away. His indifference surprised the mocker. Yuziel thought, just a bunch of brats. I'm an adult. I won't stoop to their level. His nonchalance embarrassed the young noble, who shouted, Hey kid, you dare look at us like that? Tired of living? Frowning and grinding his teeth, he added, You nobody. Stop right there. A gentle voice interrupted. Hey, what's with the racket? The noble jumped, turning toward the voice. His eyes widened in shock. In the distance was a girl with long hair. Trembling, he stammered, Princess Bayan. Yuziel turned, thinking he said Bayan. Following his gaze, a stunningly beautiful princess stood before them, exuding cold elegance. Princess Bayan Adalabit of the Adalabit Kingdom. She said nothing more, gliding past the group. As she passed the noble, he smiled warmly, placing a hand on his chest, greeting politely, Your Highness. Before he could continue, her icy glare silenced him, and she walked on without a care. Embarrassed, he stood speechless. She strode inside, leaving the group stunned and deflated. As she passed Yuziel, he realized she's the world's enemy in the story. Hong Bayan is a main character in the game. She and the heroine are always at odds, but she's the one who dies. In most endings, she's killed brutally or forced to take her own life after being bullied by the Academy. She endures the most humiliating things in front of everyone, as if the developers despised her and wanted her to suffer. He grew somber, thinking, I heard she's super famous among players. She's gorgeous, but so cold. Like she'd kill me if I tried talking. His stomach growled loudly. Rubbing it, he decided to fill it first. At a stall on the second deck, he saw dazzling pastries. Picking one, his face paled, thinking, why is it so expensive? Still, he ate to satisfy his hunger. After eating, Yuziel stepped out, dazed. Damn, is eating in Arcanium always like this? I'm screwed. The loudspeaker blared. Attention, attention. We'll arrive in Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please proceed to the main deck. Repeating, we'll arrive in Arcanium in 10 minutes. Please proceed to the main deck. Thank you. Hearing this, Yuziel smiled, thinking, it's finally starting. This is my reality now. Excited, he exclaimed, let's do this. Soon after, the group arrived at Stella Academy. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces, Yuziel felt out of place. He took a deep breath. At least I've dealt with the immediate problem. The Black Demon cult can't follow me here. But can I survive in this place? Surviving this world isn't easy. I wish I had something useful for this situation. A thought struck him. I still haven't checked those system notifications. He opened the system. The message read, the Constellatio project grants you a special reward. Options: 1. A weapon you used in the game at a lower level. 2. A skill you acquired in the game with reduced power. 3. Experience. Staring at the status, he mused, this system has some morals, doesn't it? But what should I pick? Should I go for Twin Lightning Reflector? As if reading his mind, the system responded. Based on analysis, such equipment is too high tier and will be downgraded. He pressed, what about Hyper Flash? The system replied. Based on analysis, this skill is an upgraded version of Flash and cannot be granted. However, you may use the reward to enhance your Flash skill. Stunned, he cursed inwardly. This damn system. Really forcing a downgrade. Sensing his complaint, the system explained. Due to insufficient narrative energy, we cannot fully materialize such items. What's that? He asked, confused. The system continued. Narrative energy influences the story's progression. By exploring hidden storylines, you can accumulate it. For now, as a newcomer, you cannot possess overly powerful items. He waited eagerly for more, but nothing came. He asked, what about the crest glasses? The system replied. Based on analysis, this item can be provided. I'll take it. With that, the system tossed him the crest glasses. Holding them, he examined them. Thinking glumly, I never thought I'd actually have to wear this damn thing. Note, the crest glasses store all information a player has gathered in mythical world. Players cannot recall or access details about hunted monsters or acquired knowledge on their own. Thus, various items were developed to store information uniquely. Yuziel is no exception. He uses the crest glasses to store data. Excited, he put them on to test them. A blue glow emanated from the glasses, displaying crest glasses, level 0. Description: can't remember last night's dinner? No problem. These glasses record everything you've seen and learned. Special feature: sealed crest archive. Activate with mental strength. He opened another section, and the system showed alchemy materials, hunting grounds, dungeons, characters. Satisfied, he thought. This place feels just like real life, so I'm not sure what I can do with the system. But with these glasses, I can regain half the abilities I used. Suddenly, whispers came from behind. Hey, isn't that Asel Malf? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of the traitor Malf Duchy? How dare she show her face here? Shh, quiet, she'll hear you. Hearing a familiar name from the story, Yuziel grew curious. Asel Malf? Oh, right. The crest glasses let me register or check character info. Let's see. A panel appeared. Name: Asel Malf. Description: false heroine, ice lightning mage, enjoys pickle juice before pizza. Eldest daughter of Malf Duchy. Her father's death led to her family's downfall. Fate will die? Reading this, he thought. So she's the false heroine? Let's talk about Asel. One thing stands out. Though this is mythical world from the game, it's based on a romantic novel, Don't Love the Princess. That novel follows heroine Asel, who loses her family, grows by facing the villain Bayan's schemes, and ends happily with the male lead. Her revenge fades, and other male characters protect her. But it has a tragic ending after mixed reader reactions. The issue is, while the game is based on the novel, the story differs. In the game, a character named Flame was added, replacing the heroine's role. Flame has her own storyline. She was a modern woman who loved reading Don't Love the Princess and was reincarnated here. So, unlike the novel, Asel is the false heroine, while Flame is the true heroine. No matter how hard players try, Asel cannot survive any storyline, a result of being pushed out as the heroine. But that's got nothing to do with me. Though, I feel like I've seen her somewhere. Probably my imagination. Time to face this reality. After a tumultuous day, dawn broke. Bright sunlight bathed Stella Academy. Inside, students in uniforms lined up neatly for a speech. The principal spoke. As you know, the black demon cultists are witches who gain power from another world, turning into monsters. They continue their invasion by opening persona gates or unleashing ancient dungeons to seize the magical world. Our duty as mages is to protect it from these evil forces. Whispers arose below. Starting the term with this lame speech? Yeah, so boring. The principal continued. Now, we'll hold the oath ceremony for the 4 highest scoring students, representing the freshmen. Please come forward. The standout students stepped up, handsome boys and beautiful girls with radiant faces. Watching them, Yuziel thought, they're all shining, like they're the protagonists. But who's the brightest? Write him. The principal announced, representing all freshmen here, Yuziel. Please give your speech. Girls below swooned. He's the top scorer? So talented and handsome. Yuziel nodded, acknowledging, so that's the famous Yuziel. Game note, Yuziel epitomizes I alone am supreme, with a 9-star mana stat, nearing godlike potential. A genius among geniuses, he can control all elements. Even if I don't reach the grand finale, I must avoid bad endings by pulling Yuziel to the good side. But that short-haired, cute girl, probably Flame? He delved into speculation. It depends on how she acts from now. She's a transmigrator like me. Teaming up might be smart, but what if she sees me as an enemy and rejects me? I have an info advantage, so I shouldn't ruin anything. Flame's a reader of the romantic novel, while I'm a player of this fantasy game. I swear I'll act accordingly, even if my role's smaller than a shop villain. Plus, Flame has a unique ability, purifying black demon cultists. But she also brings misfortune to those close to her. Staying near her will affect me. My role is to support the protagonist from afar and avoid involvement as much as possible. As he thought, Yuziel's speech ended, met with enthusiastic applause. The principal declared, I hereby conclude today's entrance ceremony. Right after, Yuziel's system displayed. Congratulations on completing Chapter 2. Enroll in Stella Academy. After the entrance ceremony, the students gathered in a lecture hall, each choosing a seat at random. Yuziel, looking somewhat glum, thought, I graduated college ages ago, and now I'm suddenly a high school student again. This feels so weird. But he consoled himself, at least there's something pretty cool about this place. He held a watch in his hand, musing, this is it. Having this is awesome. The Stella watch, proof you're a student at the prestigious Stella Academy. With it, you get privileges and better services than other mages. Grinning, he tucked the watch into his pocket, thinking, gotta make the most of this. At that moment, someone entered. A stern-faced man walked to the podium and announced, all students, remain seated. We'll begin the exam now. Except for writing tools, put away all items. If you're wearing glasses, I need to inspect them first. Yuziel thought glumly, an exam right after the ceremony? Stella's curriculum is tougher than most Korean universities. A placement test on the first day to evaluate and assign classes. After distributing the papers, the teacher returned to the podium, declaring, attention, you have 45 minutes. Begin. For someone like Yuziel, who'd long returned borrowed knowledge to teachers, the questions were daunting. Sweating, he thought, damn, I can't even understand these. What am I supposed to do? So hard. The placement test is unrelated to the entrance exam and notoriously brutal. Students are ranked from F to A and S based on scores. Of course, most playable characters are in Class S. But Yuziel ranks dead last among 1,141 students. Staring at the paper, he wavered. Should I just turn in a blank sheet? I'm already admitted. Surely they won't expel me. I'll just volunteer for Class F. Glancing around, everyone seemed focused except Yuziel, casually propping his chin, lost in thought. Yuziel felt a pang of disappointment. He's already chilling? Did he finish? No wonder he looks bored. In the game, Yuziel's personality is jaded. Born into the continent's strongest family, with a genius mind and top-tier talent, everything's easy for him. Depending on the heroine's actions, he joins the good or evil side. The Black Demon cult, bent on wiping out humanity, is obsessed with him. His family's the biggest issue from the start. Watching a genius like him makes me question myself. Suddenly, he realized, wait, why am I so dumb? I can use the crest glasses. I use them to store library knowledge. They're perfect for this. Nothing to lose. Let's try? He reached into his chest pocket for the glasses, but as he was about to put them on, the proctor noticed, approaching sternly, hold on. What's with those glasses? I said glasses need inspection first. Hand them over. Startled, Yuziel thought, oh right. Damn, I forgot. He handed over the glasses, panicking as the teacher examined them closely. Sweating bullets, he thought. I'm screwed. What do I do? If they detect these are magic glasses, I'll be expelled. Looking up, he prayed, please let me survive this. Suddenly, the system blared, detected a missing component of the crest glasses. Would you like to summon it? Terrified, he thought, no? No. Stay quiet, system. The proctor used magic to inspect the glasses, but found nothing, returning them, saying, no mana detected. Ask first next time. Relieved, Yuziel replied, yes, sir. Thinking, thank God. If the original functions were active, I'd be toast. He put on the glasses, looking more scholarly. Answers appeared before his eyes. Copying them, he thought smugly, jackpot. Maybe I'll top the class. At this rate, I'll escape Class F, maybe even hit Class A. As he copied, the teacher announced, time's up. Stop and submit your papers. The proctor used magic to collect them, preventing any extra writing. Watching the papers fly to the teacher, Yuziel groaned. What? I only answered 3 questions. The teacher scanned the stack, eyes suddenly widening in shock. Yuziel, dejected, thought, I thought I'd escape Class F. Guess it's too much for me. Removing his glasses, the teacher noticed something, shouting, you. Hand over those glasses. Yuziel froze, stammering, why yes, sir. The teacher studied them, muttering, strange. Impossible. Turning to him, he ordered, call Dr. Gran. Yuziel replied, yes, sir, but panicked. What's wrong with him? I wrote carefully to avoid suspicion. Am I busted? Later, in the professor's office, the teacher's urgent voice rang out. Dr. Gran, what do you think? Dr. Gran, professor of magic engineering, held the glasses, replying, the boy answering that question is suspicious. The teacher pressed, did he cheat? Dr. Gran said, cheat? No. I detect no magical energy from the glasses or any item. He did it on his own. Yuziel feigned innocence, looking wronged. Dr. Gran chuckled, patting his shoulder. Haha, fascinating. I never expected this in my lifetime. Professor Lee Hanwall, apologize and guide him. Embarrassed, Lee Hanwall said, yes, sir. Turning to Yuziel, he added, I misunderstood you. Sorry. Yuziel grinned, thinking, I did cheat. But if the glasses' original functions worked, I'd be done. He replied, it's okay, sir. Later, in Professor Lee Hanwall's office, teachers graded the exams. Reviewing one paper, Lee Hanwall paused, staring in disbelief. A voice called, oh, Professor Lee Hanwall? These are the freshman exams. He replied, yes. The woman, Professor Edel Taiman, an elder council member, said cheerfully, I hear we have many outstanding students this year. Lee Hanwall agreed. Indeed. We have talents from the most prestigious fire magic family, Princess Hong Bayan of Adalabit's Fire Kingdom, Jeremy Selvin of the Scalvan Empire, who outshone his brothers in the Throne War at 12 with magical talent, and Hei Waryong, heir to the world's grandest magic tower, Full Moon Tower. Edel Taiman nodded. Setting questions for such elite students must be tough. This year will be exciting. Lee Hanwall replied, I'm glad you approve. As you said, this year's test is new. The first 3 questions are tricky riddles testing agility. If students can't solve them, do they move on? Second, how do they handle problems not in books? Rote magic learning is over. Now, it's about quick judgment and creative thinking. But those questions don't need answers. Over 1,000 of 1,141 students left them blank. The other 100 tried, but got them wrong. Only 3 freshmen answered correctly. Ma Yuziel, a once-in-a-century genius from an unknown family. Flame, a commoner recommended by the principal, nearly as talented as Ma Yuziel, and Yuziel, a nobody. Ma Yuziel and Flame being geniuses is no surprise. but Yuziel had a low entrance score. Yet he solved all 3 tough questions, leaving the rest blank. A nearby professor, seeing Lee Hanwal's puzzlement, asked, "What's wrong? Worried about their scores?" Lee Hanwal replied, "Well, I can't explain some students' results." Edel Taimen said, "That's normal. Those formulas don't solve everything. If the kids don't know, you can. But do you think this kid's a genius?" Lee Hanwal asked. She replied casually, "Maybe just luck." She left, leaving Lee Hanwal baffled. He sighed, checking Yuziel's file, finding a note. "Specially admitted for exceptional flash control." Reading this, Lee Hanwal accepted it, thinking, admitted by the principal himself, huh? Using flash for combat magic? Intriguing. We'll soon see if this is luck or if he's truly special. After the results, the school assigned students to classes. Everyone eagerly checked their placements. Voices echoed. "The results are posted. I'm so nervous. My mom said if I don't get Class A, don't come home." Yuziel trudged behind, thinking, unbelievable. Checking class rankings in person? Back then, I'd just click a mouse. At the bulletin board, a boy in blue stared at him like an alien. Whispers followed. "Is that Yuziel? I heard he scored 0 in practical magic." "No way. How does trash like him get into Stella? What are their standards now?" Yuziel ignored the chatter, focused on finding his class. Nothing else mattered. Approaching the board, he scanned it, panicking. "Where's my name?" Shocked, he thought, "Did I fail for only answering 3 questions? No way. I'm dead." The crowd kept gossiping. Yuziel? Must be a mistake. Uslak from Marquis checked Bayan's family ranked 29th and got Class A. Even Kyle, with perfect theory at 17th, is in Class A. So why am? Hearing his name mentioned vaguely, Yuziel grew curious. What's going on? Should I check? I'm already screwed. He approached the crowd, then froze, eyes wide. What the? My name's there? No way. A mistake? What the hell? The most coveted rank, Class S. Home to Stella's 41 top students, a single elite tier. Rubbing his head, he thought, Class S? I hope this is a mistake. This is insane. Now I'll run into the game's protagonists constantly. Getting tangled with them will only shorten my lifespan. I can't change this. Guess I'll have to live quietly. There's got to be a way. Outside the academy, everything seemed calm and quiet, but in a secluded corner, a woman angrily slapped Princess Bayan hard across the face. Frowning, she shouted, "You got all 3 questions wrong." Even Princess Asel from the Fallen Duchy answered 2 correctly. This woman was Professor Yuziel, a fire element mage and Bayan's mother. She continued, "You couldn't answer questions even vermin could solve. That means you're lower than vermin, Bayan. Reflect on yourself. Do you understand?" The girl replied weakly, "Yes, mother." Still furious, her mother glared sharply, then sighed, choking up. "Listen, Bayan. You cannot become like me, expelled from the kingdom and stuck in this foolish professor position. You must not be the kingdom's disgrace." She leaned down, gently placing her hands on her daughter's cheeks, saying, "You must surpass your sister." Then she smiled warmly, like any loving mother, gazing at her child. "You understand, right?" Bayan's cheeks flushed red. She thought for a moment before replying, "Of course, mother." But in truth, her heart was in turmoil. She didn't understand at all. She'd lived as taught, solving everything mechanically. But this time, the problems involved magic, spells, and formulas, things she'd never studied. "What am I supposed to do?" Tears welled up, and she broke down crying. "Why? Why must you torment me like this?" Meanwhile, in the Class S lecture hall, the students had gathered. Yuziel sat alone at the top desk, sulking, "I'm screwed. Of course I'd end up in a place full of weirdos. It's not like I'm trying to befriend them." Whispers arose around him. "Why's he here?" "That's what I'm saying. I don't get it." "Did you know? Our family protested, asking why he's in Class S. They just said Yuziel qualifies." "Seriously? That's so weird." Though they whispered, Yuziel overheard. He thought dejectedly, "Looks like I'm the outcast. Makes sense. They've trained hard since childhood, so they'd be devastated to see someone like me in their class. Class assignments shift based on performance, so this is normal. Even Class S isn't exempt. You can drop to a lower class, or some guys climb from Class A to S later. Guess I'll talk to them then." He glanced around. These were familiar game characters, yet somehow, he was their classmate. It's surreal. Game characters are standing before me. In a few years, most of this class will be famous across the continent. 5 could betray the Magic Council. Yuziel's one of them. If only Flame could stop that from the start. Professor Lee entered, announcing, "Hello, students. Settle down." Recognizing the familiar voice, Yuziel looked toward the podium. The authoritative professor spoke. "I'm honored to meet you. Some may know me, but I'll introduce myself. I'm Professor Lee Hanwall, your Class S teacher." Whispers erupted below. One said, "So that's the famous Lee Hanwall?" Another replied, "He's hunted nearly 1,000 black demon cultists. Insane. They call him a 7th-rank magic warrior. He's on another level." Seeing the students' excited chatter, Professor Lee called for order. "Quiet down. This year, we have many talented students, including a specially admitted one. As you know, this academy trains combat mages, or magic warriors. You'll face a rigorous 3-year curriculum. I expect you to keep up. Show me your best during your time here. Any questions?" The class stayed silent. He smiled. "Good. Let's begin." At that moment, Princess Bayan entered from outside. Seeing her bruised cheek, everyone was shocked, including Yuziel. Bayan, who follows rules more than anyone, is late? What's wrong with her? She approached the professor, apologizing and explaining, her face weary and disappointed. Curious, Yuziel checked his crest glasses. A panel appeared. Hong Bayan, villain, fire mage. Hoards red ginseng candy, occasionally self-critical. Only drinks a Kalia-style sofa coffee. Has a cruel mother. Fated to die. Reading this, he thought, not much different. She's doomed to die. If Asel dies because of Flame, Bayan will too. It's the unavoidable fate of a villain. I'd save her if I could, but I'm not in a position to save anyone. Feeling a pang of sadness, he removed the glasses. After hearing her explanation, the professor said, "Find a seat." Yuziel sighed. "I feel bad, but I can only keep my distance." Lost in thought, he didn't notice Bayan approaching his desk. Her eyes, filled with resentment and sorrow, locked onto him. He was clueless about what was happening. Then, Bayan sat next to him. Stunned, he thought, What's going on? Why do I feel like this? Has everything gone wrong from the start?" Once everyone settled into their seats, the professor announced, "Before we begin class, we'll hold an inheritance ceremony for you to receive your magic wands. Classes S and A will participate together. I'll explain the details later." Yuziel, slightly bewildered, thought, an inheritance ceremony? Sounds like a hassle. But then he smiled, a spark of anticipation for the event. At Stella Academy, 2 major events stand out: the Oath of the Century and the Inheritance Ceremony. For a prestigious institution like Stella, the inheritance ceremony holds a special significance. Soon after, students from classes S and A gathered in a mystical area. Professor Lee spoke. "Is everyone here? We've prepared wands ranging from the lowest to mid-tier. Your task is to approach the wand you like and take it. Changing wands after selection is complicated, so choose carefully." Yuziel thought, "He says that, but we don't choose the wand. It chooses us." In this world, wands only respond to those they recognize, creating a resonance effect. You can't just use a high-tier wand because you want to. With that in mind, he approached the floating magic wands. He looked around, hesitating. Which one should I pick? He stood there, lost in thought. Before, I'd grab a low-tier wand and be done. But since I'm in Class S, I can't pick something random and let them look down on me forever. His eyes caught a simple wand. In this world, wands are divided into 2 types: magic wands and staves. Wands are used by knights for quick casting magic, while staves are for bishops, focusing on powerful single spells with longer casting times. Suddenly, whispers came from behind. "Which one do you think he'll pick? Since he's in Class S, he shouldn't have trouble resonating, right?" Yuziel realized they were talking about him, but ignored them, thinking, "Say what you want, kids. I don't care enough to get worked up." Then someone called from behind, "Hey, Iku." Confused, not knowing who was addressing him, he turned. A stranger's face appeared. Yuziel asked, "What's up? Who are you?" The boy, with an arrogant smirk, replied boldly, "I'm Uslek." Yuziel didn't recognize him, thinking, probably some minor character. First time hearing that name. Whatever, just answer and move on. He replied casually, "Oh, got it." Uslek crossed his arms, continuing, Which wand are you picking? Beck Yuziel shrugged. I'll just grab one. Uslek sneered mockingly. Better pick something fitting for a commoner like you. Don't aim too high and fall hard, causing trouble for Professor Lee. Man, what a joke. Beck Yuziel's expression screamed, as if I'm scared of you. Ignoring him, he turned away, throwing in a jab. Sure thing. Don't cause any trouble yourself. Uslek, provoked by the taunt, fumed, his face turning red. Losing it, he shouted. Damn it, you punk. You want to fight? Such a pain. Beck Yuziel was ready to brush it off, but this kid kept pushing. Sighing, he pulled out his crest glasses and put them on. Uslek's info appeared. Uslek Czech Bayan, son of Marquis Czech Bayan, follower of Prince Jeremy. Dissatisfaction level 3. Removing the glasses, Beck Yuziel thought. Disappointed, that's it? Lame. Looking at Uslek, he sighed. Does this guy have anything special? Uslek pointed at a wand, boasting. Anyway, I'm picking that one. Watch closely. Following his gesture, Beck Yuziel saw it was a staff, Edamuri Edamirai, the highest tier item here. A high mid-tier staff is typically used by professional mages. Even with talent, low mid-tier is the limit for students. Professional mages rarely use low mid-tier staves. The Edamuri Edamirai, the only high mid-tier staff here, was mostly for show. No student could claim it. The professor spoke again. Students, stand before the wand you want. One by one, students approached their chosen wands. They seemed to have made their picks. Blue lights glowed around them. The crowd gasped. Wow, isn't Hay One's wand the Hayden Amicaton? That's a mid-tier staff. Prince Scalvin picked a mid-tier wand too. Observing, Beck Yuziel commented. Princess Bayan chose Suaviter Lahaven, also mid-tier. How many can pick mid-tier wands? This year's wild. Uslek, even more enraged, gritted his teeth. Damn it. Just watch, I can do it too. With resolve, he marched toward the staff. The crowd watched, stunned, murmuring, that's Uslek? Can he resonate with a high mid-tier staff? Meanwhile, Beck Yuziel, our story's protagonist, remained prideful. Uslek reached for a mid-tier staff, grinning smugly. I'll make you all gape. See a true Class S talent. He grabbed it. Instantly, small electric sparks flashed. Then, a massive explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The force was blindingly intense. Beck Yuziel, unfazed, blinked. As I predicted, he failed. Uslek was flung back by the staff's power, crashing to the ground, grinding his teeth in defiance. Onlookers panicked. Oh no, he's badly hurt. Someone get the professor. A high mid-tier staff is impossible. Why is this guy so reckless? Beck Yuziel sighed. Who's the one aiming too high and falling now, huh? Should have given up from the start. Then, another student approached the staff, whistling confidently. It seemed the staff's true owner had already been decided. And the confident figure was none other than my Yuziel. He stared intently at the staff before him, a smug smile spreading across his face. He seemed quite pleased with his decision. But his action sparked an uproar among the surrounding students. Oh my gosh! Is he going for a high mid-tier staff? No way he can resonate with that. Ignoring the chatter, my Yuziel coolly reached out and gripped the staff tightly. Instantly, it emitted a blinding light, yet he stood unfazed. The overwhelming aura forced everyone to shield their eyes. As expected, my Yuziel resonated with the staff. Holding it, he flashed a bright smile, radiating brilliance. The students, unable to believe their eyes, exclaimed, Unbelievable. No way. How can a first-year claim a high mid-tier staff? My God, is this possible? Beck Yuziel, unsurprised, sighed. I saw it coming. From now on, more people will see how talented he is. Suddenly, my Yuziel glanced at him. Confused, Beck Yuziel wondered, what's he looking at? Then my Yuziel approached with a friendly smile. Beck Yuziel froze, hair standing on end, thinking, what the hell? Is he crazy? Why is he smiling? But then he recalled the game's storyline. My Yuziel also possesses another high mid-tier staff, Terry Vaughn. This moment is a turning point. If Flame claims Terry Vaughn, my Yuziel will take an interest in her talent, setting him on one path. But if she chooses another staff, he'll follow a different one entirely. I need to use Flame to pull my Yuziel in. Spotting Flame, Beck Yuziel saw her approaching a staff, still hesitant. It was Terry Vaughn. His heart raced as he watched her closely. Flame inched toward it. Staring at her back, he urged silently, Yes, Take it. Then my Yuziel will notice Flame, and we'll get a perfect ending. But before he could celebrate, Flame abruptly turned away. Shocked, he nearly choked. What's that? She doesn't want Terry Vaughn. What's going on? Doesn't she know? Relax the info. This isn't good. Flame can resonate with any staff. She's the protagonist. But what if she picks some random one? We'll lose a great option. No way, I have to act. I need to push Terry Vaughn toward her. Focusing, he targeted Flame's position and used Flash to zip behind her. Quick as lightning, he appeared at her back. Sensing someone, Flame spun around, thinking, what the heck? When did he get behind me? Yuziel raised a hand, grinning. Hello? Hi. Just curious which staff you're picking. Confused, Flame replied. Why do you care? What's it to you? Embarrassed, he said. I just wanted to help since you seem unsure. Unimpressed by his flimsy excuse, Flame replied coldly. That's not your business. If you've got nothing else, I'm leaving. She turned to go. Yuziel called out. Wait, but sense something off. Flame's supposed to be friendly with everyone. She's outgoing, right? Why is she so cold? I can't give up. My whole life depends on this. Gathering courage, he shouted. Hold on. I really just want to help. Flame, now annoyed, snapped. Nosy jerk. Worry about yourself first. You haven't even picked a staff yet. Undeterred, Yuziel pressed. No, wait. I feel like there's a staff perfect for you. Furious, Flame yelled. You think you can tell me what to do? What do you know about staves? Intimidated, he thought. What's with her? Did I mess up? Or does she just ignore side characters like me? Stammering, he replied. Oh well. I've heard a lot about you. Don't you think you could take that staff? Flame, puzzled, asked. Terry Vaughn. Seeing her calm slightly, he grinned. Exactly. That's the one. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted, wiping the smile off his face. A massive explosion rang out, its force overwhelming. His eyes widened in panic as a staff inexplicably flew into his hand. Blinking, he yelped, What the hell? Examining it, his face paled. Why's this in my hand? Flame was supposed to take it. Damn it. Speechless, he stood awkwardly. Flame, stunned for a moment, then smirked. Well, what now? Yuziel, creeped out by her odd reaction, stammered. Nothing. But internally, he panicked. It's over. I'm done for. This makes living quietly impossible now. The inheritance ceremony had ended, but its buzz lingered. On the school courtyard, Flame trailed behind a group of students. By chance, she overheard two guys talking ahead. One said, Hey, heard the hot news? 2 students claimed high mid-tier staves this year. The other, shocked, replied, No way. Only 5 people have ever done that. And now 2 more. Yup. But get this, one of them only used Flash in the practical magic test. Flash. That's basic magic. My parents said Flash is rare, though. This is weird. Their conversation made Flame ponder. She didn't get it either. Later, in the study room, Flame arrived, feeling at ease. She sighed. Finally, some peace. All day, I've heard whispers about that. News of 2 students grabbing high mid-tier staves is everywhere, but I still don't get who that guy is. Why could he claim Terry Vaughn? I read the original novel 3 times before transmigrating, and Yuziel never appeared. They say no one can take Terry Vaughn, yet he resonated with it so easily. No, he's probably just showing off to me. Whatever, thinking about it's useless now. Suddenly, someone called, Flame, here to study too. Turning, she grinned. You kids think I'm a bookworm? The blonde girl teased. Nah, you always say you're bored, then study anyway. Flame, embarrassed, said, Hey, not true. Another girl asked, But why call us kids? We're the same age, right? Flame made up an excuse. Oh, just a habit. Where I'm from, people treated me like an old lady, haha. In truth, she knew she was in a novel. How could she act childish? Another voice asked, Studying alone today? It was a cute red-haired girl. Flame thought, Is that Jackie? Her fashion sense is so like mine. She replied, Nah, I'm heading to a meeting. Gotta go. Cool, let's grab a drink next time. Flame waved, bye-bye. Her cheerful facade dropped, replaced by her usual cool demeanor. She mused, being an adult acting like a student is tough. Lost in thought, she didn't notice someone ahead and bumped into them with a thud, clutching her head. Ouch. A warm voice said Flame. Surprised, she looked up. Hey Wonryang, is that you? He asked, You okay? What were you thinking, walking so carelessly? Flame replied, I'm fine. He studied her, then said, You look off. Something wrong. His warm concern made her eyes sparkle. He's worried about me? Blushing, she said, No, I'm good. Changing the topic, he said, All right, good. You here to study? She nodded, Yeah. You heading to the Class S training room again? He grinned. Daily training, can't slack. You're dedicated too. She teased, Don't say that. He laughed, Oh, really? A playful cat and dog banter ensued. Then, Hei Wonriang smiled warmly, waving, I'm off. See ya. He left, leaving Flame confused. She'd imagined a romantic moment, but nothing happened. Disappointed, she muttered, Humph, boring guy. Suddenly, she froze, spotting a purple-haired girl peeking from behind a door. Flame waved, but the girl left without a word. Puzzled but shrugging it off, Flame thought, It's late. Not worth chasing her. Soon, she reached the study room. Standing at the door, she mused, A special supplementary meeting? In the novel, Asel and Bayan attend this. I'm curious how the heroine and villain face off. She opened the door and stepped in. As expected, all the key characters were there. She scanned the room. The meeting's host, a Class A student, seemed surprised by the attendees. Flame quickly took a high seat to observe. Sitting down, she thought, This is for students aiming to advance. No wonder so many famous Class S students are here. Her eyes caught my Yuziel and Baek Yuziel chatting happily, which shocked her. In this world, my Yuziel was intrigued by the unknown Baek Yuziel. Flame thought, This isn't just chance. Baek Yuziel not answering anything but those 3 hellish questions is absurd. Maybe from the start, he knew solving them would land him in Class S. If Baek Yuziel really knew the future, his actions back then were downright terrifying. Meanwhile, Baek Yuziel sighed wearily, thinking, I wish someone would just yeet this guy out of my sight. Ma Yuziel, on the other hand, grinned brightly, looking at Yuziel and asking, Hey, Yuziel, why are you here? With your skills, you don't need this class. Got some secret reason? The protagonist forced a laugh, replying, Haha, no reason really. Just felt like checking it out. But inside, he was a mess. He was forced into this class. Who said my scores were bad? He thought, staring at the guy, baffled. Why is he so interested in me? A voice interrupted. All right, settle down. Let's wrap up the chatter. Today, we'll discuss the recent ranking test issues. As you know, this test was tough, so tough even upperclassmen called its 3 questions Hell's Riddles. I'll explain them slowly. The speaker, Kai, was secretly nervous. He didn't understand why so many famous students were here. His goal was just to boost his reputation by helping the dumb kids in this class. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Kai's mind. Glancing at Baek Yuziel, he thought, No, this is my chance. I heard Baek Yuziel had the lowest entrance test score. If I show I'm way better than him, I'm set. Confidently, he continued. Everyone, pay attention. I'll guide you through the first question. Writing on the board, he explained, This is actually a trick question. It tries to lead you into a dead end. First, you need to do this. The students below listened intently, scribbling notes. Ma Yuziel glanced at Yuziel, who seemed lost in thought, and asked, What do you think? Is his explanation right? Caught off guard, Yuziel looked up. Ma Yuziel was grinning, eagerly awaiting an answer. Freaked out by this odd behavior, Yuziel thought, What the hell? He's asking if I think Kai's right. I don't even know what's being explained, let alone Hell's Riddles. But honesty's a virtue. He replied, No, I don't know. His words triggered whispers among nearby students. What? Baek Yuziel? He's saying Kai's wrong. It seemed some were deliberately twisting his words to smear him, knowing his low entrance score. Kai, writing on the board, overheard and paused, visibly annoyed, grinding his teeth. Yuziel sensed something off, looking around. Huh? What's going on? Why's everyone staring? Kai stopped writing, snapped the chalk, and said, Yes, I got it wrong. Yuziel was stunned. What's happening? Kai smirked triumphantly, adding, So, Baek Yuziel, why don't you come up and explain it? Yuziel's hair stood on end, panicking. What the hell is he saying? Then he caught my Yuziel's encouraging smile, as if saying, You got this, go for it. It clicked. Kai and the others were setting him up. Steeling himself, Yuziel walked to the board, thinking, Fine. If you want to humiliate me, you're mistaken. I'll make you all gape in awe. All eyes were on him. At the podium, he pulled something out, reviewing Kai's solution. It was the crest glasses. He thought hell's riddles? More like wordplay nonsense. The questions like this. A mage chants. O Mother Earth, shed your tears, doubling the dust from the start. Why? The answer's simple. Dust is crying. It's just a state of separation. Yuziel rubbed his head. Who the heck comes up with this garbage? To him, it was laughable. Yet here, it was a major unsolved problem. Kai hadn't approached it like a normal math problem, but as dust crying to produce more dust. Hard to explain. His method was wrong but fluked the right answer, likely by luck. Another similar question would stump him. Now it's my stage. Yuziel turned to Kai, saying, I can't teach you how to solve it, but I can show where you're wrong. Kai jolted. What? Yuziel continued. It's about the Earth's foundation. But what if it's water or wind? Would your method work? If not, I'd use a simpler approach. But that needs multiple methods for the same question type. You just got lucky with the right answer, not the questioner's intent. Kai tried to argue, stammering, but conceded, you're right. Seeing Kai's defeated look, Yuziel felt uneasy. Did I crush him too hard? He added, anyway, here's how to solve it. Kai listened, jotting notes. The other students followed suit. Flame was stunned. Why's everyone writing down what he says? Asel and Bayan should be debating, not analyzing his solution. Is this possible? What a joke. By now, dusk had settled outside. Inside, Ma Yuziang waved goodbye to Yuziel. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow. He flashed a bright smile and left. Yuziel reluctantly waved back. See ya. As Ma Yuziang's figure faded, Yuziel clutched his face, groaning, damn it. If I keep getting tangled with my Yuziang, I'm screwed. I don't want it tomorrow. I never want to see him again. Lowering his hands, he stared at his slender fingers, thinking, must be the phone's fault. Can't use it anymore, and my hands feel restless. But catching my Yuziang's attention? Damn it. Why do I keep running into him? Oddly, besides Flame, no character had ever used Flash before. As he trudged home, he spotted Bayan lingering nearby, her face tinged with sadness. He thought, what's up with her? She looks off. But it's none of my business. Why bother? He walked past her. Suddenly, she called, Beck Yuziel. Startled, wondering if he misheard, he turned as she continued. I need to ask you something. The protagonist was floored. He couldn't believe someone as perfect as her had a question for him. He replied, Bayan? What's up? Cutting to the chase, she asked. Why didn't you explain your answers earlier? Yuziel froze at the question, thinking, I didn't explain? Honestly, I don't even know how to explain that nonsense. A question with no answer. How do you explain that? Is she misunderstanding something? Scratching his head awkwardly, he said, I didn't really explain anything. Bayan interrupted, I get it. You didn't want to reveal it there, right? More confused, he thought, no, that's not it. She continued, then I'll compensate you. Shocked, he blurted, what are you talking about? Bayan clarified, I'll reward you properly. Yuziel's mind reeled, stammering, Moments later, they sneaked into Professor Lee's office. After rummaging, they found their tests. Glancing at Bayan's, Yuziel said, I don't get why you're paying me to explain the 3 ranking test questions. Bayan replied, I have my reasons, not convenient to share. Just tell me. Yes, ma'am, he said. Reviewing her test, he remarked, you only got those 3 wrong. I flunked all the others. And you're asking me? Aren't you embarrassed? Bayan replied coolly, no. The only thing I'm ashamed of is not understanding those answers. If you can clear that up, I'll do anything. Stunned, Yuziel thought, she's the model student, right? He asked, but why me? You're a princess. Don't you have tons of friends to ask? Hesitating, she said, well, out of 1,141 freshmen, only 3 answered those hell's riddles correctly, including you. Yuziel's jaw dropped. What? Say that again. Slightly ashamed, she continued. Those questions have no answers. Yet you, my Yuziang, and Flame solved them. That's what I'm most embarrassed about. Yuziel lost his cool, hands trembling. No. Hold on. Standing abruptly, he shouted. Those 3 were trick questions? No one could solve them. How didn't you notice? Bayan was silent. Suppressing his anger, he sat down, thinking, this is insane. Now I get why I'm in Class S and why Flame blocked me. I didn't know the game's full setup. I had no clue about those trick questions. But Flame's different. She read the whole novel. Even without knowing the game's plot, she'd know the story's setup, like those trick questions. But since a side character like me, absent from the novel, showed up, Flame had to acknowledge my existence. Damn it. No wonder she acted like that. Bayan, puzzled by his reaction, asked, "What's wrong?" Yuziel brushed it off. "Nothing, don't worry. Don't forget you owe me if I explain." She nodded. "Of course." He added, "I've got one small request. Turn my staff into a magic sword. Your kingdom's blacksmiths can do that, right?" Surprised, Bayan said, "But only low-tier mercenaries use those. A future mage like you, why?" Cutting her off, he said, "It's my style. You can't call that a flaw." Looking at her expectantly, he asked, "So, can you do it?" After a moment's thought, she replied confidently, "Obviously. That's easy for me." Best answer of the day. Yuziel, thrilled, cheeks flushing, thought, "Hell yeah." He began, "All right, I'll explain the first question." Pointing at the test, he said clearly, "You need to change your perspective." Confused, Bayan asked, "Change my perspective?" Yuziel knew her weakness. Her magic was too mechanical, trapping her in rigid thinking. In the novel, she only realized this in her second year after losing to Flame. I doubt I can make her see it now, but I hope to nudge her the right way. So what I need to do is, he continued, "Do you know what a nonsense riddle is?" Before this question, Bayan was a bit taken aback, then quickly responded, "A riddle? I think I've heard of it." The male lead continued, "All right, let's try an example. What's between a knee and a knee?" Right away, she propped her chin on her hand, racking her brain, and answered, "The inside of the knee, right?" The male lead casually replied, "Nope, you got it wrong." Bayan, still confused, asked, "Huh? Why's that?" He emphasized the question again. "I'm asking which letter is between the word knee and the word knee. Got it now, right?" Realizing she'd been tricked, Bayan was furious. Meanwhile, Yuziel, seeing her fuming, got a bit nervous and said, "Whoa, easy. Don't glare at me like that. Just calm down, sit, and check out this question. It's got its own tricks and patterns you haven't figured out yet. What I mean is, when you face a problem, you need to tackle it more creatively. But can you do that just with your own creativity?" Bayan fell silent, feeling ashamed, and replied, "No, that's impossible." At this, the male lead let out a relieved sigh, smiling as he continued, "Exactly. While understanding spells and how to use them is crucial, for a mage, the most important thing is how you view the world. Magic is unpredictable, even with the smallest changes. But you're only thinking about what you've seen or read in books. That's all theoretical, not practical. Spells aren't just about memorizing and casting them. You might be better than me at analysis and evaluation, but you're missing the most critical thing for a mage, creativity." After Yuziel's long analysis, Bayan grew quiet, reflecting on his words, unable to deny them or hold back her emotions. Her hands trembled. She was in a state of deep despair. Seeing her serious expression, the male lead, now sweating, scratched his head awkwardly and said, You get what I'm saying, right? It might sound a bit complicated and abstract." Bayan confidently replied, "Of course I understand." The male lead gave a sheepish grin, thinking, "Man, that's rich. I don't even know what the heck I just said." He got serious again and said, "I'm glad you get it. Ready to start? Here's a riddle. What does a man say to his horse when he takes it to bed?" Bayan, a bit flustered, put her hand on her chin, thinking, "What does a man say to his horse when he takes it to bed?" After struggling, she sadly admitted, "I don't know." The male lead answered, "It's simple. Time to go to bed." Then he rolled out more riddles. Why don't they work harder? No idea, because they're always lying down on the job. What happens when scissors, rock, and paper join a race? I don't know either. My answer, rock rolls, but scissors and paper can't move. Their shapes don't let them. At this point, he glanced at Bayan, not daring to say more. Her whole body was trembling, clearly beating herself up. She was so frustrated, her brows furrowed, teeth grinding. Seeing her like this, the male lead got goosebumps, thinking, "Whoa, what's this? She looks like she's about to lose it." Mustering his courage, he asked another riddle. "So, what does a cloud say to the sea? What does a cloud say to the sea when it rains?" Bayan focused hard, calming herself, thinking, "Come on, You got this. Stay cool. After some internal struggle, she hesitantly answered, I'm falling into the sea. To her surprise, the male lead exclaimed, Whoa, you got it right. Finally, she answered one correctly and was recognized for it. Overwhelmed with joy, it showed all over her face. Bayan beamed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her reaction caught him off guard. It was the first time he'd seen her smile, in game or in real life. The male lead, sharing her joy, grinned proudly and said, Just as I'd expect from a princess. Your creativity's on a whole other level. Blushing at the flattery, she tried to play it cool, saying, All right, enough. What's the next question? The male lead smirked and said, That's the spirit, huh? Here's the next one. And so, they kept chatting until it was pitch dark. Outside the school courtyard, a few students lingered, chattering away. By then, the male lead was heading home alone, looking exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes. He sighed, thinking, God, I'm an idiot. I spent 3 whole hours throwing silly riddles at Bayan to challenge her. I don't even care if she remembers what I said. Speaking of Bayan, she's got the potential to be an amazing witch with that brilliant mind. But her weakness is thinking too rigidly. If I wanted to poke at that flaw to mess with her, even though she's a villain, why do I feel so guilty? Whatever, I need to focus on forging Terry Vaughn into a magic sword. I've got to step it up. Man, it's not like the old me who could do everything on my own. Ugh, why overthink it? I should just grab the books I need for the next class. A bit later, he arrived somewhere, looking around for something, muttering, No, it's got to be around here, right? I didn't remember it wrong, did I? Then his eyes lit up, and he shouted, There they are, the shoes. This is the place. Before him stood a rather old and dilapidated house. Inside, everything was covered in dust and cobwebs. Stepping in and taking in the scene, he thought, Man, this place is falling apart. Looking at the shopkeeper, he mused, But I know one thing. The owner of this bookstore has a weird habit of pretending to sleep while secretly watching customers. If I'm not mistaken, this no-name shop holds Mila's notebook. She was the top graduate of Stella Academy 10 years ago. Back in my old world, I could have just clicked a mouse to check it out, but here, you need the actual book to learn. Plus, the books you study affect your leveling speed. At first, I bought books from famous bookstores, but then I realized the good ones are hidden in unmarked, obscure shops like this. With that thought, he ventured deeper into the store, starting his search. As he moved, he grinned to himself, thinking, Studying magical engineering with Mila's notes? That's a guaranteed A+. Sure, wearing crested glasses would get me decent grades, but I might uncover some secret formula. Suddenly, something caught his eye, a green book tucked away in a corner of the shelf. He exclaimed, That's what I'm looking for. As he reached for it, another hand reached for the same book at the same time. Their eyes locked. Surprised, he blurted out, Asel? She looked confused and replied, Wait, how do you know me? Come on, you're famous, the male lead answered. Then it dawned on her. He continued, Oh right, you're in the supplementary group too. Your name's Yuziel, isn't it? Hearing this, he felt a pang of disappointment, thinking, Ugh, she doesn't remember meeting me before we got to the academy? Asel went on, I really liked that debate you did. Just a shame you couldn't explain all the answers. He suddenly recalled that Asel also struggled with those riddles. She added, Anyway, nice to see you, before turning away coldly. Her attitude caught him off guard. But the pressing matter was, lucky me, the book's still here. He grabbed it and glanced at Asel, wondering, why is she here? She was browsing books but seemed hesitant to buy, carefully checking prices. After looking at one, she sighed in frustration and put it back. Yuziel caught this and pieced it together. That's why? This shop sells used books, so it attracts poor students like me. Someone like Asel, from a fallen noble family who's lost everything, can only shop here. Her father was probably killed by the dark mages. He felt a twinge of pity. It's sad, really. A princess like her, stuck buying used books and checking prices because she can't afford them. Plus, in the original novel, Asel has a tragic ending. She dies even before Flame, the main character in this world. She's probably the unluckiest character in the game. With that, he found the books he wanted, thick and heavy ones. He placed them in front of the shopkeeper and said, I'll take these. At the same time, Asel reached the counter. Seeing the stack of books he'd chosen, she looked envious. She hadn't expected him to buy so many. Even the shopkeeper was surprised, asking, "All of these?" The male lead just nodded, glancing at Asel. She looked a bit melancholic. He asked, "You okay?" She replied indifferently, "You seem. You picked some great books." He was thrown off, thinking, was she about to roast me? Then he responded, "Which ones?" Asel continued, "All of them. Why are you reading about advanced sealing theory? Sealing's an ancient art that requires artifacts. Nowadays, with alchemists and magical engineers so advanced, hardly anyone uses it." He replied, "Oh, this book? Yeah, it's pretty useless." Thinking he must be crazy for picking it, she said curiously, "So you know that?" He casually answered, "Yup, that's why I got it." Her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "What?" Hugging his stack of books, he smirked and said, "Because everyone thinks like you. This class isn't easy. Catch you later, bye." As he walked away, he thought smugly, Asel's right. Nobody wants to take sealing theory. But that's exactly why it'll take less time and be easier to ace than other classes. With these books, this semester's gonna be a breeze. He left Asel standing there, stunned. She was puzzled. She wanted to ask more, but was too proud to speak up. The scene shifts to the next day at Stella Academy, where Asel nervously walked down the hallway. It was her first void theory class, her first lesson since enrolling. She thought, this class is supposed to be an EA system. Arriving at the classroom, she found many students already there. As she sat in an empty seat, she overheard nearby classmates. "Hey, you're taking void theory too?" "Yeah, but I think I'm screwed. I signed up because everyone said it's easy, but word spread. All the smart kids are in this class. We're toast." Asel sighed, thinking, "Oh well, I'll just have to try harder in other classes." After the lesson ended, everyone shuffled out, looking exhausted and grumbling. "Ugh, my butt's numb from sitting. I'm starving. What's for lunch? Let's hit the cafeteria and figure it out." Asel walked alone, trailing behind, feeling dejected. She thought, damn it, how am I supposed to get a scholarship with this class's competition? Her stomach growled loudly. Holding her wallet, she hesitated. Maybe I should eat first. Let's see. I've only got 60 meal vouchers left, so I'll grab a sandwich today. Her eyes suddenly widened in shock. On her way to the cafeteria, she passed a room and spotted a familiar figure, Yuziel, sitting there. At first, Asel wondered, what's he doing here? But when she saw the professor lecturing, she realized this was the class Yuziel had signed up for. Oddly, the class had very few students, and they all seemed to be underachievers. This professor's probably on the verge of getting fired, she thought. Then it hit her. If she took this class too, she could score high grades without much effort, saving energy for other subjects and maybe even securing a scholarship. Wait, does Yuziel already know this class is an easy A? No way. Did he plan out which classes to take for a smooth ride? No, that's impossible. What am I even thinking? It's probably just a coincidence. With that, she left. The scene shifts to the next morning, with the sun high in the sky. In a corner of the academy, students were attentively listening to a lecture. The professor said, "Surely you all know the origin of magic. The creator mage, White Robe Mage, spread magic across the world. Humans and other races learned to wield it." This was Professor Ludin, an expert on divine artifacts, who continued. He taught the elves natural magic, dwarves material magic, and humans elemental magic. Then, he ascended to the heavens, blah blah blah. What followed was an abstract and confusing lecture. The male lead listened, baffled, thinking, damn, how am I supposed to survive 3 years of this? In the game, I could have skipped all this with a single button. But this class might actually be important. It could reveal the true ending. Of course, that's just my guess. Suddenly, he noticed someone familiar sitting nearby. Turning, he thought in surprise, Asel's in this class too? I don't recall any main characters taking this class who were connected to me. Meanwhile, the professor continued passionately. Human curiosity didn't stop at elemental magic. Mages traveled the world, secretly learning the magic of other races. Still, they weren't satisfied and couldn't learn more. The creator mage left behind the 12 divine artifacts and vanished without a trace. Anyone know about the 12 divine artifacts? A clear voice spoke up. They're said to be guardians that maintain the balance of power on the continent. It was none other than Asel. She added, I heard they're hidden across the continent and carried that mission until 1,000 years ago. The professor, impressed by her answer, continued, exactly. They hold special powers to protect the continent. For example, the divine artifact of summer, the sixth artifact, Red Summer, bears a blazing red flame. They say that flame never dies. If you go to the depths of the Alaman Sea, you'll still see it burning. Curious students can check it out. The male lead, hearing this, thought he must have misheard, shivering as he mused. What the hell? Is he joking? If a living creature enters the Sea King Alaman's territory, they die instantly. Up at the podium, the professor went on, there's Luvine Shore, a massive whirlpool in the ocean, frozen by the 12th artifact, Green Winter. Each divine artifact has its own power, but true magic happens when they combine. A student below asked, what's that magic, sir? The professor grew solemn and replied, well, no one knows. They've been dormant for 1,000 years. The male lead felt the professor was onto something, thinking, at least in the game, I encountered a few divine artifacts. I saw 5 during limited time events, piecing together info from other players. No gamer's seen more than me. If I'm right, the 12 divine artifacts are tied to the true ending. No one's found it in 10 years. The answer must lie in unknown content. I only saw 5 artifacts after risking my life multiple times. If I want to see the true ending, I guess I'll have to start from scratch. Meanwhile, in an outdoor class, a massive fireball hurtled toward a dummy. A green-haired woman in a red dress stood in the center, saying, power isn't everything. No matter how strong your attack, it's useless if it misses the target. This was Professor Yuziel, teaching the fire class. As she walked, observing students apply theory to practice, she sensed something coming. Suddenly, a huge fiery surge shot toward the dummy. Then, boom, 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 a massive explosion erupted. The professor, initially pleased with the power's source, was stunned when the smoke cleared. Despite the blast, the dummy stood unscathed. Professor Yuziel, disappointed, exclaimed, that was poor, Bayan. Hearing this, Bayan trembled with frustration. Bayan sat down on a bench, her eyes betraying deep disappointment. She thought to herself, I've let Mother down again. She must be so disappointed. Suddenly, a voice called out, Princess. Looking up, she saw a cute girl with red hair tied in twin braids. It was Fo-Ma-Ke, who smiled brightly and asked, are you okay? Sitting beside Bayan, she continued, don't be sad. You looked amazing out there, Princess. Bayan responded indifferently, what do you mean? If someone used magic like mine but way stronger, what's the point? I didn't even hit the target. The girl replied, but your magic was incredible. Super cool, honestly. I've known about you since I was a kid. Bayan realized this girl, Wang, was also a fire mage like her. She vaguely recalled hearing about a rumored fire magic prodigy. Even so, her magic's nothing compared to mine, Bayan thought, then said aloud, your accuracy is impressive. Wang blushed and replied, but if you practiced more, I couldn't possibly compare, Princess. Bayan stood up abruptly and said, that's only enough for the week. Anyway, talking to you made me feel better. But, with that, she walked off, leaving the braided girl sitting there, stunned. The scene shifts to a tidy, well-kept castle. Bayan was there, looking exhausted. A voice spoke up, Princess. A strong, dignified woman stood behind her. It was Ye Terran, Bayan's personal guard. Welcome back, Your Highness, she said, adding, some warm tea and snacks have been prepared. Bayan replied, thanks. Ye Terran continued, regarding the wand appearance adjustment you tasked me with, since the wand is of high quality, they say it can be crafted into a high-grade magic sword. Bayan, nibbling on a snack, asked skeptically, really? Ye Terran hesitated. However, there's a concern. Bayan, surprised, asked, what concern? Ye Terran stammered, I heard it constantly drains mana from its owner. Bayan, shocked, stood up and spun around, exclaiming, what? Isn't that a dark artifact? Ye Terran clarified, not exactly. It resonates with natural energy. Bayan, utterly confused, muttered, no way. Something that drains its owner's mana can resonate with natural energy? Then why is the wand only mid-tier? Ye Terran explained, that's exactly why it's mid-tier. What do you think, Your Highness? Its core ability is to greatly enhance the user's mana, making it stronger or even high tier. But because it only absorbs and doesn't release, it's downgraded to mid-tier. Bayan, losing her composure, jumped up and shouted, "What? High tier? How could a student use it?" Even Yaterin was surprised by her reaction. Still rattled, Bayan clutched her head and continued, "I know it doesn't resonate with everyone at first, but I didn't think anyone would use it unless they had an insane amount of mana or none at all. I don't get it. Any normal person would know that." After her long rant, her throat felt dry. She sipped some hot tea to soothe it, then added, "But whoever they are, they're definitely special." The scene shifts to a few days later, at the start of the new semester. In a classroom, a professor was passionately lecturing. "For you students, attack magic requires more understanding than any other type." Our male lead, Yuziel, was listening attentively in this class, taught by Professor Carliam, a bald mana guidance instructor. He continued, "That's why mana guidance is mandatory. From now on, in your duels, you'll focus on casting and aiming accurately." Asel was also in this class, listening intently. Up at the podium, the professor went on. "Casting means releasing magic from the caster's body. Aiming means targeting a stationary object. Now, let's discuss trajectory formulas. From 760 meters north, if Kyolsu moves south at 12.6 meters per second, what's the appropriate trajectory and predicted distance Yongi needs for water-based magic?" The classroom fell silent. Below, two students whispered. One said, "For attributes, what about water?" The other cautioned, "If you're not a water specialist, don't answer." Is the professor? A few days later, to gather materials for the practical exam, Yuziel arrived at the Durably Grand Arena via a teleportation gate. Stepping out, he clutched his head, wincing. "The gate's handy, but it makes me dizzy." "My poor head." A cheerful voice greeted him. "Welcome, Mage Yuziel. It's an honor to have you at Durably." It was a warm welcome from a staff member. Yuziel, embarrassed, replied, "I'm not a full mage yet, just a student." The staff smiled. "As a Stella student, you get the same privileges as a full mage." Hearing Stella, nearby students buzzed. "Look, a Stella student." "Really? First time seeing their uniform. So jealous, it's super cool." The staff added, "What do you think? Need any help? Just let me know." Yuziel grinned. "Thanks a lot." As he walked inside, he thought, "With a Stella pass and pocket watch, I'm treated like a full mage anywhere. Stella's awesome. Plus, free teleportation gates, normally 100,000 credits. Lucky me. I've been visiting nearby cities every weekend, and it's exactly like this world." Venturing deep into the forest, he scanned his surroundings, muttering, "This should be the spot." Today's target, fire lizards, tier 2 monsters. Slightly stronger and tougher than regular beasts, but their magic defense and speed are formidable. Need tier 2 magic or higher to take them down. He added, "I've hunted tier 1 monsters before, no big deal, so tier 2 should be fine." Soon, he sensed their presence nearby. Channeling mana, he transformed his staff into a sharp sword, thinking, "Here they come." Standing alone, he focused intently. Across from him, a pair of glowing red eyes locked onto him, ravenous. The fire lizard charged, but Yuziel was no pushover. With sharp instincts, he spotted the enemy instantly. Without wasting a move, he spun and struck a fatal blow. The lizard, dead before it knew what hit it, collapsed in a pool of blood. Yuziel gave it a cold glance. Not bad. One down in a flash. He shouted, "One done. Any more want to join my team? I'll take you all." Suddenly, he froze, stunned by the sight. Several fire lizards crawled closer, all fresh and lively. Yuziel smirked. Time to collect materials. He charged, attacking fiercely. The results exceeded expectations. On exam day, Asel gasped. Eyes wide, so fresh. Yuziel, unfazed, said, "Obviously. Who do you think I am?" "Heh," Asel teased. "All right, don't overdo it. You've got a knack for picking materials." Yuziel shot back. "Know it, then shut it." Asel, excited, said, "Good. Now we just combine them. Let's do this." The group's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Professor Maen Tyrant spoke. "Everyone ready?" Beside her stood 3 alchemists who'd judged today's exam. She continued, "As announced, this test is under the Alchemists Guild's supervision. Perform well, and your alchemy path will open wide. Let's begin. Today's task, Tyrant Type B Supplement Potion. Yuziel's group froze, stunned. What the? Is she screwing us over? Mazen asked. Have you prepared your materials? Asel, panicked, said. Sorry, Professor, we thought it was D Vitality Fortis. Mazen smirked. True, but I announced the change to Tyrant Supplement Potion, didn't I? The truth was, the whole class knew, except Yuziel's group, left in the dark. Frustration and betrayal surged. Yuziel thought, she's playing dirty. I'm fine, but if my group fails, it's bad. Was this in the original story? Flame glanced at Yuziel's group, feeling a pang of guilt before looking away. Her unease puzzled Yuziel. Flame thought, what's going on? Doesn't Yuziel know the original plot? Why didn't he stop this? Mazen said. Asel, did you prepare the wrong materials? Asel stammered. Well, Mazen snapped. An alchemist pursuing truth, mixing up materials and losing focus? Unacceptable. Smirking slyly, she added, looks like Group 12 is out. Yuziel raised his hand. Hold on. Making Tyrant Supplement Potions no big deal. Mazen, shocked, said what? Yuziel, brimming with confidence, declared, I'll make it with different materials, better than your recipe, my usual style. His arrogance infuriated Mazen, but she was powerless. She thought, Tyrant Supplement Potion needs italic spider shells for their nutrients. He's using fire lizard tails? Insane. Perfect chance to end his alchemy path publicly. Just wait, arrogant brat. Mazen announced, fine. You have 1 hour to complete the Tyrant Supplement Potion. Asel, staring at the lizard tails, panicked. Yuziel, are you crazy? What can these do? Yuziel grinned awkwardly. We're in deep, so we go all in. Trust me and follow my lead. Better to try than get eliminated. Maybe luck's on our side. His words rallied the group, who cheered. I'm in. Let's try. We'll make them see. They dove into the task. Yuziel said, all right, listen up, here's the plan. Reflecting on it, alchemy was the field Yuziel excelled at most in conquering the game world. He meticulously recorded every recipe, down to the smallest detail. The Tyrant Type B Supplement Potion recipe was no exception. Initially, he hadn't planned to use it, as it was something the future Mazen Tyrant painstakingly researched and invented. With confidence, Yuziel said, italic spider shells are nutrient-rich because they're vital for reproduction. Fire lizard tails have a similar organ. Pointing to a spot on the tail, he continued, this is the blood vessel. See it? I heard the Alacer tribe in the southern desert uses fire lizard blood vessels to boost their chieftain's health. They live long, so these can replace italic shells. Milion raised a hand. I know a bit about the Alacer tribe's material processing techniques. Should I handle this part? Yuziel grinned. Sure, that's perfect. Now, this mistletoe needs to be dried using the desert's special method. Anyone know how? Kasahun replied. Solar drying, right? I learned it from my dad. With this amount of blood vessels, I can dry it in 5 minutes. Before he finished, Asel volunteered. I'll take care of the next step. Yuziel smiled. Thanks, you're on. The group dove in, working seriously and diligently. Each handled their task, giving their all, knowing this was their only shot. No one could afford to fail. Watching their effort, Yuziel smiled, thinking, they're pretty great. This is beyond my expectations. He said, let's mix it according to my instructions. Go for it. Moments later, Mazen Tyrant froze, eyes wide, stunned by the potion Yuziel's group produced. Yuziel, confident, said, Professor, here's our Tyrant Type B Supplement Potion. Please check it. The other alchemists, witnessing it, couldn't believe it, thinking, unbelievable. These kids did this. Though the exact results were unclear, Mazen fumed. Ridiculous. Even I took years to develop the Tyrant Supplement Potion. How did these kids pull it off so easily? One alchemist, curious, said, let me test it first. Absorbing the potion's energy, she felt its power and gasped. In all my years, I've never seen such a marvel. Another alchemist asked, what are you doing? Regaining composure, she said. There are some flaws, and materials were wasted, but the effect surpasses my Tyrant Supplement Potion. The group's eyes lit up like headlights, thrilled by the unexpected success. Luck had smiled on them. The other alchemists tested it, praising, outstanding. You young folks bring fresh knowledge. But one person was livid. Damn it. Maisen's face twisted in frustration. Poor her, but oh well, huh? Maisen snapped. Let me see it. I'll verify it myself. Holding the group's potion, she was floored. She thought, this can't be wrong. This potion uses my technique to convert monster nutrients into human energy. A perfect tyrant supplement potion. How did they make a better version so quickly? This is absurd. But then she schemed. Whatever, I'm the greater. Hee hee, I'll fail them for missing materials right here. But life isn't that easy. Her plans crumbled when another alchemist said, A+4 group, 12 seems too low. Don't you think, Professor Maisen? Maisen thought, damn those old geezers. Gritting her teeth, she conceded, Group 12 passes. The group erupted from nervous anticipation to joy. Hell yeah, we did it. Pepsi, we nailed it. They aced the practical. But someone was probably having a heart attack. Damn it. Maisen's face contorted, thinking, I'll deal with you later, Beck Yuziel. Just wait. Her dark magic corruption rate was rising. Days later, at the Class S training ground, students practiced diligently. Flame, exhausted, said, Ugh, finally done. But I've still got classes, tiring as hell. Suddenly, her eyes widened. From afar, she heard, It's okay, He-Won Riang. You did great. You're still better than the princess. Don't cry. Following the voices, Flame saw a group comforting He-Won Riang, a red-haired girl. Flame thought, that girl's a fire magic prodigy. But she said his progress is terrifying. I've trained for years, yet the princess might soon surpass my control. Overhearing this, Flame was shocked. Yuziel's control was supposed to develop in year 2. How's he doing it in year 1? Is it because of him? Recalling the alchemy practical, she found it odd. The Tyrant Type B supplement potion recipe was Asel's future discovery, stolen and refined by Maisen. Yet Yuziel knew a recipe not in the original story. This wasn't in the plot. Wait, he knows future info, but not the original story's details. Is he not a transmigrator, but a regressor? That explains everything. If Yuziel's from the future, he'd know future knowledge, but not every minor event tied to Asel. Flame speculated. In the original, Maisen also regressed once. The 11th moon, a unique entity controlling time. That power's terrifying. Lost in thought, a voice interrupted. What's up, Flame? It was He-Won Riang. Flame ran over. Perfect timing. You know Yuziel, right? What's your impression of him? Surprised, He-Won Riang said. What do you mean? He's just a bit unique. Flame pressed. Nothing else? No other feelings. He-Won Riang shrugged. Nope. Flame, disappointed, palmed her forehead. Ugh, really? He-Won Riang asked. Flame, what's your deal with Yuziel? Flame admitted. Well, kinda. She thought. Yuziel's like me, knowing the original plot. Muttering, but this won't do. I can't stay stuck. He-Won Riang, confused, asked, What's that mean? Flame replied, I mean standing still isn't my style. Since we're talking about Yuziel, maybe I should meet him and spill everything? He-Won Riang froze, baffled. Spill everything? Flame's words left He-Won Riang stunned, frozen for a few seconds, speechless. As she walked away, she waved. Thanks for listening. I'm off, leaving him with a whirlwind of questions. His eyes clouded with a hint of sadness as he watched her fade into the distance, his hand slowly dropping. Flame's words echoed in his mind. Confess what? Does Flame have feelings for Yuziel? Damn it, this is driving me nuts. A long day passed. The next morning, Yuziel sat alone, sipping bitter coffee, lost in thought. He sighed, what now? Maisen Tyran's dark magic corruption is at 37%. Less than 3 months until that event. Her corruption could randomly affect a student, maybe Flame's friends like Jackie, Ars Huang, Bayan's loyal knight, or even He-Won Riang, heir to the Shadow Moon Tower. If He-Won Riang gets corrupted, it's a disaster. Though unlikely, his corruption would be the worst outcome. Gotta be extra careful. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Flame stood before him, visibly annoyed. She spoke first. What are you doing? Yuziel, flustered, replied, Doing what? Flame pressed. You didn't answer my question about your identity last time. Yuziel thought, that question? You're putting me on the spot. How do I explain? It's a long story. Should I just tell Flame the truth? Maybe it'll lead to something better. All or nothing. Let's try. He started. But before he could finish, system alerts flooded in. Warning. insufficient plot power. Warning: do not reveal transmigration identity to this character. Warning: do not share known information with this character. The barrage of alerts startled him. Exhausted, he thought, "Damn, this is maddening. What the hell?" He said, "Let's do this. Everyone has secrets, so we'll share half-truths." "Sound good." Flame nodded. "Fine, I'm in." Relieved, Yuziel thought, "Phew, if Flame pushed harder, I'd be screwed." She went first. "Do you know the future?" Yuziel, briefly hopeful, grimaced. "Half-truths, and you go straight for that?" He countered, "You're asking like you know it too, right? Why were you at this school?" Flame was blunt, "To stop the world from ending. It's in danger." Yuziel sighed, thinking, "Good. True or not, I don't want the world to end either." Flame continued, "My turn. Why do you act like that?" Yuziel thought, "Act how? I don't get it. Let's dodge." He replied, "No reason. I just do what I think is right." Thinking, that should do it. But Flame snapped, "Damn it, don't lie. Why are you so kind? You've got some goal, right?" Flustered, Yuziel said, "No, really. It's not what you think." "Well, who doesn't want something? Honestly, I'm not sure." Flame, frustrated, said, "What? Not sure?" Yuziel added, "Yeah, I just want to survive." Shocked, Flame froze. "Survive?" Feeling tactless for pressing, she stammered, "Guess so. Sorry, my bad." Yuziel, confused, said, "What?" "That's it." Tears in her eyes, Flame turned away. "I'm going. See you later." Yuziel was floored. "What the hell? I didn't even ask anything. Why's she crying?" "I didn't do anything." Suddenly, a furious voice roared, "Yuziel!" A chill ran down his spine. Oh crap. It was He-Won Riang, eyes like daggers, radiating menace. Without preamble, he shouted, "Damn it, answer. Why's Flame crying? Lie and you're done." Terrified by his fury, Yuziel thought, "Holy crap. A glare from the strongest character's rival is chilling. Now I remember, He-Won Riang has a one-sided crush on Flame. I'm screwed. But I didn't do anything. A misunderstanding's trouble. I gotta clear this up." He said, "There's nothing shady with me and Flame." "Why were you asking?" He-Won Riang frowned. "You expect me to believe that? Believe it or not, you better believe there's nothing." "Got it." Yuziel awkwardly said, all right. Nothing shady, I swear." He-Won Riang, pensive, suddenly looked down. "Is that so? My bad, sorry." His apology sent shivers through Yuziel, who stammered, No problem. I'm off." He-Won Riang walked away. Yuziel sighed, relieved, thinking, what was that? So unlike him. He-Won Riang, always cold and rational, acting unstable. I'm getting bad vibes. That evening, Asel closed her book, exhausted. Damn, why can't I focus today? She recalled her talk with Yuziel in the lab. Yuziel, about that recipe, did you come up with it on the spot? He'd said, something like that. She'd been shocked. I thought I was a genius, unbeatable. Guess not. Snapping back, Asel gasped. What? What's wrong with me? How can I avenge my father like this? Those who framed him as a traitor, driving him to death. The vile, despicable Adalovit family. I can't just be this weak to take revenge. Damn it. Calming herself, she vowed, no, I can't give up. I have to try harder. One day I'll do it. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window onto Flame's bed. She woke, but lingered lazily, reluctant to get up. She thought, I chose a 4-person room for the lively vibe. Should have picked a solo Class S room. She'd picked the shared room for fun and socializing, but now regretted it. Flame muttered. Yuziel said he doesn't know his purpose. No doubt, he's a regressor. I recall in the original story's end, the 11th moon told my Yuziel, I can send you back in time, but you'll lose most memories and recollections of that period. After completing your mission, you'll vanish from this world. No one, not friends, not loved ones, will remember you saved it. Will you sacrifice to start over? My Yuziel had replied. If that's my fate, I'll save the world again. But Asel, desperate, interjected. Wait. I'd rather see the world end than live without you. Let's go together. Her plea melted my Yuziel's icy heart, making him abandon regression. Ultimately, the world was destroyed, ending tragically. Sitting up, Flame thought. If this world differs from the original, and my Yuziel doesn't know Yuziel regressed via the 11th moon, then after his mission, he'll vanish. No one will know he existed. With most memories gone, driven only by duty, he just wants to survive. As a regressor, his courage must be his sole shield against erasure. Flame reflected, he could have run. But with his mission, Yuziel returned to save the world, knowing death awaits. Despite fear, he accepted it. I shouldn't doubt him anymore. We share the same goal. I'll help him save this world. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed. Jackie burst in, panicking. Flame. Lord, He-Won Riang's looking for you. He's waiting on the dorm's first floor. Flame flopped back, feigning exhaustion. Tell him I'm not here. Say I'm sleeping. Jackie hesitated, but Flame cut her off. I don't care. Just say that. I want to sleep. Don't bother me. Jackie relented, but envy flickered. She was jealous of the attention Flame got, but didn't cherish. She hurried to the first floor. Outside, He-Won Riang stood, eyes tinged with the sorrow of unrequited love. Jackie called, Lord He-Won Riang. He perked up, but seeing Jackie, his face fell. The one he wanted didn't show. Instead, a stranger did. His cold demeanor embarrassed Jackie. Her eyes sparkled with budding one-sided love, but he said icily, Who are you? His words hit like a bucket of cold water, snapping her back to reality. Her heart shattered. Damn it. Seeing her silence, he asked, Where's Flame? Jackie replied, She's tired and sleeping. He thought, maybe she confessed to that loser and got rejected, so she's upset. What's he got that I don't? Coldly, he said, Got it. I'll come back later, and left, leaving Jackie staring blankly. Jackie, disappointed, thought, Why? I love him, but he doesn't even know my name. It's always like this. Everyone only notices Flame, her talent shining, basking in glory and affection. She's beautiful like an angel. Even He-Won Riang loves her secretly. I'm just a nobody. Life's so unfair. Jealousy surged. She clenched her fists, fuming. Damn, so frustrating. The next morning at Stella Academy's first main tower, a man spoke. I heard Professor Maen Tyran was humiliated by a student. Maen Tyran bit her lip. I'm sorry. I'm useless. I have no excuse. The man turned. You know I have high hopes for you, right? It was Vice Principal Aki Hayden. He continued. By the way, how's the alchemy magic fusion research with the Shadow Moon sex doctors going? Maen Tyran, confident, said, Very well. I won't let you down. Aki Hayden patted her shoulder, whispering, Good. I trust only you. She replied, Yes, leave it to me. I'll go now. After she left, Aki Hayden sneered. Stupid, brainless, pathetic fool. She doesn't know she's being used. Even if she did, she wouldn't care. She craves status and honor, blinded by it. Hilarious that a mage researching anti-dark magic works for dark magic. Haha, I can't wait for the alchemy magic fusion to be complete. Elsewhere, a slender figure struggled under a towering stack of documents, trembling. Bystanders ignored her. Suddenly, a kind soul approached, Yuziel. He grinned. Teaching assistant, you okay? Let me help. With his aid, the documents reached Professor Maen Tyran's office. The assistant sighed. Thanks. Without you, I'd get scolded again. Yuziel smiled. No big deal. Small stuff. Seizing the chance, Yuziel glanced around. The room was a mess. Crumpled papers everywhere, from desk to floor. He thought, total chaos. His eyes lit up, fixed on a board. Whoa, what's that? The assistant explained. Oh, that's the formula Professor Maen Tyran's researching with other doctors. Something called random spatial transposition calculus. Yuziel jolted. Random spatial transposition? That's the first formula for alchemy magic fusion. In Maen Tyran's corruption arc, dark mages complete it with her, causing massive destruction, engulfing the world in flames. A flower of hope blooms on Inthara's barren land. If she cracks this before the dark mages, what then? He thought. She's the only light in the darkness. With her genius and brilliant ideas, she created items dark mages couldn't dream of. An idea sparked, and he said, Assistant Alterisha. She started, Huh? Want some coffee? Yuziel laughed. No, not that. Professor Maen Tyran's a pain, right? If there's a way to get satisfying revenge, would you try it? Alterisha, flustered, said, I'm just a lowly assistant. How could I help with revenge? If I'm not careful, I could get fired, end up homeless, and then what? Yuziel pressed, So what? Got any ideas? You could become an alchemist greater than Professor Maen. Altarisha, stunned, said, "What?" Yuziel continued. "Then no one would dare look down on you." His words sparked hope in her. She murmured, "If only." As Yuziel predicted, Altarisha was fed up with her job, tired of tending to Maen in a dusty room. Her long-held dream was to become an alchemist, creating groundbreaking inventions. She had the talent. Later, Altarisha would become a legendary alchemist with genius intellect and remarkable creations, deserving of the best. For now, harsh reality forced her to shelve that dream, but Yuziel thought, "I'll help her achieve it soon." After the first preliminary exam at Stella, Yuziel visited Altarisha, offering a few suggestions. She caught on quickly, excitedly saying, "Oh, you think so too? I thought about adding a color-changing button to the magic pen, plus an eraser. Like a mechanical pencil, super convenient." Yuziel, pleased, thought, "Great. Altarisha's invention is progressing, but the core formula's still missing. I need to guide her to surpass my Yuziel." Not easy. As Yuziel strolled out, a snarky voice called, "Hey, what's with that dazed walk? You'll bump into someone." It was Flame passing by. Yuziel, arms crossed, puzzled, said, "Huh? Who are you calling that?" Flame shot back, "Who else but you, Grandpa? Playing dumb or just clueless?" Yuziel, speechless, thought, "Damn, so tiring. I never mentioned my age, did I? At least she's talking to me more now." He said, "Anyway, perfect timing. I've got something important. Remember your roommate, Jackie?" At Jackie's name, Flame's face soured, and she snapped, "That's illegal." Yuziel, startled, jumped back. "Whoa, what are you thinking? I haven't said anything. I mean, keep an eye on her. Jackie's not in a good state." He thought, "If Jackie gets corrupted by dark magic, she'll be unstable." Flame replied, "I don't know, but we're hunting this weekend. I'll check then." Yuziel said, "Thanks." But he thought, hunting? It's hunting season, targeting Martivis Graveyard. Chapter 4 start. Main characters like my Yuziel, Asel, and Flame are involved, even facing a Tier 5 necromancer. I won't interfere, but grabbing the hidden reward could help secure a familia contract. Hours later, Yuziel visited Professor Lee for an outing permit. Lee, holding the form, said, "Training? But you can't learn swordsmanship or knight's way in chat." Yuziel froze, unsure how to respond. Spotting my Yuziel's outing form, he thought, "As expected, they're hunting, matching my memories perfectly." He persuaded, "Sir, lots of people are hunting lately." Lee replied, "Seems they're heading to Martivis Graveyard for club activities, probably treasure hunting. My Yuziel and he Won Riang are diligent. My Yuziel's visiting her family, and he Won Riang's with Flame." Yuziel, shocked, said, "What? Without my Yuziel, we can't beat the necromancer. Why's she going home? This lineup can't handle a Tier 5 necromancer. What now? I can't request help without proof, and the plot won't let me spill everything. But I won't let this happen." Days later, at Martivis Graveyard, a male student defeated a giant fish, now writhing on the ground. It was second-year Do Kielwang. He cheered, "Hell yeah, Tier 2 threat. No match. Predator fish is tough, though." A grumpy voice snapped, "Hey, dumbass. Don't screw this up. You listening to the captain?" It was second-year Kashif Derek. Do Kielwang scratched his head, grinning. Hee, my bad." Kashif fumed. "Damn, this idiot's still laughing?" A girl called from afar, "Forget it. Save your breath." It was second-year Bandian. She turned to Asel. "Don't mind them. Ignore him." Asel replied, "Yes, ma'am." Kashif spun around. "I heard that. Got a problem? Too loud. Watch your mouth in front of freshmen." Asel thought, "I joined the club for an open spot. Good thing they're not bad people." Lost in thought, the captain shouted, "Asel, let's go." She responded, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from afar. The group froze, looking toward the sound. "What's that? A fight nearby?" Bandian asked. "If it's a hunting overlap, should we greet them, Captain?" Kashif, dazed, said, Yeah." With that, the team marched toward the noise. Asel's eyes widened, spotting Yuziel, Flame, and an unfamiliar group in the distance. The group was arguing. Bayan shouted, "I clearly took down the giant piranha first." Flame retorted, "Nonsense. It was in our hunting zone, so it's ours." Before Asel lay the dead giant piranha. She thought, A giant piranha? A rare tier 3 monster. They're fighting over the loot. Getting involved will only cause trouble. Plus, I don't want to face the sister of my father's killer. I need to get out of here. Suddenly, a voice chimed in. Hey, juniors, what's the issue? Spill it to your senior. It was Kashif Derek, approaching cheerfully. Hong Bayan and Flame snapped in unison. Shut up and get lost. Kashif, annoyed, said, talking to your senior like that? Hong Bayan shot back. Act like a proper senior, then. The team captain, bewildered, stammered, what? Suddenly, a loud rumble shook the ground, and a mysterious energy surged. Flame thought, this energy, bad news. A skeletal hand burst from the ground. Everyone froze, eyes wide. Flame gasped, no way. Skeletons already. Countless dry corpses charged, their eerie wails echoing. Meanwhile, in another part of the graveyard marked, Do Not Enter Alone, Yuziel's system updated. Skill experience gained. Stats increased. He sighed. Why's my only magic flash of all things? Dead fish littered the ground. He muttered, about time, huh? Spotting tombstones, he said, found it. His expression darkened. I don't have my Yuziel's OP skills to wipe out skeleton armies or overwhelming power. I'll fight like a gamer. Chapter 4, Necromancer's Assault begins. The ground trembled. A bone general, a tier 2 sub-boss appearing thrice in this chapter, emerged swiftly. With glowing red eyes and grotesque teeth, it glared at Yuziel. He thought, with my current strength, facing it head-on is suicide. But that's not my plan. Grabbing its head, he punched hard. Get back down. Comic logic says you stand still during transformations or summons. But that doesn't mean I'll just wait. Completing the bone staff, he gained control of the bone general. Now the world's mine. Let's roll. Elsewhere, skeletons multiplied, surrounding the group. A chilling aura spread. Flame thought, I let my guard down. This is the Necromancer chapter. Damn, something's off. If I remember right, my Yuziel handles this. Why's Asel with this group? Where's my Yuziel? Am I stuck facing a tier 5 necromancer with them? Seeing Flame rattled, he won Riang reassured. I sent a distress signal to Stella via pocket watch. We just need to hold out. Do Keelwang added, yeah. Stall until the professors arrive. Even if we can't beat the necromancer, we'll escape. Hong Bayan snapped. No time for comfort. This is a graveyard. The longer we wait, the more skeletons come. We need to get to base. Jackie, terrified, backed away from the grotesque skeletons. Don't come closer. One lunged, jaws wide, ready to devour. A sudden force struck from behind, stopping it. Asel asked, you okay? Jackie stammered. Why yeah. Do Keelwang praised. Not bad. Freshman. Asel said. This necromancer's prepared. He's using an energy vessel, mana storage technique. Normally, tier 3 or 4 necromancers summon up to 15 skeletons. Controlling a whole area like this? He's no ordinary foe. Do Keelwang added. Skeletons are swarming here. This was planned. They want to kill us to make mage skeletons. Kashif Derek forced a laugh, thinking, as captain, I gotta show my strength. Wipe them out with powerful magic. But reality bit. A skeleton grabbed his leg. Pale, he gasped, oh crap. Before he could react, Do Keelwang charged, striking cleanly. Damn it. You're not escaping. But a hand appeared before Kashif. Unable to resist, he froze. Do Keelwang shouted, damn. They're casting a counterspell. Duck. A terrifying force formed, its oppressive pressure threatening to explode. Everyone panicked. Hong Bayan yelled, no. If that goes off, we're... Before she finished, boom. A massive explosion rocked the graveyard, leaving a giant crater. Many were injured, but luckily Flame was unharmed. Yet the necromancers kept charging relentlessly. Flame thought to herself, this is wrong. This is my limit. I'm exhausted, and things are looking bad. My mana is drained. No time to recover, and the enemy numbers are insane. A skeleton opened its jaw, roaring as it closed in. Flame, terrified and feeling faint, muttered. Oh crap. I'm done for. Gripping her staff tightly, she scanned the scene. Am I going to die here? But suddenly, the skeletons froze, as if under control. Flame couldn't believe her eyes. What's that? The skeletons stopped? What the hell is going on? In the distance, Yuziel's figure emerged, like a god descending to save the day. Flame was stunned. How is he here right now? Her eyes caught the skull in Yuziel's hand. That's a skeleton general. Way stronger than regular bone soldiers, usually escorted by elite ones. And he took it down alone? Unbelievable. Dope Keelwang came to. Thanks. You saved us. Yuziel brushed it off. No big deal. Asel asked. But how did you get the skeleton general's skull? Yuziel smirked. Scooped it from a bone stew. But he thought to himself. No need to mention I ambushed it at the summoning spot. His joke left Asel speechless. Yuziel stayed calm. Anyway, we need a new plan fast. If the necromancers directly control the skeletons and ignore the skeleton general, we're in trouble. Dope Keelwang asked. Kid, got any plans? Yuziel replied. On my way here, I saw the necromancers controlling things near their base. No way we're breaking through the encirclement. Our only shot is to hit their main body directly. The others were rattled by his boldness. Someone blurted, Hold up. Are you sane? Yuziel shrugged. Didn't we learn this in school? Necromancers control strong bone soldiers, but their main body's weak. Bayan fretted. But he's got a whole guard. Yuziel pressed. His control range is too wide. If we don't hit the main body, we're trapped. He thought to himself. The necromancer's guard has 1 skeleton general, 6 elite bone soldiers, and 50 regulars. The numbers will keep growing. Now's our only chance. But how do I convince them? Someone spoke up. He's a bit reckless, but when it comes to fighting and tactics, he's got more experience than us. Yuziel added. Honestly, in this mess, we can't break the encirclement. The necromancers won't expect us to hit their main body directly. The 2 seniors exchanged glances. It might be our only way to survive. No idea what you're banking on, but we can't split up. I'm in. Bayan cheered. All right, let's do it. Before the necromancers catch on, we've got a shot. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Martivis graveyard, a figure appeared. He spoke. Running into Stella's newbies here is my lucky day? Turn them into skeleton mages, and even the Dark Magic Alliance won't dare underestimate me. It was Sabe Hyuk, a level 5 necromancer from the Dark Tower. He laughed. 7 years of storing mana in my flask. 700 skeletons resting here. No one will underestimate me now. Heh. Suddenly, he froze. What's this? I've lost my connection? Did my general get taken out? A crack echoed as a force struck the shield behind him. He stood dumbfounded. My level 4 magic shield cracked? How the hell? Furious, he snarled. You bastard. You won't escape. But quick as a breeze, he couldn't react in time. Boom. A massive explosion obliterated the skeletons. The flames were the combined power of Yuziel's group. Sabe Hyuk stood frozen, stunned. Damn it, I got cocky. I didn't expect them to hit my main body directly. Even if they're newbies, Stella's still Stella. Can't underestimate them. He thought. I hate to admit it, but this is too dangerous. Time to summon the elite bone soldiers. Biting his finger till it bled, he spread his arms. Evil ones, heed my call. The ground split open, and skeleton warriors emerged, grinning wickedly. An army quickly surrounded them. But Sabe Hyuk spat blood, his body heavily damaged. Wiping the blood, he cursed, Damn it. Wiping the blood, he thought bitterly. Summoning those bone soldiers hurt me, but it's enough. Hold them off. Kill them so I can claim my reward. The skeletons roared and charged, while he watched from afar. Smirking, he said, Good. Fight well. Now I can relax. But life's never that simple. Yuziel flashed in with a blink, appearing right behind the necromancer. Sabe Hyuk sensed someone, turned, and shouted in panic. Damn it. Who are you? Yuziel just smirked, not bothering to answer. Sabe Hyuk quickly sensed someone behind him, whipping around and shouting in panic. Damn it. Who are you? Yuziel just smirked, not bothering to answer. The necromancer, now terrified, thought to himself. I had the positions of all 12 Stella Academy students tracked through my bone soldier's vision. So how the hell did this kid get so close to me? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what Yuziel held in his hand, blurting out, No way. Isn't that my skeleton general? How is it in your hands? But then, Yuziel casually dropped the skull, letting it hit the ground with a thud. Not stopping there, the protagonist slashed it with a fierce strike. With the skeleton general destroyed, Sabe Hyuk's internal injuries worsened. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his face pale as he clutched his wound. Furious, he thought. Damn it, I was too cocky. So this is the true strength of Stella Academy students. Meanwhile, Yuziel, sweating, thought, Doak, Keelwang, and Bandian were supposed to take out the skeleton general and back me up. But those elite bone soldiers held them up. Am I really fighting alone? I'm the weakest in the group. Should I just run? He felt this move was a bit off. Suddenly, Baihu coughed up more blood. Yuziel snapped back to reality, noticing the necromancer's condition. He muttered, looks like he's badly hurt too. He must have overexerted himself summoning those elite bone soldiers, causing internal damage. Maybe I can do this. A confident smile crept across his face. Out of nowhere, Jackie ran up, panicking. Princess, we're in trouble. The necromancer's fighting Yuziel one-on-one. He won. Riang flinched. What? She looked ahead, where Yuziel and Baihu were locked in combat. A powerful aura radiated around them, the fight intense. He won. Riang mumbled. This is bad. This wasn't the plan. For some reason, Yuziel's the only one facing the necromancer. Right now, the Stella trainees are scattered, probably to divide his forces and take out enemies one by one. Can Yuziel hold him off until we get there? If he dies, I'll never forgive him. Hang in there, Yuziel. Yuziel kept using his blink skill, moving nimbly. Eyes wide, he observed to find a smart solution. His precise judgment and blink skill let him dodge Baihu's attacks for now. But knowing he couldn't keep evading, Yuziel switched to a high-risk, high-reward playstyle, like in his gaming days. He blinked right up to the necromancer. Baihu, a level 5 necromancer, saw Yuziel's bold move and gritted his teeth, snarling. Humph, you won't take me down that easily. Dream on. A cage of bones enveloped him. Yuziel smirked, thinking, is that all? I've got Cola, the bone soldier's kryptonite, ready for this. Haha, this battlefield's mine now. With that, Yuziel hurled 2 cola vials at him. Instantly, the bones corroded. Baihu's eyes widened in disbelief as his prized magical shield dissolved. Recalling his earlier boasts, his face flushed with embarrassment. He roared, You bastard! How dare you destroy my bone shield? Kill him now. Sharp bone spikes shot toward Yuziel, but he had already blinked behind Baihu. Gripping his sword smugly, Yuziel thought, now's the moment. Thinking he'd land a fatal blow, he was shocked when Baihu turned, grinning wickedly. Got you. It was all part of his plan. He'd sensed Yuziel's approach. Yuziel realized, damn it, I'm the one who got played. A sharp bone spike shot up from the ground, brutally piercing his leg. Blood sprayed everywhere. Yuziel, in agony, thought bitterly. Crap, it hit. Gritting his teeth, he staggered back. Baihu laughed triumphantly. Ha, you fool. Keep struggling, but here's your bitter end. Go on, keep talking big. Feeling the searing pain in his leg, Yuziel panted, thinking, I was too cocky. Even injured, he's a legit level 5 mage. But I can't die here. He's got to be exhausted. Constant spell casting is wearing him down. In other words, this is all he's got. Level 5 or not, what do I do? If I can land one more hit, I might take him out. But the pain's too much. I can't focus. Even my sixth sense skill isn't working. My head's pounding, and blinking's near impossible now. What do I do? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yuziel's mind. That's it. As he hung his head in thought, Baihu closed in, ready to strike with a smug look. Die. Yuziel reacted instantly, bolting forward without a word. But his injury made him stumble, face-planting into the dirt. Seeing the protagonist's pathetic state, Baihu cackled like a madman. Haha, look at you running for your life. How pitiful. But Yuziel ignored the taunts. In his mind, he told himself, just a bit more. He dragged himself forward. Baihu kept mocking. Haha, struggling's pointless. I'll kill you right here. But Yuziel didn't see it that way. He smirked and declared, I've won. The distance between Baihu and Yuziel was 13 meters, meaning he didn't need to cancel his blink skill. As the necromancer stood puzzled, unsure of Yuziel's next move, his eyes suddenly widened in sheer terror. In less than a second, Yuziel blinked right in front of him. Bracing against the searing pain in his leg, Yuziel mustered all his remaining strength into his sword and delivered a fatal strike, piercing Baihu's heart. Blood sprayed everywhere. At the same moment, with the necromancer dead, The bone soldiers attacking Yuziel's teammates froze, leaving everyone stunned. The skeleton army disintegrated into the wind. Seeing this, Doak Kielwang gasped. Did Yuziel actually defeat the necromancer? As if waking from a nightmare, Jackie collapsed to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief, muttering, "No way. Yuziel really took down a level 5 necromancer." His words triggered an explosion of emotions, like returning from the brink of death. The group shouted in unison, "We're alive! We're alive!" No one understood how a first-year student defeated a necromancer, but it didn't matter. They were alive, their hearts pounding with the vivid truth. Someone cheered joyfully, tears streaming down their face. Cutting to Yuziel, after defeating Sa Baihyuk, he collapsed from exhaustion. A while later, he stirred, sighing, "I'm beat. I just want to go home." Soon after, the Magic Knights of Stella Academy arrived at Martivis Graveyard, gathering intel and escorting everyone back to the academy. Upon arrival, Yuziel was called out by Professor Lee, who scolded him. "Yuziel, you said you were training in some scenic, fresh air spot, but you ended up in a graveyard? Pretty fresh air there, huh?" Yuziel, at a loss for excuses, bowed his head. "I'm sorry, I got off the transport because I sensed something was off." The professor nodded. "I get it. But rules are rules. You'll face punishment, no exceptions. That said, your bravery in jumping into battle to protect your friends, even if it broke academy rules, is commendable. You did well. The academy will reward you with points and recognition. Look forward to it." Yuziel replied. "Thank you, sir." Professor Lee walked away, leaving Yuziel to sigh, thinking, time to head out. The doctor said I need a few days rest to recover from the thigh wound. As he walked and thought, soft footsteps approached. Yuziel turned, expecting someone to thank him. It was Asel, the story's heroine. Always smiling brightly despite her burdens, she stood strong through adversity, a remarkable character. Noticing Yuziel staring, Asel spoke. "I'm really grateful for today." Yuziel replied lightly. "Sure, treat me to a meal next time." But Asel's expression seemed off. She thought to herself, this event, and even before, taught me there are so many people out there better than me. I always saw myself as a peerless genius. That hasn't changed. But joining Stella showed me the truth. The world is vast, full of extraordinary people. I came here to be the best, but it's not easy. Suddenly, Asel asked, "Can I do it? If I try, can I be like you?" Caught off guard, Yuziel thought, this isn't good. The old Asel wouldn't ask that. She's like this because of me. In the original story, Asel faced every challenge as the protagonist and miraculously overcame them. The necromancer raid was the same. She turned the tide with her own strategies. But my interference meant she only faced the challenge without the triumph. She's still relying on others, so despite everything, her spirit's fragile. Yuziel didn't know how to respond. Empty platitudes would only hurt her more. So, he spoke from the heart. "You don't need to ask me. You've already shown what others thought impossible. That's your miracle, your success." Asel was surprised. "How do you know that?" Yuziel replied softly. "Because I've always been watching you." His words threw her off, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Seeing her reaction, Yuziel panicked. "Wait, doesn't that sound like I'm a stalker? What did I just say?" Flustered, he stammered. "I'm heading out," and left, muttering to himself. "Man, that was close. Holy crap." Meanwhile, Asel reflected on his words. He said he's always watched me? No one's ever cared about the daughter of a traitor like me. If they did, it was just to nitpick and criticize. No one truly cared. But he's been watching me. Yuziel's words pierced her icy heart, flowing through her veins, lingering in her mind. Her heart raced, reigniting her passion for magic and her seemingly lost goals. Before anyone noticed, the sun rose on the horizon. A new day began in the city. At the Magic Council, the hub of the world's greatest mages, obsessed with magic, a major event was brewing. People buzzed about Stella Academy students defeating a level 5 necromancer. This is insane. Necromancers in this day and age? Haven't dark mages faded into history? Though sensational, the news was true. Hearing the chatter, Yuziel thought, it's just an award ceremony. But there are magical reporters and nobles here. They're hyping it up. Wait, why's Princess Hong Bayan so excited? She's practically glowing. Sensing Yuziel's gaze, Hong Bayan turned, her face cold as ever. What are you staring at? Yuziel fumbled. Nothing. Professor Lee addressed the crowd. Quiet, everyone. Today, we honor 13 brave students who fought a dark mage. The award will be presented by the headmaster himself. The 13 students were shocked. The headmaster personally presenting? Yuziel hadn't expected Elwin, a level 9 mage and humanity's pinnacle, to be there. Known in the game as nearly a protagonist, he was supposedly 300 years old but looked 18 to 19, always smiling kindly. Yet, he was the world's strongest mage, nicknamed Slaughtering Devastator. As the crowd reeled, Elwin approached each student, patting their shoulders. Well done. Keep striving and stay brave. Then he reached Yuziel. His youthful eyes belied his 300 years, younger looking than the students. Standing before him, Yuziel felt immense pressure, swallowing hard. Thinking, just meeting his eyes is overwhelming. This is a level 9 mage. Only 10 exist worldwide. I can't look away now. Man, this is intense. The headmaster, puzzled by Yuziel's tension, smiled brightly. Still as diligent as ever, just as I expected. He walked off, leaving Yuziel confused. What did he mean by that? Soon, the loudspeaker announced. The awards ceremony concludes here. Back at the dorm, Yuziel stared at the check and certificate in his hand, jaw dropping in shock. Whoa, a 5 million Hao Fong credit reward. With this, I won't have to worry about money for a long time. Never dreamed the academy would give out such a huge sum. It might not mean much to rich kids like Bayan or Hee-Won Riang, but for someone poor like Yuziel or Asel, it was a massive deal. Plus, the final reward from this incident was the death mage's mana vessel, the necromancer's heart. He thought gleefully, it's tough now, but with italics, I'll soon create my own space. Carrying items will be way easier then. First, I need to crack the chaos algorithm's interference formula. Good thing the other trainees happily let me have the reward. What a relief. Next came the system reward. A notification chimed. The Necromancer raid chapter is complete. You've earned a large amount of experience for progressing the story uniquely. You'll also receive a reward from the Constellation project. 1. A downgraded version of an in-game item. 2. A downgraded version of an in-game skill. Or 3. Experience points. Yuziel was surprised. There's this too. He wasn't complaining, but he realized how weak he still was and needed this boost. He thought, gotta choose carefully. Skills are key right now. I'll put the experience into Blink. That fight showed me how weak I am. Matching others' effort is pointless. I need to get ahead with my knowledge. After choosing, the system announced, reward granted. Blink skill experience maxed. Skill upgraded to Blink level 2. Max range 12 meters. 3 charges, 3-second cooldown. Yuziel felt the change in his body. Though the range didn't increase, he was satisfied. This'll do for now. Clenching his fist, he grinned. Finally, 3 Blink charges. I can use it more freely now. With some free time, he turned to the next issue. Asel's not doing great. Originally, she grew through all sorts of hardships. But the Necromancer event seems to have shaken her. From what I recall, the original scenario was worse, and things aren't much better now. He wanted to help Asel unlock the brilliant talent she didn't even know she had. Cutting to the dark meditation class, Asel and the others were there. She felt like she was floating in a dreamlike world. It wasn't bad. A cold breeze passed, and she sensed something stuck inside her. She tried pushing it out, over and over, unaware she'd been startled by a call. Trainee Asel. She looked around, seeing others meditating cross-legged like her. Asel thought, oh no, did I fall asleep? A translucent butterfly flew by her ear, carrying the professor's voice. Why are you using magic during meditation? Look above your head. Asel glanced up, eyes widening in shock. A lone ice pillar hovered in the air nearby. She'd unknowingly cast magic. Stunned, she thought, wait, when did I make that? I didn't use any formulas or calculations. She wondered, did the others not notice? Even if it's just level 1 magic, they should have sensed the mana flow. If this is the effect of Yuziel's meditation technique, it's incredible. She'd been skeptical before, but the results were beyond good. They were amazing. Other meditating trainees were distracted or dozing off. But whenever they cleared their minds and focused, their concentration spiked, and their spellcasting speed improved noticeably. Asel thought, Did Yuziel plan for this too? After the session, trainees rushed to the cafeteria. Instead, Asel grabbed a red bean cake, savoring it. Thanks to the reward money, I can enjoy a 1,500 credit red bean cake with cream. Pure bliss. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, Asel." It was Prince Jeremy Scalvin, smiling lightly, almost playfully. His sparkling, pure smile, not masculine but charming, made her heart skip. He continued, "Joined any clubs yet?" Asel was surprised. "No, not yet." Jeremy added, "Really? Why not join ours?" Asel wasn't naive enough to jump at such a tempting offer. There had to be a catch. She narrowed her eyes. "What's the condition?" Jeremy laughed. "Condition? There's none. I just like you." But his answer made her think harder. As a genius among geniuses, level 3 at 17 with good looks, attention wasn't new. Yet, her daughter of a trader label kept people away. So why was Jeremy different? She thought, he's lying. He clearly wants to use me as a pawn. Seeing her hesitation, Jeremy stepped closer. "Come on, don't you trust me, Asel? No strings attached. Just join the club and stay by my side. I'll do anything for you. You know who I am." Asel, sharp as ever, understood. The Scalvin Empire was at odds with the Adalavit Kingdom. With Prince Jeremy's backing, her struggles could end. No more rejoicing over a mere red bean cake or enduring shame as a trader's daughter. Though she knew better, she stammered, "Oh," as she opened her mouth, eyes blank. Jeremy smiled, sensing victory. But then, a hand shot up. Flame stepped in and slapped Asel hard across the face. Both Asel and the prince froze, confused. Unlike Asel's blank expression, Flame snapped. "You said you wanted to be with me, and now you're flirting with someone else? You said you liked me, and now you're ditching me." Without waiting, Flame grabbed Asel's wrist and pulled her away. "Come with me, we need to talk." She dragged Asel off, leaving Jeremy intrigued by this fiery girl. Later, behind the campus, Flame sighed in relief. "Phew, that was close." Asel, still confused, asked, "What's going on? What do you need to say?" Flame replied, "You should thank me. If you'd refused him without a reason, he'd harass you forever. Sorry for hitting you. I'm out of here." Waving, Flame left, leaving Asel stunned. As Flame walked, she thought, did I do the right thing? If Asel followed the story and joined his club, Jeremy would destroy her. He'd spread humiliating gossip no woman could bear, and her achievements would go unrecognized. Her depression would worsen. I tried not to interfere, but seeing Yuziel, I figured stepping in isn't always bad. Even with most of his future knowledge gone, he's still changing murky events. Flame glanced back, worried. But will my lie get caught? Cutting to Jeremy Scalvin's room, he sipped fragrant tea, musing, "Flame's adorable. The way she hid her emotions in front of me was so fun. More than Asel. I want her." And so, the prince shifted his target. The scene shifts to the next day, with the sun high and a new day beginning. In the classroom, Professor Lee's voice rang out. "Starting today, we'll conduct a combat simulation against monsters. This test isn't about weak level 1 or level 2 monsters anymore. Instead, you'll face mid-tier level 3 monsters, far more dangerous and tougher. I know an average trainee can't take them down alone, so the goal is to form teams, find their weaknesses, and defeat them with your group's tactics. The rules have been shared. From now on, you can move around and choose a mid-tier monster as your target. You'll have plenty of time to practice against it. Head to the Stella Dome. The north has the blazing valley, the south has the frozen sea, the west has the barren desert, and the east has the swamp with dense foliage. Pick the terrain that suits your team best, hunt a mid-tier monster that matches your fighting style, and take it down." He continued, "Classes A and S will train together. The evaluation is in 4 days. You'll showcase your battle against your chosen monster then. Form groups of up to 6, and submit your list to me." Hearing this, Asel stood alone, isolated. No one wanted to team up with her. Feeling a bit dejected, she thought, "Ugh, I hate group work. This evaluation is critical. If I don't do well, I won't get a scholarship. Without that, I'll have to work weekends or holidays. That cuts study time, making scholarships even harder to get, and slows my magic progress. A grim future awaits. I've got to try harder." Suddenly, a voice ahead caught her attention. "Princess, will you team up with me?" Her thoughts interrupted. Asel looked up to see countless trainees swarming Princess Hong Bayan, each boasting why they were better than the rest. As expected of royalty, Hong Bayan could pick anyone she wanted. In stark contrast, Asel was completely alone, with no one approaching her. Her gaze lingered on Hong Bayan with a hint of envy, thinking, before Adalovit ruined my family, I was surrounded by flattery like that too. We started at the same level, my ice-attuned family at its peak, rivaling Adalovit's fire-attuned royals, both fiercely competing to dominate the magical world. Neither outshone the other. That's why Hong Bayan and Asel were born with prodigious talent. Asel once conjured an ice needle, while Hong Bayan sparked flames from her fingers. This wasn't just innate talent. Their ability to use magic at birth without training was a divine gift, granting them access to the celestial realm every mage dreamed of. The world once watched them, believing they were chosen, born into noble magical families with unmatched talent. Asel had believed she'd become a great mage until Adalovit destroyed her family. Clenching her fists, she thought, no need to get angry. Back then, I thought I was chosen. Can I take revenge on Adalovit now? Lost in her thoughts, with seeds of anxiety about to sprout, a familiar voice came from behind. Hey, you're all alone? It was Yuziel. Seeing his bright face, Asel sighed. What's up? Yuziel knew he'd come at the right time. Asel's confidence hadn't yet been consumed by darkness, and this was his chance to help her reclaim her light. Under the watchful eyes of Stella Academy's mages, Yuziel flashed a radiant smile, pointing at himself. Team up with me. Meanwhile, Hong Bayan noticed Yuziel's arrival. Feeling a pang of disappointment, she thought, Yuziel, huh? She wondered, why'd he pick Asel when he had so many other options? Asel, equally shocked, asked, you said team up? Yuziel explained calmly, there's no minimum team size, right? 2 of us can form a team and earn bonus points for a smaller group. Asel flinched, are you crazy? How can just 2 of us handle a mid-tier level 3 monster? But after speaking, her mind started to shift. A thought sparked. For some reason, with Yuziel, I believe I can do it. Seeing she didn't refuse, Yuziel grinned confidently. So you in? Asel froze for a moment, pondered, then nodded. Fine. I don't have anyone else anyway. Yuziel laughed. Haha, smart choice. I'll go submit our list. He turned to leave, leaving Asel watching his back. Just then, footsteps approached. Asel was startled by Hong Bayan's appearance. Arms crossed, Hong Bayan snapped, hey. Asel jumped, what? Hong Bayan cut her off. What's with the nonsense? Worry about yourself, you shameless pig. Hong Bayan scorn cut Asel like a knife. Then, Hong Bayan turned and left. Asel realized why Hong Bayan approached, not out of fear of her potential, but because Yuziel had been stolen by her. Grasping this, Asel clenched her fists and gave a bitter laugh. So, in Hong Bayan's eyes, I don't even exist. Hong Bayan kept walking, thinking, so annoying. Am I really losing to a failure and a commoner? I could team up with anyone, but I need the strongest knight to gain an edge. Her eyes scanned the room, landing on Ma Yuziel, who was debating whether to go solo or join a team. Without hesitation, Hong Bayan approached. Seeing the princess, Ma Yuziel asked, hello, princess. What's up? Hong Bayan replied, got a team yet? Ma Yuziel raised an eyebrow, nope. Planning to go solo. Surprised but composed, Hong Bayan said, team up with me then. Ma Yuziel smirked. Is that necessary? It was a clear rejection, but Hong Bayan didn't back down. She pressed. Yuziel and Asel already teamed up. You know smaller teams get more bonus points, right? She glanced at Yuziel's group. Ma Yuziel followed her gaze, seeing the 2 chatting happily. Hong Bayan continued. I think they're not aiming for a standard mid-tier monster, but a special mid to large one. I'll say it again, team up with me. Ma Yuziel pondered. Though he knew Hong Bayan was provoking him, her challenge to compete against Yuziel's group ignited his competitive spirit. Finally, he grinned. I see. Sounds fun. I've wanted to face Yuziel. Let's beat them. Hong Bayan sighed in relief. Great. I'm counting on you. Her sharp gaze fixed on Asel and Yuziel as she thought. Just wait. I'll crush you both. Time passed, and after 4 days of preparation, the monster combat simulation officially began. Professor Lee's voice echoed. All right, We're starting the evaluation test for classes S and A. Each team can choose their monster, from easy to difficult. As Flame warmed up, whispers buzzed around her. Oh, Group 16 picked a mugsaw? That mid-tier monster looks manageable. Flame steeled herself, thinking, no big deal, I've trained hard. I may not be able to hunt a special monster for attribute bonus points or a massive special beast, but taking down this mid-tier level 3 monster solo should earn me max points. Normally, it takes 5 level 1 mages to handle a mid-tier level 1 monster. With attribute advantages, solid experience, and a favorable environment, defeating a higher level monster is doable. Flame thought, my Radiance magic doesn't counter any attributes, so I'll just deal with it. She decided to steer clear of special level 2 monsters and focus on scoring high with her skills. While waiting her turn, she spotted Asel. In the original novel, Asel was pressured by Bayan and her clique, unable to train or form a team, forced to compete alone, and scored poorly. Without a scholarship, she worked side jobs, endured humiliation, and her magic stagnated as her spirit crumbled. But now things were different. Flame and Yuziel, time travelers from the future, had altered the original story. Yuziel teamed up with Asel, despite remembering nothing of his past. Through care and patience, Asel's future brightened. Just then, a loud explosion snapped Flame's attention to the arena. A monster had been defeated. Professor Lee announced, Group 16 has completed their test. Well done. The crowd cheered. Flame knew her turn was near, her heart racing with a mix of nerves and determination. After congratulating the last group, the teacher called, Group 17, prepare for your test. Flame shouted, Yes, I'm coming. She hurried toward the testing platform, passing Yuziel and Asel. She strode by coolly but, unluckily, tripped over her loose shoelace and stumbled forward. In that critical moment, a hand grabbed her collar from behind, saving her from a painful fall. The sight of a petite girl dangling by her collar sparked laughter from the crowd. Haha, so cute. She's shorter than my little sister. It was Yuziel who caught her. A bit embarrassed, he asked, You okay? Flame, flustered at being held like a kid, was speechless. Yuziel let go. She turned to thank him awkwardly, but he pointed at her foot. No big deal. Tie your shoelace. Looking down, Flame saw one lace in a mess. She recalled Jackie tying it tightly earlier. As she fumbled, Yuziel offered to help, but she quickly refused, fixing it herself, thinking, Good thing I caught it, or I'd flunk the test. After tying her lace, Flame stepped onto the platform, exuding confidence. Seeing her alone, the crowd murmured, Is she by herself? Looks like it. No way. She's taking on a mid-tier monster solo? Some trainees whispered about those who couldn't form teams due to a lack of connections. In the magic world, relationships mattered. Flame's test began against a massive mid-tier monster. She looked like an ant before it, the size difference overwhelming. Whispers continued. That monster has no special attributes, so it can't be countered. The teacher's voice rang out. Group 17, test begins. At the signal, the monster charged at Flame with terrifying speed. But she stood still, focusing on her incantation, despite the crowd's worry. Look at that reckless stance. How can she handle it alone? Finishing her spell, she whispered, Petals on the wind. A golden magic circle appeared beneath her. With determined eyes, Flame trusted her ability. Powerful vines sprouted from the ground, binding the monster tightly, immobilizing it. She then cast a matter transmutation spell, hardening the vines into stone, weakening the monster as it trembled in frustration. But Flame knew it wasn't enough to finish it. She summoned 3 radiant halos above her head, condensing power for the final blow. Just then, the beast went berserk, breaking free of the vines in a second. With blood-red eyes, it charged, jaws wide to swallow her. At that moment, Flame's spell activated. A massive beam of light shot out, piercing the monster and leaving a gaping wound in its body. Exhausted, having used nearly all her mana, Flame panted. The giant beast finally crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. The watching trainees were stunned. Teachers and guests removed their glasses, then put them back on, unable to believe their eyes. Those who'd mocked Flame fell silent. Whoa, that's insane. Our 5-person team couldn't even take down a mid-tier monster. Who is she? Professor Lee declared, Group 17's test is complete. He praised Flame. She bowed in thanks, left the stage, and thought, phew, finally done. Returning to her seat, she spotted someone, her eyes widening in shock. Am I seeing things? Up next, the following group took the stage. The teacher announced, now, Group 31's test begins. An intense showdown between the Academy's strongest was about to unfold. All eyes were on them, especially the first-year trainees, who screamed like they were seeing K-pop idols. It's Princess Hong Bayan, the princess of Adalevit royalty. And her teammate is Ma Yuziel, the top scorer in the entrance exam. He's so hot. How can someone be that handsome and smart? This is going to be a flawless performance. Go, princess. Go, Ma Yuziel. Meanwhile, Flame leaned against the wall, thinking, Hong Bayan, who was supposed to form a 6-person team with her clique, is now with Ma Yuziel. In the original novel, these two had nothing to do with each other, but now they're a team. The more I think about it, the more my head hurts. What kind of bizarre combo is this? As Flame puzzled over it, the monster summoned by Hong Bayan's team appeared. Its body was covered in diamond-hard scales coated in slime, with 2 fin-like wings letting it glide through the air. It had arms, legs, and a carp-like head, giving it a grotesque look. The crowd gasped in awe. Wait, is this real? No way. A phantasmal fish, for heaven's sake. That's a special mid-to-large tier monster. I can't believe they're tackling an impossible cross-element beast like that. Are they insane? Some professors and mages in the stands hurriedly pulled out magic charts, checking Ma Yuziel and Hong Bayan's attributes. Many teams had tried special mid-tier monsters and failed miserably, even with magical advantages. Hong Bayan's team ditched all those advantages, clearly aiming for bonus points. Some spectators marveled. As expected of Adalevit's princess, incredible. Finding a phantasmal fish is hard enough, and they're going all in like this. In the original novel, Hong Bayan used fire attributes, while Ma Yuziel wielded earth, lightning, and fire. But those were secondary. His true attribute was hidden, a secret he couldn't reveal. Ma Yuziel only showcased the attributes he was most confident in. The phantasmal fish, a water-attuned monster with tough scales, once ruled the seas with intelligence and numbers. A centuries-old curse stripped their intellect, reducing them to mere beasts. Still, they retained their aerial agility, immunity to lightning, a usual weakness for flying creatures, and clashed with Ma Yuziel's typical attributes. Not only were the two targeting a special mid-to-large tier monster that everyone else failed against, they also abandoned attribute advantages, clearly aiming for a perfect score. But that score depended on success. As the crowd buzzed, Professor Lee signaled the start. The phantasmal fish soared high, roaring, its foul breath spreading across the stands. As it approached, Hong Bayan raised her staff. Let's do this, stick to the plan. Ma Yuziel nodded. Got it, princess. He twirled his wand, stepping back to observe from a distance. A trainee wondered, what are they doing? Another, confused, said, I thought they'd attack. Why's the knight retreating? What kind of mage is this? As the crowd watched closely, Ma Yuziel suddenly used a speed boost, leaping into the air to face the phantasmal fish head-on. Do Keelwang, stroking his chin, remarked, Huh, for a first year, his speed boost is impressive. Bandian nodded. Yeah, the kid's got skills. But at that level, he can't reach the monster. Speed boosts don't work midair. What's he planning? Amid the skepticism, Ma Yuziel summoned a square stone platform beneath his feet with his wand. Then, a fireball cast by Hong Bayan exploded at his position post-speed boost. The shockwave propelled him forward like a rocket, straight at the phantasmal fish. The crowd gaped at the coordination. Their teamwork is perfect. Unbelievable. As he closed in, Ma Yuziel conjured a massive stone fist in the air, smashing it into the monster, sending it crashing to the ground at breakneck speed. When the dust settled, the phantasmal fish lay still, its hard scales cracked from the immense physical impact. Seizing the moment, Ma Yuziel cast another spell. A green magic circle appeared on the ground, and countless stone pillars rose, locking the phantasmal fish in place. But his control wasn't perfect. The monster quickly broke free. Ma Yuziel landed, unfazed. His goal was to buy time, as Hong Bayan's destructive spell was ready. A massive fireball, like a miniature sun, crashed into the phantasmal fish, making it scream in agony. The explosion engulfed the area. The crowd couldn't believe it. Holy crap, that's just a level 3 spell? How's a fire spell making it scream like that? I don't believe my eyes. Seeing the phantasmal fish still standing, my Yuziel cast a lightning spell. As it completed, he smirked. It's over. The moment he spoke, a cylindrical lightning bolt struck the monster. Despite its water attribute, raw power rendered resistance meaningless. After the 2 hits, the phantasmal fish died, its body dissolving into dust. The crowd erupted, clapping wildly. The phantasmal fish went down without a fight. That's insane. This year's freshmen are unreal. Especially that first-year girl who soloed a mid-tier monster. She's amazing. Their skills rival Class S seniors. After their performance, Bayan and my Yuziel returned to their seats, basking in envious and admiring stares. Bayan felt triumphant, her overwhelming power making her feel like the test's protagonist. Glancing at Yuziel and Asel's group, she thought, "Can you beat me? No matter what monster you pick, you can't outshine us." That was just her inner thought. But when Yuziel stepped onto the stage, his next words silenced the entire arena. "Please summon 5 monsters for me." The crowd was stunned, shock evident on Princess Bayan's face. Unlike her calm demeanor, the other trainees buzzed with chatter. Did I hear that right? Aside from Bayan's group and Flame, every other team needs 5 people to barely handle one mid-tier monster. And now these 2 are taking on 5 at once? I've heard rumors about Yuziel, but is he crazy? All eyes locked onto the protagonist. A flurry of green lights enveloped the pair, and the summoning completed as 5 mid-tier monsters appeared on the arena. Yuziel and Asel were surrounded, looking like tiny ants amidst the beasts. At the special observation corner, 2 teachers were slightly surprised. Monster researcher Bayan spoke up. The monsters Yuziel's team summoned are a Heimer Raiden poison frog, a black sand buffalo, a Kaden, a Nami slime, and a falling beast. Nearby, Princess Bayan turned to my Yuziel, puzzled. Hey, notice anything? My Yuziel glanced at her, mildly surprised, then looked to the stage with a smile. Not really. I'm just curious about Yuziel's plan. I'm looking forward to his performance. As the monsters appeared, Professor Lee, the host, asked skeptically. One question, who picked this monster lineup? Innocent and carefree, Yuziel replied. I did. Knowing the participants chose the lineup, Professor Lee continued. You're a knight, so scoring points in this situation is easier for you, but not for a bishop. This strategy seems too much for a bishop. The 5 monsters now surrounded the pair. Despite the crowd's concern and doubt, Yuziel flashed a confident smile. Not at all. This strategy was designed specifically for a bishop. Asel, standing beside him, was caught off guard. Hearing his response, Professor Lee sensed something and said, All right then, let's begin. At the signal, the monsters closed in on Yuziel and Asel. Asel, anxious, heard Yuziel whisper, You got this. She replied, Of course, just trust me. But inwardly, she scoffed. Trust you? That's such a cliché line. To boost her morale, Yuziel said something that made her cringe. I believe in you. A top-tier pep talk from her teammate. Asel sighed, thinking, Yuziel's so hard to figure out. Flashback to an evening. Asel trailed behind Yuziel, full of doubts. She decided to ask, Hey. Yuziel turned, surprised. Seizing the moment alone, Asel pressed. Why me? Honestly, you're a skilled knight. You could have picked anyone else for your team. Faced with the tough question, Yuziel scratched his head, searching for the right words. Finally, he spoke. It's true our class has tons of talent. For fire magic control, no one beats Princess Bayan. For precision, Flame's unmatched. Ma Yuziel's called the strongest first year, no question. Even He-Won Riang would have been a great teammate for me, with her single target attack skills. Yuziel knew his classmates well. Asel grew more skeptical. So why? Yuziel turned away, calm as ever. I still think you're the best teammate for me. That's all. He turned back, flashing a bright smile. All right, let's keep going. As expected, Asel watched his back, her face slightly flushed. It was the first time she'd seen him so serious yet smiling. If he's that sincere, my responsibility just got heavier. Back to the present, Asel gripped her mystic staff tightly. Thoughts crystallized. I don't fully get his reasoning, but he chose me for a reason. I'll show him. She channeled magic around her feet, her staff floating before her. Closing her eyes, she sensed her surroundings, focusing her mana. In danger lies opportunity. Only in opportunity could she unleash her full talent. The watching trainees noticed the shift. Wait, isn't that supernatural resonance? Another added, no way. That's a special ability that only happens when a mage above level 6 enters an unconscious state. But if focus slips, the mana flow reverses, potentially crippling them. She's just a first year. As the crowd debated, Asel was enveloped in a mana aura. A blooming flower appeared on the stage, stunning everyone. Yuziel watched her, a flurry of thoughts in his mind. As expected, she's a prime candidate for the Winter Queen title. He smiled. Let's do this. 2 first years against 5 mid-tier monsters. All he relied on now was himself. Yuziel charged forward, activating his blink skill, his sword glowing with aura. He slashed at the Heimer Raiden poison frog's belly. His eyes burned with focus, his precision evident. A long gash appeared on the frog's belly. As if feeling the pain, it croaked. Ouch! Ouch! Yuziel glanced aside. Step 1 for attacking the frog is done. Next, the black sand buffalo. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, the buffalo turned toward the croaking frog, its eyes bloodshot. Its target was the frog, not Yuziel. The buffalo inhaled deeply, its front legs pulling back. Anticipating this, Yuziel smirked. Keep charging. Perfect. Just as I predicted. The way to handle 5 mid-tier monsters at once is to create a special atmosphere, turning them into each other's enemies. The battle grew more intense and thrilling than ever. Witnessing the scene, every trainee in the stands was wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Before them, the 5 monsters were tearing into each other. They muttered, "Holy crap, what's happening? I can't believe my eyes. They're fighting among themselves." Seeing his plan succeed, Yuziel flashed a victorious smile. Just as I predicted, the strategy to make them hostile and slaughter each other worked. In other words, this is the borrowing a knife to kill tactic, a dirty but common trick, using the enemy's strength to destroy them without lifting a finger. Yuziel explained further. Pro gamers in EW racked their brains. How can a bunch of newbies handle a pack of strong monsters? After countless trials, they found the answer. Exploit the monster's traits and attributes. He analyzed. First, when I attacked and wounded the Heimer Raiden poison frog, its forehead glowed red. That light triggers the black sand buffalo's frenzied attack instinct. Then, as the buffalo moves, it sprays sand everywhere. When the sand hits the Nami slime, it gets irritated and releases a ton of water to stay moist. He smirked. Nice, the plan's on track. Thanks to the simulation arena's barrier, the water's rising fast. As if recalling something, Yuziel glanced at the Caden bird with a sly grin. Your turn next. He continued. A unique trait of the Caden bird is that it screeches above 7 octaves when it senses moisture. As the water rises, it gets annoyed and screams. That screech drives the falling beast, sensitive to sound, into a frenzy, attacking its enemies. As predicted, the screech sent the falling beast into a rage, pummeling the Caden bird. A supersonic kick deformed the bird's face, knocking it back into the Nami slime. Furious, the Nami slime splashed water in the Caden bird's face. Everyone expected a counterattack, but instead, the bird glared at the falling beast with murderous intent. The falling beast glared back, as if saying, "Plenty of blood here, come get some." The two clashed for hundreds of rounds. The other monsters started picking fights, attacking each other. In the stands, scholars and professors were stunned. One scholar exclaimed, "Unbelievable! How does a student like Yuziel know every trait and weakness of these 5 monsters? Even I, a monster studies expert, didn't think of this plan. They're reckless and impulsive, but worth learning from." A female professor added, "I agree. They're reckless and crazy. But what amazes me is Asel's focus. She's maintaining her mana flow amid this chaotic monster brawl. That's extraordinary. She's clearly put all her trust in her knight." On the simulation stage, the monsters kept attacking each other, ignoring everyone else. Sand swirled, water surged, and the red glow intensified. Amid the chaos, Yuziel fulfilled his knightly role perfectly. A knight's duty is to protect and suppress enemies until the mage's spell is ready. Whenever a monster blindly charged Asel, Yuziel blinked to her side, slicing its ankle with his sharp sword, making it collapse. As the Caden bird struggled to its feet, it was attacked by the others, too dazed to react. Yuziel realized his attacks were enraging the monsters. He quickly returned to his position, resuming his knightly duties. Suddenly, his sixth sense screamed danger. Eyes wide, he saw a massive boulder hurtling toward Asel, who was locked in her mana resonance, unable to move. Without hesitation, Yuziel blinked to shield her. With deft skill, he cleaved the boulder in two. Watching, Ma Yuziang chuckled. Hey, Princess Hong Bayan, doesn't Yuziel seem like the ideal knight? Like a fairy tale knight protecting his princess. Hong Bayan's eyes widened. Her ruby-red gaze sparkled as she watched Yuziel on the battlefield. He danced like a warrior of light, his sword and blink afterimages mesmerizing. East, west, not a performance, but a knight shielding Asel from all directions, like in a fairy tale. Under his absolute protection, Asel remained unscathed. As the battle intensified, the monsters grew exhausted, covered in wounds. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared around Asel, glowing like a meteor or a droplet in a still void. Her sapphire eyes opened. Gripping her staff, she declared, "Crystal flower." Instantly, the pooled water froze. A massive ice flower bloomed in the sky, radiating a cool glow from its petals. The crowd was captivated by the dazzling spell, forgetting the test's purpose, wondering, is there a finer work of art? No one judged it as a trainee's magic anymore. They admired a true mage's craft. Asel's spell was simple, but on another level, unmatched by any mage. As time passed, the water reached the monsters, frozen by Asel's magic, immobilizing them. Exhausted from their brawl, they couldn't break free immediately. But soon, they'd shatter the ice and attack in a frenzy. Knowing this, Asel cast Shatter Magic. The radiant flower broke into thousands of ice spears, piercing the 5 monsters like giant lances. Their skin tore, froze, and necrotized. Struggling, their wounds fused with flesh, making them scream in pain. The crowd buzzed. What's happening? I don't know. Wait, you think they actually beat 5 mid-tier monsters with just 2 people? Suddenly, someone gasped. No way. Look over there. All eyes turned to see the Caden bird's ice melting. Its eyes glared, steam rising from its body. As Asel's defiant roar faded, a bolt of lightning crashed from the sky to the ground. The thunder's echo reverberated across the starry dome, deafening everyone. The world bathed in brilliant gold light. A flower bloomed, not a phoenix flower or any famed species, but the radiant blossom, more dazzling and splendid than anything. On the stands, people wondered, can the pure beauty of magic be called art? If it resonates with the human soul, no one can deny it's an exquisite masterpiece. Then, countless electric currents erupted, transforming into myriad lightning bolts that surged into 5 monsters, making them scream in agony as the electricity ravaged them. Witnessing the lightning ice fusion magic she created, Asel stood awestruck at the grandiose spectacle. Her eyes reflected disbelief. Is this my magic? I actually did it, like he said. Memories flooded back. She recalled her shock at Yuziel's crazy plan, asking, "Are you insane?" Expecting annoyance, she was met with his sincere smile. "You can do it, and I believe in you. So trust me, I've always believed in you." His heartfelt words made Asel clench her fists, thinking. Yuziel's smile was serious, his tone and expression no joke. A weight pressed on her chest. I've never had anything. No faith in my path. No friend saying I'm on the right track. I've lived in fear and anxiety, clinging to faint hope. When that hope nearly faded, Yuziel appeared. He was the first to reach out and save me. Can I really do this? She felt adrift in an endless ocean, struggling through storms, unsure of her direction. But that question no longer mattered. On the distant horizon, Yuziel had gone ahead, leaving footprints of light in the vast sea. A guiding star for sailors, a lighthouse steering ships from danger. Asel felt the light whisper, "Follow me. I'll lead you." Professor Lee announced, "Group 32's test ends here. Congratulations on your outstanding performance." Standing center stage, Asel smiled, radiant. Her self-doubt and insecurity vanished, leaving a confident, joyful Asel, though still lost in thought. From the south, Yuziel hovered mid-air, thinking, phew, almost got caught in that. At least warn me before casting such dangerous magic. The next day, the monster combat simulation results were posted. First place, Group 32, 199 points, Yuziel and Asel. Second, Group 31, 127 points, my Yuziel and Bayan. Followed by third, fourth, and so on. Staring at the board, my Yuziel said bitterly, we lost. Bayan nodded, the point gap is huge. Breaking 100 is incredible, especially against a mid-tier special monster with a type disadvantage. No one's done that. But 199 for Yuziel's group? We lost, no question. Ma Yuziel hadn't expected the proud, icy princess to admit defeat. He teased, didn't expect you to accept it so fast. Bayan, haughty, snapped, humph, shut it. No one asked you to talk. Ma Yuziel added, I hate to admit it, but you're a better Vanguard knight than me, and Asel's a better long-range mage than you. Though partly agreeing, Bayan couldn't accept losing to Asel. Seeing Ma Yuziel's handsome face, Yuziel's image flickered in her mind. She consoled herself. If Yuziel were my knight, things would have been different. He protected Asel throughout, strategized, positioned the mage, and set the stage for her to shine. She thought, I know my Yuziel's talented, but Yuziel's Stella's best knight. With his support, I could cast magic rivaling Asel's. Why is that commoner so devoted to her? If a perfect knight exists, it should be mine, the perfect queen. The more she thought, the less she could accept someone so perfect serving another. Her face darkened, menacing, as she wrestled internally, admitting defeat was a lie. I can't accept this. It's baffling. I need to investigate Yuziel. With that, she bid my Yuziel goodbye and left. On her way, Bayan's eyes widened, spotting a black-haired woman with an icy expression, clear eyes untainted, nearly her height, wearing a third-year badge. It was Ceylon Orkin, heir to a dukedom and best friend of the Adalavat Empire's current queen. Passing by, Bayan fumed. Is she here because I lost to a commoner and a traitor? So annoying. Ceylon smirked, young and naive. Haven't you realized your petty actions are laughable and weak? Still so green. As the princess's figure faded, Ceylon looked on with disdain. At Stella's library, Flame wrote in her journal, thinking, can't believe Asel cast Radiant Blossom so soon. It's her signature, her trump card after countless struggles. She perfected and performed it publicly. In the original plot, Asel should have collapsed from the simulation's shock, trapped by Prince Jeremy Ceylon Orkin, withering over time. But that dark future changed, likely because of Yuziel. She continued, in the original romance novel, my Yuziel and Asel faced doomsday together. But what if there's an unwritten side story? What if Yuziel's an unknown figure who loved Asel unrequitedly until the world's end? Too far-fetched. After reading many romance novels, odd thoughts swirled in Flame's mind. An answer emerged, regressing to find love and protect the world where his beloved lives happily, even if it costs his existence. Did Yuziel have regrets in his final moments? Her heart tightened, emotions overwhelming. Can't believe I'm seeing a tragic story in real life, not a movie or book. What's it like to trade existence for time reversal? In Yuziel's room, he stared at the system panel. Chapter 5 Monster Combat Simulation concluded. Congratulations, host, for earning massive experience by steering the story positively. Constel Project grants an additional reward. Yuziel exclaimed, what to pick? I planned ahead but haven't decided. Flash was upgraded last chapter, so I should prepare for the next. So many options. Suddenly, an idea sparked. He grinned. That's it. How'd I forget? He told the system, I want J. Fannel's leaf key. The system replied, evaluating host. Please wait. Ding. Evaluation complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining J. Fannel's leaf key. Seeing the key appear, Yuziel jumped. Awesome. Not as classic as my old gear, but this is a rare item only high-level players get. It unlocks communication with a special spirit, but its only function is opening a specific dungeon. I need to go outside, but after the graveyard incident, Stella's tightened restrictions. What now? Pondering, Yuziel recalled leaving Stella in the game. Back then, the academy had similar restrictions. What did I do? His eyes lit up, right? The club. I need to join a club. Outside, the sun rose high, casting warm rays. Yuziel began writing in his growth journal. Growing up, my family was poor, rarely eating out like others. When Mom worked, I stayed home alone, cooking instant noodles. When I got sick of them, I'd beg for something tasty. Mom used her savings to buy me a bowl of Jong noodles. I was so happy. Though she ate with me, I didn't understand why she didn't touch her chopsticks. She said she didn't like Jong. After pestering her, I finally got it. Finishing, he slumped over, arms crossed, eyes stinging from writing so long. He smiled, thinking, all right, I'm almost done with this assignment. Time to find a club to join. Yuziel headed to the school bulletin board, covered in club advertisements. He observed carefully, hand on his chin, muttering, but which club's the best? The notices left him torn. Writing club, study for college. Chess club, the ultimate mage sport. Cooking club, inspiration for young chefs. Scanning the info, he thought, there are tons of clubs here, but few allow off-campus activities. Gotta think this through. Just then, he noticed something, his eyes flicking sideways. He muttered, haven't joined a club yet? Someone was standing nearby. Yuziel asked, who's that? The person glanced over. What? So what? Sensing their irritation, he switched topics. Shouldn't you be getting tons of club invites? Asel shot back, don't you know who I am? To her odd question, Yuziel replied casually. Sure, you're Asel. You're pretty famous these days. Not denying it, Asel said. Well, yeah. Noticing her slightly downcast look, Yuziel thought. After the test, Asel's reputation changed a lot. She must feel it too, like me. As she waited for him to choose, Asel closed her eyes, mimicking Yuziel's earlier demeanor. He thought, gotta pick a club carefully. Suddenly, Ma Yuziel approached, slapping Yuziel's shoulder with a grin. Yuziel, that you? His friendly vibe surprised Yuziel, who thought, Ma Yuziel? Why's he? Yuziel brushed his hand off. All right, hands off first. But Ma Yuziel kept smiling. You're awesome. I saw your test. Heard you even led the necromancer takedown. Impressive. Yuziel blinked. Just got lucky. As expected, Ma Yuziel stared intently. You're really something else. His cold demeanor flipped completely. Yuziel, startled, swallowed hard, stammering. As you know, I'm just a commoner, always gotta outsmart others. To his clever reply, Ma Yuziel grinned. You use your time way better than me. Out of nowhere, Yuziel asked, what are you doing this weekend? Ma Yuziel, caught off guard, said me, then answered curtly, studying. Both paused, dumbfounded. Yuziel laughed. I asked just to ask, and you answered just to answer. Thanks. Ma Yuziel waved it off. No, I'm really studying. Study, then train. Yuziel faltered. You don't usually act like this, so why the constant grinning? Ma Yuziel replied, huh? Oh, yeah, I've been like this lately, don't know why. One all smiles, the other skeptical, Yuziel thought. His eyes are always so annoyingly handsome. Tone it down. Ma Yuziel continued. Trainings for later. What's the reason this time? Asel jumped in. The dungeon practice, right? Ma Yuziel added, yeah. If the lady hadn't stepped in, I might have been in danger. Asel snapped. Don't call me lady. Yuziel summed it up. Right. In the original story, Ma Yuziel teamed with Flame, easily beating He Won Riang. But since I intervened, Flame got stuck with me, leaving Ma Yuziel to face He Won Riang alone. Is that why He Won Riang's acting weird? Either way, it's fine. They'll train harder, unlike me. Their growth will lead to a positive ending. Ma Yuziel got to the point. Hey, Yuziel, you still haven't joined a club? It's been a while since we enrolled. His tone was slightly annoyed, busy as he was. Ma Yuziel grinned like a tonic, pointing at himself. Join my club then. Yuziel glanced away. We'll see. If you meet my conditions, I'll consider it. Ma Yuziel asked, what kind of club do you want? Yuziel launched into a speech. Quiet, small, no private gatherings, full 4-part insurance, lunch with cheese and pork cutlet, freedom for off-campus activities, respects individual pursuits, allows going out. Asel was baffled. What club like that exists? Yuziel, knowing full well, chuckled. Of course none. I'm joking. Ma Yuziang suddenly said, interesting. If I make a club like that, will you join? Both froze, stunned for a moment. Yuziel asked, trying to stay calm. Wait, you can actually start a club with special off-campus permissions? Ma Yuziang beamed confidently. Absolutely, I can. Yuziel calculated internally. Right, Ma Yuziang has wide connections, tied to powerful hidden factions in Stella Academy. Scary, but useful. Off-campus freedom, health insurance, daily beef cutlet, no pointless restrictions. But he thought further. There's no free lunch. Ma Yuziang and I aren't close. Even with my game knowledge and genius act, is that enough for him to create my dream club? Yuziel got serious. Great idea, but what's in it for you? Ma Yuziang's eyes sparkled, seeing Yuziel like a gem. Plenty. You're special. Yuziel wondered, what does he know? Then recalled, Ma Yuziang's biggest issue is his extreme loneliness. With no other choice, Yuziel nodded. Fine, start the club. Ma Yuziang lit up, really? Yuziel replied casually. Yeah, but she's joining too. He pulled Asel in, surprising her. Huh? Me too. Smirking at his plan's success, Yuziel thought. In the original, they're a fated pair. With Asel, she can support Ma Yuziang's mental state. He's like a pufferfish, dies or goes crazy without water. I can't rely on Flame. She's always with He One Riang. Ma Yuziang cheered. Having Yuziel's great, and adding the lovely Miss Asel? I'm all for it. Asel fumed. Stop calling me Miss, it's annoying. Hearing their cat and dog banter, Yuziel wondered, was this the right call? Ma Yuziang asked, so what's the club's name? Yuziel was ready. I'll handle it. Soon, a form appeared, club registration form. Name, Culinary Club, President. Yuziel, members, Ma Yuziang, Asel, purpose, exploring global cuisine. Asel hesitated. Is this okay? For a special activity seal, you need at least one advising professor and 5 members. Ma Yuziang's lips curled into a savior-like grin. Leave the members and seal to me. But finding an advising professor's tricky. Yuziel turned. You can get a special off-campus permit, but a professor's hard? Ma Yuziang smirked. No big deal. That smile sent chills down Yuziel's spine. With everything settled, Ma Yuziang took the form. I'll get the seal for the club registration. Yuziel replied. Cool, it's all on you. Watching Ma Yuziang's back fade, Yuziel thought. A special activity seal isn't easy to get. If they approve it for him, they're definitely his people. The scene shifts to Stella's main tower, the vice principal's office. He was admiring a porcelain vase when the door opened. His expression changed as Ma Yuziang entered. Seeing the heartthrob face, the vice principal gave a respectful smile. Well, what brings you here? Welcome, young master Ma Yuziang. Noticing the flattery, Ma Yuziang grinned warmly. Yes, it's been a while. Ma Yuziang flopped into the vice principal's chair, crossing his arms with a smug grin. Wow, this seat's comfier than I thought. I'm liking it, haha. Despite the audacious remark, the vice principal only gave a faint smile, bowing respectfully. Thank the heavens, it's an honor that the young master approves. I'm delighted to see you've grown so much. Ma Yuziang waved it off casually. Is that so? Life at Stella Academy's great. I've met tons of interesting people, way better than home. His smile was radiant, but the vice principal frowned inwardly, thinking, what's this crazy kid doing here? Regaining his composure, he asked, so, what brings you here? Ma Yuziang didn't answer immediately, sliding a sheet of paper across the desk with a sly smirk. This is a club registration form. I need your stamp. The vice principal froze. What? His eyes locked onto the paper, disbelief clear. A weirdo like Ma Yuziang wants to start a club? If his family knew, they'd be floored. After a moment's thought, he sighed and nodded. I see. A club registration? First, I'll check if it meets the criteria. There's a minimum member requirement. It's the rule. But as he reached for the paper, Ma Yuziang slapped his hand over it. The room fell silent. The vice principal froze, looking up. Ma Yuziang's bright smile vanished, his eyes darkening like an abyss, his low voice carrying an invisible pressure. You don't need to check it. Your job is to stamp it. The vice principal's throat went dry, sensing something terrifying in the teen's gaze. Swallowing hard, he thought, I can't resist. More accurately, I have no right to refuse. As long as this kid is the heir of that great man, I can't say no. Cold sweat ran down his back as he reached under the desk for the stamp. Yes, of course, I'll stamp it. But please keep this quiet. He subtly reminded as he stamped. When the final seal hit the paper, my Yuziel, goal achieved, dropped his icy demeanor. Got it. Thanks. I'm off. He left the office, the door closing behind him. The vice principal sat still, then slumped into his chair, exhaling. Damn it. A half-baked prodigy dares act cocky in front of me. Like father, like son. He clenched his fists, eyes darkening. He's so much like that man. But this'll end soon. One day, I'll crush that arrogant kid's neck myself. The next day, the bell signaled the end of class. The professor announced loudly, All right, class is over. Don't forget your homework. He left quickly. The class buzzed. Did you see that? That professor always nitpicks during presentations. Yeah, especially with commoners. After packing up, students trickled out, leaving Jackie staring at her presentation, filled with regret. Damn it. I could have done better. I messed up because I was nervous. Seeing Jackie linger, Flame, knowing her regret, offered a comforting smile. Jackie, your presentation was better today. Don't mind the professor's harsh words. You did great. Jackie snapped. Shut up. I don't need your fake pity. Flame, stunned, then annoyed, retorted. You little brat. I came to cheer you up because I was worried, and you don't even appreciate it. Suddenly, a voice from behind chimed in. She's got a point. Flame yelped. Can you stop sneaking up like that? You scared me. She crossed her arms, frowning. What do you want my help with? Yuziel scratched his head awkwardly. Not a big deal. Do you know any professors well? I'm starting a club and need a free professor as an advisor. Can you help? Flame raised an eyebrow. Why not do it yourself? Yuziel sighed. The professors seem to hate me, so it's better not to ask directly. Flame froze, then burst out laughing. Haha, no surprise. With your attitude, arguing with professors, sleeping in class, even cheating, you're lucky you haven't been expelled. Yuziel coughed, looking away. Ahem, no need to list it all. Flame closed her eyes, thinking, being a club advisor's a hassle. Finding a willing professor isn't easy. Then it hit her. Wait, aren't you close with Professor Maen Tyron's assistant? I've seen you at her lab. Yuziel's eyes lit up. Yeah, you're right. Why not ask her? Flame crossed her arms, looking at him like he was an idiot. Are you dumb? This is Stella Academy. Assistants can be advisors too. Yuziel's jaw dropped. I can't believe I ran around everywhere and missed the easiest path right in front of me. Too focused on the game's storyline to notice this detail. He said goodbye to Flame and bolted to the assistant's lab. As he walked, he rehearsed his pitch. But nearing the lab, he stopped short. Professor Maen Tyron stepped out, holding a stack of papers, her smile sinister, her sharp eyes hiding something unpredictable. Yuziel narrowed his eyes as she disappeared, thinking, why is she here? Without hesitation, he pushed the door open, cheerful. I'm here. But his smile faded. In the middle of the room, Altarisha looked pitiful, wiping tears, flustered. Yuziel, you're here? Yuziel approached, concerned, softening his voice. What happened? Altarisha sobbed, trying to explain. It's like this, seeing her evasive eyes. Yuziel knew she was lying and said sternly, Assistant, what about the research you worked so hard on? Altarisha clenched her fists, giving a bitter smile. Well, about that. I gave it to Professor Maen. You know the alchemy conference is coming up. She said she'll present it for me. Her eyes sparkled with hope. It's great. My research will be presented to the world's top alchemists. But Yuziel cut her off, angry. I get it. Assistant Altarisha, your research was just stolen. Is your name even on it? Altarisha froze, hesitated, then smiled bitterly. Haha, it's fine. It's experience. That's how alchemy works. Everyone's had their work taken. It's an unspoken rule. Yuziel bristled. This is how they endure to become alchemists. He sensed she was hiding more, but through some unspoken understanding, he got it. The alchemy community was small. Everyone knew each other. Crossing a senior alchemist meant abandoning the field. As Altarisha said, all followed this dark side of the discipline, bound by its cold traditions. The upcoming conference was her lifelong dream. her first chance to present her work. So she endured Maen tyrant's pressure. But Maen crushed that hope. Yuziel recalled Mazen's usual line when stealing research. Wait another year. You'll get your chance, right? Altarisha accepted it, as it was the reality she faced. He thought, even if Mazen's close to cracking the formula, I want Altarisha to finish it first. Seeing her research stolen, I can't sit still. Yuziel asked, Assistant, what about the other research you're working on? Altarisha was surprised. The one we solved together? You mean the random number interference technique with Qigong? She sighed. That technique's 300 years old. No one solved it. I tried your unique idea, but it's still not working. Yuziel smiled confidently. If we solve it, it'll be a breakthrough. Actually, I've already cracked that part. Altarisha's eyes widened, pupils shrinking in shock. What? You really solved it? Yuziel nodded firmly. Yeah, let me explain. Though he didn't fully grasp how it worked, he wrote the enhanced formula on the board. Altarisha stared, her eyes reflecting the technique and alchemy formulas. She gasped as he finished, and he looked at her confidently. But with you, it'll be different. Altarisha muttered, stepping closer. So, if we add the dispersion and reflection ratio to the formula, combine the Panu's flow with the Chini coefficient, she was engrossed, forgetting Yuziel's presence. He marveled at her insane focus. Unlike me, who just copies and memorizes, her genius brain must be sparking with ideas. I shouldn't finish this research. Altarisha needs to complete it herself, become its true author, and regain her confidence. I'm just support. I don't aim to be an alchemist. I lack the skill or ideals. But Altarisha's different. She's a genius who could change humanity's future. Yuziel quietly left the room, closing the doors silently. His role here was done. The rest, he trusted to Altarisha's talent, and he waited. After some time, with the help of assistant Altarisha and Ma Yuziel, Yuziel successfully established the culinary club. As president, he requested permission to leave campus and arrived via a teleportation gate. Though the process left his joints aching and Professor Lee grilled him repeatedly, his prior preparation helped him pass the check and secure easy travel permits, as long as he stayed out of trouble. Along the path, Yuziel was captivated by the dreamy scenery. A colossal tree, the Third World Tree, towered into the clouds, its thousands of branches spreading like an umbrella over the vast garden below. The World Tree's signature emerald glow, also called the Nam Hoa Spirit Garden, gently enveloped everything, bringing a sense of peace and joy. The surrounding garden, dubbed the Dreamy Tree Garden, was open to all for picking and enjoying fruit. From above, it looked like a fairy tale, making it a famous retreat and a must-visit photo spot in the game. Yuziel marveled. Wow, the game's graphics are nothing compared to this view. Just then, a beautiful girl with pointed ears and snow-white skin approached. Seeing the Stella Academy emblem on his uniform, she gave a friendly smile. Welcome, mage from Stella. We warmly welcome human mages here. Yuziel grinned back. I'm thrilled to meet such a lovely lady. Another passerby chimed in enthusiastically. May your sincerity reach Mother Earth. Yuziel nodded earnestly. Yes, I offer my gratitude to Mother Earth and the World Tree for this stunning garden. They greeted him with the elven salutation, which he recalled from his knowledge lens. He thought, I heard the Elman and Elwyn once saved them when the Second World Tree burned and collapsed. That must be true, since many elves recognize Stella's uniform and are so friendly. In reality, few mages mastered offensive magic, and the test to become a magic warrior was brutally tough, so those with the title were rare. Notably, many elves had striking, heart-stealing appearances. Yuziel admired them as he walked. However, not every elf was jaw-droppingly gorgeous at first glance. Their beauty ratio was just higher than humans. He likened it to Uzbekistan on Earth, full of striking people, but none overwhelmingly superior. Among them, Elf Queen Hoa Siren stood out, her goddess-like beauty captivating countless players. She was the game's most popular character and one of Yuziel's favorites. He thought, elves are born genderless, only gaining a gender through true love, based on their beloved. Hoa Siren, with her stunning feminine appearance, has never loved, so per the game's lore, she's still genderless. Later, saved by Flame, she falls for her and chooses to become male to stand by her side. What a wild twist. Who wrote this plot? No matter the storyline players pick, Hoa Siren never becomes female, breaking male gamers' hearts. Hilarious and tragic. Yuziel wondered, what would Hoa Siren be like as a man? I didn't like her just for her looks, but for her charm curse. Those enchanting eyes make anyone, regardless of age or gender, fall into intense, soul-consuming love, dying in anguish from unrequited longing. Lost in thought, wandering the world tree's outskirts, Yuziel found a hidden labyrinth, the garden of the celestial spirit Leafinal. He calculated, my skills have improved a lot. Time to prep for the upcoming event. He opened his inventory, pulled out Leafinal's light leaf key, and grinned. Heh, good thing I can use this sooner than planned. He inserted the key, about to turn it, when a notification popped up. Opening this gate may alert other key holders. Yuziel flinched. I've seen this warning in the game. It had the same message, but players were disappointed since no special event triggered. He thought, screw it. What's the worst that could happen? Yuziel turned the key decisively. In an instant, the gate to the Celestial Spirit's garden opened. At the same time, in the cradle of the Celestial Spirit Wood, home of the Elf Kingdom, on the highest peak of the primeval mountain range, a majestic, ruined castle stood. Though dilapidated, it blended strangely with the grand nature. At a glance, it could be mistaken for a tree in the vast forest. At the castle's peak, a bedroom lay in darkness, with only faint light seeping through a window slit, sparking curiosity. Does sunlight not reach here? As if stirred by the light, a slender woman rose from bed, slowly approaching the window. Her snow-white hair cascaded like snowflakes on the ice cedar range. Gazing at the stunning natural scenery, her golden eyes widened, gleaming like molten gold, radiating brilliance. Anyone who saw her would lose reason, overwhelmed by beauty beyond any sentient being's endurance. She was Elf Queen Hoa Siren, often overly sleepy in the morning with low blood pressure. Even after waking, she sat quietly by the window, watching birds soar freely, a pang of envy rising. When will I fly free like them? But I can't leave this place. I'm so jealous. Suddenly, a strange sensation in her chest startled her. She touched her head, frowning. Did someone enter the secret garden? That was the resting place of the 1,000-year celestial spirit Leafinal. Hoa Siren couldn't believe it. That's a forbidden land. No one can enter. Who dares trespass? Setting aside how they got the lost key, she was curious about the intruder's identity. Deciding to investigate herself, despite knowing she couldn't leave her room, she grabbed the door handle. At that moment, her heart clenched, a pain like hundreds of needles piercing her, making her freeze. I've hidden my face for decades. I can't act rashly. What if the curse activates and drives someone mad? Clenching her fist, she suppressed her emotions. Wait a bit longer. The World Tree's birthday is near. As Elf Queen, I must appear before my people. Then, I'll find out who it is. Resolved, Hoa Siren gazed out the window. Sunlight caressed her face. She lived in this dark, secluded place for many reasons, always fearing someone might glimpse her nation-toppling beauty. Back to Yuziel, who just entered the dungeon. A pungent floral scent hit him, making him sneeze uncontrollably. Damn these pollen clouds. The sound attracted the dungeon's magical beasts, tree roots, which lunged at him. Yuziel ran for his life, but couldn't keep fleeing. Stopping, he steeled himself to fight. The battle was fierce, but wood-type beasts were resilient and hard to kill. Yuziel pulled out an alchemical bomb. Fire's their weakness. That's why I picked alchemy as a minor. I can't combine gunpowder and magic like high-level alchemists, but a level 1 fire bomb should do. He threw the bomb at the roots. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion made the beast scream in pain. Seizing the chance, Yuziel drew his sword, blinked closer, and quickly found its weak point. Without hesitation, he stabbed the root's head. It collapsed, dissolving into nothingness. The system chimed. Congratulations, you've earned experience points. Yuziel sighed. Phew, at least weak beasts give decent points. Looking ahead, he pressed on. The real goal's up ahead. No time to waste. The system announced, you're entering the labyrinth's boss room. A massive wooden door closed behind him. A gentle breeze passed. The scene before Yuziel was like a fairy tale, a mystical night sky, a full moon brighter than Earth's, enveloping an endless field of flowers. Countless stars adorned the night, adding romance. Moonlight bathed the petals, shimmering like silver. Yuziel took a deep breath, steeling himself, and stepped toward the labyrinth's center. His eyes lit up. That woman praying on the stone pillar. Is she the celestial spirit Lifanel, this labyrinth's boss? The most mystical beings in the world are celestial spirits, pure souls that, after eons of cultivation, comprehend the truth and evolve into new entities. Even in the ether world, such beings are exceedingly rare. But the figure before Yuziel wasn't a perfect celestial spirit. This woman, on the verge of becoming one, had her heart stolen, forever frozen in this state. Yuziel approached cautiously, each step wary. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, throwing him off balance, his face pale with panic. A second later, his body gave out, and he collapsed. Yuziel realized, this is the pressure of mana. Even in death, a celestial spirit is still a celestial spirit. But he couldn't give up. With that thought, he locked eyes on the celestial spirit and charged forward. Despite the crushing weight on his legs, he pressed on. The distance between them closed. As he reached her, his legs buckled from exhaustion, and he knelt, panting heavily. Then, the system chimed. Mana leak suppression trait experience increased. Ability stats boosted. Yuziel sighed in relief, his breathing easing as the pressure lifted. Right, this place is a supreme training ground left by the celestial spirit. A rare opportunity mages worldwide would kill for, yet no one's found it. The mana flow here amplified normal training 100-fold by absorbing the celestial spirit's aura through the body. Natural harmony skyrocketed. Simply put, this grueling effort was to find a perfect gym. I never touched a gym in real life, but here I have no choice. As he mused, Yuziel's gaze caught a branch in the celestial spirit's hand, emitting purple energy. Without hesitation, he grabbed it. The system announced, "You've obtained a special artifact, Branch of Resentment. Rank high. Description: resentment doesn't fade with time, it burns fiercer. Special functions: 1. On first contact, inflicts resentment status on the target. 2. On second contact, resentment explodes, dealing damage. 3. Resentment accumulates daily, max storage 3 months. 4. Damage halved against targets with risk level 6 or higher. Uses: 1 time." Reading it, Yuziel grinned, satisfied. With this, I can take on Maen Tyran, the insect in Volume 8. Got the artifact, now time to train. Weeks later, through diligent training here, Yuziel's stats soared. Mana leak suppression, LV.3, muscle strength, plus 8%, reflex speed, plus 12%, sensory acuity, plus 20%. Sixth sense, activates with mental effort, senses mana phenomena within 24 meters, boosts perception speed in danger, auto-triggered. Mana circulation rate in blood, plus 2%. Checking his stats, he sighed. I'm around mid-tier 2-star. Still a long way to go. The main characters are already past 4-star. No one here teaches swordsmanship, so I can only aim for precise strikes, targeting enemies' weak points. I need to train until I'm carving bone, flaying flesh, and spitting blood. During practice, Yuziel felt a shift in his body. Something pierced his chest. He coughed violently. Hack, hack. His sword dropped. The system announced, "You've mastered a special mana-breathing method. Skill acquired. Breath of the Celestial Spirit." Yuziel's vision blurred, his eyes half closed, as if losing consciousness. Everything faded into a mystical haze. Suddenly, a strange voice snapped him awake. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't hear me? Ignoring me on purpose? I hope so. Can you hear me? Answer, I'm waiting. Yuziel jolted. Ack. What the hell? Where's that voice coming from? The voice continued. Oh, you heard me, didn't you? Composing himself, Yuziel turned, muttering. Are you celestial spirit Lifanel? A huge question mark formed in his mind. Did Lifanel just talk to me? Shocked, he blurted. What? A talking corpse? Lifanel snapped. TCH. I'm not dead. You rude human. Yuziel, still reeling, asked, How can you talk? Lifanel replied, I've been talking all along. Your ears were just deaf to it. Why didn't you hear before, but can now? Oh, probably because you're starting to resemble me. Just now, you breathe like I do. The more he heard, the more confused Yuziel became. thinking, wait, the system mentioned I acquired a skill. The system displayed, skill, breath of the celestial spirit, LV.1. Merge with nature through celestial spirit breathing. Greatly boosts mana circulation in blood when used, but triggers divine beast erosion. Effects: 1. Strength, plus 107%. 2. Reflex speed, plus 125%. 3. Sensory acuity, plus 147%. 4. Endurance, plus 101%. Duration, max 15 seconds. Erosion level, 1%. Yuziel thought excitedly, what is this? Insane skill. Short duration, but stats jump to 4-star level. Hold on, divine beast erosion? Does that mean I'll lose my human body? Divine beasts maintain form with mana, but with my mana-leaking physique, losing my body means death. Does using this shorten my lifespan? He reassured himself, think positive. It's a clutch skill for emergencies. Silent until now, Leafinal spoke. Strange, you're the second human to breathe the celestial spirit's breath. You're like that person, your presence so faint it's barely noticeable, your body void of mana, like you don't exist in this world. Yuziel, surprised, asked, who was that? Leafinal continued, he wielded a sword like you, cutting through magic, even slaying celestial spirits. Yuziel was stunned. What? He thought. The game never mentioned a swordsman like that. Someone strong enough to kill a celestial spirit must be a true master. He asked, can I meet them? Leafinal shot back, no. The first Grand Mage's disciple killed him. Yuziel felt like he'd been struck by lightning. The first Grand Mage? That guy's long dead. How's he alive? Leafinal continued. Want me to teach you? I fought him and recorded his breathing and techniques. Yuziel, skeptical, asked, for real? Leafinal added, but there's a condition. I can't leave or talk to anyone else. I'm as good as dead. Find my heart and revive me. As expected, Yuziel was blunt. Sorry, with my current skills, I can't get another celestial spirit's heart. After a pause, Leafinal relented. Fine, it doesn't have to be a celestial spirit's heart. A pure divine beast's heart will do. Yuziel, confused, said, but that'll strip most of your power. Leafinal replied, doesn't matter. It's better than being trapped here, living alone forever. Hearing this, Yuziel agreed. It's a win-win. He said, if it's just a regular divine beast's heart, it's not impossible. I can do it. Leafinal asked, really? Yuziel thought, I'm training here for the upcoming family contract ritual, where I'll face tons of divine beasts. Compared to a celestial spirit's heart, this is way easier. Confidently, he said, I'll do my best within my ability. Leafinal cheered. Thanks. I'll wait. Oh, I've got something for you. Yuziel, surprised, asked, what? Leafinal said, look behind me. Yuziel asked, what's this? Leafinal answered, the garland of Aphabil, symbol of the bond between Leafinal and their fated companion. Ability, none. Yuziel had never heard of it in the game. At best, it's kindling if there's no fire. He tucked the garland into his pocket, but froze. Wait, you're a celestial spirit. Examining it, he exclaimed, a celestial spirit's symbol? This might be more useful than I thought. Heh. Meanwhile, in Alterish's lab, she was finalizing the formula based on Yuziel's guidance. After intense focus, she paused, staring at the result. Did I do it? No. No time for complacency. She copied the formula from the board to paper. Later, Alterisha beamed. Tomorrow, a new era begins. If Yuziel knew, he'd be thrilled, right? The capital of the Dwarven Kingdom, the Black Iron Empire, was vast, towering, and eerily desolate. It boasted two resources any empire would covet: gold and iron mines, literally wealth and steel. The buildings soared so high that staring up too long could strain your neck. Intertwined like a concrete jungle, they exuded a gritty cyberpunk vibe, as if stepping into a sci-fi dream. Above, countless steel cables stretched like harp strings, with electric trains zipping back and forth like a weaver's shuttle. From afar, it resembled a giant spiderweb, earning the name Spider City. The air was gloomy, almost post-apocalyptic, as if you'd better stay home unless you had business here. But don't be fooled by the grim exterior. The dwarves were vibrant, bustling, and full of life. Amid this strange city, protagonists Yuziel and Altarisha arrived. Stepping in, Yuziel grinned brightly. We made it. Altarisha, beside him, glanced around and nodded. Yes, indeed. Today's the All-Realm Academic Conference, a major event with a new venue each year. This year, it's at the Optical Alchemy Academy, renowned as one of the world's top alchemy schools, right here in the Dwarven Kingdom. As dwarves pioneered material magic, this year's conference promised an unprecedented scale. Rumors swirled that the greatest alchemist, while Suk Ko, the Golden Alchemist, would attend. A thought sparked in Yuziel's mind, tinged with satisfaction. This is the perfect stage for Altarisha's latest discovery. But his gaze shifted to Altarisha, who spoke, worry etched on her face. But Yuziel, is this okay? This is what that professor spent half her life researching. Yuziel thought, is she too kind or just naive? Her research was stolen, yet she's still making excuses for them. Sensing the mood, he lightened it. Don't worry, Altarisha. I didn't copy Professor Maen work. You just outdid her. Altarisha hesitated. Thank you. They kept walking. Yuziel, with a playful tone, said, All right, let's head in. That red carpet looks intimidating. How about the back door? Altarisha nodded eagerly. Oh, good idea. They slipped through a side entrance, dodging the spotlight and prying eyes of ambitious, balding scientists. As they entered, a broadcast boomed, grabbing the hall's attention. Greetings, doctors, professors, and researchers of the Alchemy Society. I now declare the 87th Golden Ratio Academic Conference open. The enthusiastic, slightly humorous voice made top professors raise their brows. The host continued, For our opening, we're honored to present a new medical invention. Click. The sound of high heels echoed. A spotlight swung to a figure in a white coat striding confidently, none other than Professor Maen, whom Altarisha had mentioned with respect and guilt. The host announced grandly, First, please welcome Professor Maen from Stella Academy to present the latest medical drug. Maen stepped to the podium, her sharp eyes scanning the room before displaying her first slide. Greetings, I'm Maen from Stella Academy. Today, I present a new experimental drug, Alpha of the Crimson Potion. She paused, clicking a remote to show images. First, take a look at this. Her presentation began, long, detailed, and hyper-technical, requiring more patience than knowledge. The audience listened intently, though most wouldn't grasp her jargon, which could fry anyone's neurons. Those less patient might slip into open-eyed sleep. After a tedious spiel, she concluded, That's all for my presentation. The hall snapped out of its trance. Applause erupted, paired with dramatic nods. A wave of chatter followed. My God, Professor Maen a genius. That breakthrough on the Crimson Potion is incredible. At the room's edge, Yuziel watched, arms crossed, eyes sharp like he was analyzing a chessboard. He thought, presenting Altarisha's thesis like it's hers. Convincing. But the real show's just starting. There are many ways to retaliate, and the main course is coming. As expected, the main event arrived. Another figure stepped up. The host adjusted the mic, booming. Next, please welcome Assistant Altarisha from Stella Academy. The room paused. Altarisha stepped lightly to the podium, standing where Maen had just been. She scanned the crowd, took a deep breath, and spoke. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Altarisha, an alchemist from Stella Academy. But no one paid much attention. The audience buzzed like a tea stall. Is she from a pharma company? I loved Mazen's cell regeneration extract. Brilliant. Amid the chatter, only Yuziel watched Altarisha's every word. She hesitated but pressed on. My topic today is... A faint smile curved Yuziel's lips, as if he knew what was coming. Altarisha's next words silenced the hall. This is a summary and complete understanding of the mixed variable interference technique. Silence engulfed the room, time frozen. No whispers, no murmurs. Everyone turned to her, eyes wide, as if saying, What did she just say? No one dared interrupt, but the tension broke when an elderly man slammed the table, standing with a sharp voice. Do you know where you're standing? The hall quaked, eyes on Altarisha. Under pressure, she faltered, her voice trembling but steady. Yes, I know. This is a precious position especially for someone like me. Her humble yet resolute reply stunned them. But the professor pressed. Then explain what that incantation meant. Altarisha clutched her chest, calming herself. She took a deep breath, meeting the expectant eyes. Please understand it as an alchemist would. The hall exploded like a disturbed beehive. Whispers surged. Mixed variable interference technique. Impossible. Magic and alchemy principles can't merge. Exactly. For 3 million years. No one's resolved that contradiction. A renowned silver-haired professor in the front row, eyes deep, coughed lightly to compose himself. As tension peaked, the host's voice rang like a saving bell. Please maintain order and let the speaker finish. But a deep, authoritative voice cut through. If you think it's impossible just because others failed, how can you call yourselves alchemists? Silence fell. The voice belonged to a man in a white gold-trimmed coat, with lightly curled golden hair, while Suk-ko, the legendary golden alchemist. He smiled, stepping forward. I'm eager to see what you'll present. I want to witness the truth hidden in magic deemed impossible. He gestured encouragingly. Come, brave young lady, share your discovery with us. Altarisha froze, but a flush spread across her cheeks, her eyes gleaming with gratitude and emotion. She bowed slightly, whispering, Thank you, sir. Next should be Altarisha's presentation, but I object. A thunderous shout stunned the hall. It was Maen Tyran, her eyes sour as if she'd swallowed vinegar, teeth gritted like she wanted to bite the mic. Before Assistant Altarisha's presentation begins, I have a concern about the thesis in question. The room buzzed. While Suk-ko tilted his head, eyes sharp as lasers. What do you mean? Maen spun, glaring at Altarisha, her voice slicing the air. I suspect plagiarism. The hall erupted, chatter crashing like waves. Plagiarism? The gravest accusation in academia. While Suk-ko laughed, a mix of amusement and readiness to sue. How amusing. Do you know what happens if you accuse plagiarism without proof? Maen replied, Of course I do. She approached Altarisha, arms spread like a magician. As everyone knows, the mixed variable interference technique has 5 unsolved problems. Only by solving all 5 can alchemy and magic harmonize. So far, our academy has solved 2, and only partially. Yuziel, arms crossed, listened, eyes narrowed. Maen continued, brimming with pride. But I, Professor Maen Tyran, have solved 4 of the 5. And this assistant is my assistant. The room roared. Someone whispered amid the noise. If true, this thesis, Maen raised a hand, cutting them off. Yes, this thesis is undoubtedly mine. She tilted her head, smirking challengingly. Even if my assistant somehow solved the 5th problem, so what? Her icy gaze stabbed Altarisha, sharp and chilling. Mazen's face twisted into a triumphant sneer, her thoughts venomous. Altarisha, you insolent fool. You're a genius, I won't deny it. But so what? This is your end. A talented idiot is nothing without recognition. Your talent will always be mine. Leaning close, face to face, her voice rang like a judge's gavel. So, Assistant Altarisha, do you dare claim you solved all 4 remaining problems? The hall held its breath. Altarisha froze, eyes wavering, stepping back, heart pounding. I knew this would happen. My hair's going gray. God, what do I do? But a voice like a gentle breeze echoed in her mind. If you feel alone and overwhelmed, call for me. Altarisha's eyes widened, light sparking, fear dissolving like rain under sunlight. She took a deep breath, lips pressing into a calm smile. Her right hand rose slowly. I have a request. I'd like to invite my co-author to join me. The hall detonated, gasps echoing. What? A co-author? While Suk-ko raised an eyebrow, surprised. Who's that? Altarisha lowered her hand, her gaze cutting through the crowd to a young man. My co-author is Yuziel. Yuziel nearly fell over, mouth agape, eyes wide as if his brain had crashed. Co-author? I just gave a few tips, right? No, wait. How do I even react to this? After Altarisha introduced Yuziel as her co-author, Professor Maen Tyran's gaze fixed on him. Yuziel stepped forward, moving steadily toward the podium. The crowd's murmurs grew louder. Ridiculous. A kid that young? I doubt this changes anything, despite all their talk. Golden alchemist Waysek Gordon intrigued, crossed his arms in anticipation. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. As Yuziel approached the podium, his eyes briefly dropped to the floor, a hint of melancholy in his expression. He drew closer to Professor Maen, locking eyes with her, showing no fear or hesitation. As he passed her, a sudden surge of magical energy burst from the branch of resentment in his hand, striking Mazen's arm. A system notification flashed. Special skill resentment of the branch of resentment activated. Target, Maen. Unaware, Mazen merely bristled, muttering, "Humph, how rude." Seeing her obliviousness, Yuziel gave a faint smirk, thinking, all right, it worked. Taking his position, he faced the scholars below, his face expressionless. Yuziel spoke first. Let me begin by addressing Professor Maen's argument. They say seeing once is worth hearing 100 times. So, let's tackle the cross-training technique here. A smile crept onto his face, sparking more chatter. A debate between a professor and her assistant over this report? Sounds exciting, one said. Totally agree, another echoed. Altarisha, anxious, stammered. Yuziel, seeing her worry. Yuziel glanced at her, turning the question back. Hey, assistant, don't you trust me? Altarisha blinked, flustered. And no, I do. To reassure her, Yuziel added, I've been by your side all this time. Don't worry, Altarisha, you can do this. I believe in you more than anyone. Her cheeks flushed at his warm smile, thoughts racing. Can I really do this? She gripped her collar, adjusted her glasses, and resolved, Yuziel's right. I have to trust my work. She tidied her hair, composure restored. Maen, stunned, couldn't control the situation. Confident now, Altarisha stepped forward, facing Maen, and said, let's begin. Bolstered by Yuziel's encouragement, she radiated assurance, introducing new insights on the mixed variable interference technique in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist claimed, I found a miraculous formula to solve this equation, a wondrous array to crack the anomaly, but I need the bathroom urgently. He died there, making the formula infamous. Countless alchemists failed to solve it, deeming it impossible. Now, someone claimed to crack the random interference array. A cold-faced smoker remarked, interesting. His info appeared. Kane, captain of Bone Moon Tower's 13th Annihilation Team. A girl in similar attire yawned nearby. Interesting? More like boring. Her info, Heijin Macaron, vice captain, both cloaked in invisibility. After yawning, Heijin glanced up, half judging. Captain, is that professor really a dark mage? Someone nearby muttered. Do I smell cigarette smoke? Watching Maen and Altarisha write on their blackboards, Heijin added, this mission feels like a total scam. She glanced at Kane, silent. Ellipses filled her mind. Sighing, she rubbed her head, muttering, what can I do? The captain trusts that old man's every word. Her eyes snapped open, drawn forward, as did Kane's, to where Maen and Altarisha faced off. A thought formed. The atmosphere's shifted, hasn't it? The host announced, we've just finished the first tough problem. Now, to Golden Alchemist Waysek Gordon. Gordon, stunned by the blackboard details, remarked, similar, yet a completely different approach. Kane, observing, thought, the assistant's explanation is simpler than Mazen's, with a slightly different result. The host continued. Next, the second tough problem. Both scribbled on their blackboards. Spectators focused, surprise and anxiety evident. Many have solved the second problem. But this approach, it's a first. A problem needing 200 lines was solved by Altarisha in just 12. They discussed her. Yuziel, arms crossed, smiled, thinking, the audience's reaction is great. His smile lingered, thoughts shifting, but now's the real deal. The host said, we're now on the third tough problem. Can the third problem, unsolved until now, be cracked here? Both wrote, sweat beading on Altarisha's brow, Maen showing greater worry. They stopped, and Gordon, astonished, declared, she solved it? Maen, cracking the impossible third problem, is impressive. Despite the praise, Maen showed no joy, only shock and confusion. Gordon added, but Altarisha's approach is even more remarkable. Seeing her hidden results, Maen grew furious, thinking, what's that explanation? Yuziel, smiling smugly, heard relentless chatter. How could she devise that approach? I can't believe my eyes. New info emerged. Past alchemists treated the 5 problems separately. Altarisha saw them as a whole, solving them integrally. Her key difference from Maen. The problem-solving continued. Mazen's hand trembled, calculations faltering. Wait, what's the next formula? She cursed. Damn, no space. Shouting at a host. Get another board now. But a familiar voice cut through, dissolving the tension. I'm done. Maen froze, glaring at Altarisha, who calmly turned from her blackboard, facing the crowd. Altarisha explained the random interference array fully, her voice resonating, light gleaming from her. That was the complete analysis. The crowd erupted. Insane. Noise overwhelmed. This is madness. A historic moment here? I'm so moved. A once-in-a-century event. Altarisha, hearing this, beamed, confidence surging. I did it. Looking at Yuziel, she thought, thank you, Yuziel. It's all thanks to you. Her smile lingered, but a dark voice broke through. Altarisha. Mazen's ominous aura loomed. Altarisha, anxious, said, Professor. Yuziel stepped forward, standing beside Altarisha, raising one arm as the dark mana emanating from Professor Maen Tyron grew palpable. Her voice, unsteady, cut through. Altarisha, followed by a confession. How long will you keep humiliating me? You stole my thesis, revised it, and claimed it as yours. Feeling proud, Yuziel moved forward, shielding Altarisha. His face showed no emotion, but his thoughts raced. Is she turning into a dark mage right now? It's earlier than expected, but this works. He continued, eyeing Maen. If she becomes a dark mage in front of everyone, her rage-fueled dark mana won't be contained. Maen called out again. Altarisha, Altarisha. Her eyes burned with fury. Altarisha, anxious, struggled to stay composed. Biting her lip, Altarisha steadied herself. I've been holding back my emotions all this time. She shouted, I told you to admit it. Confidence surged back. She declared clearly, my thesis surpasses yours. Wasn't my presentation enough? How much more of my work will you steal to feel satisfied? The audience and scientists gasped, whispering. The Crimson Potion thesis was hers? No wonder. Altarisha's newfound confidence wavered briefly. Professor, Professor. Her emotions erupted again, her voice louder. You're even more foolish than me. Yuziel, stunned, glanced at her, the shock spreading to Kane and Heijin nearby. Maen, now the center of attention, froze. To break the awkward tension, Golden Alchemist Waysek Gordon spoke, chuckling. Well, this is quite the conference. His hearty laugh, ha, truly fascinating, cut through the air. Maen snapped back to reality, shaken, realizing she'd let a sliver of dark mana slip. What? She stared at her trembling hands, thinking, what did I just do? That was dangerous. Pinpointing the source, her anger and glare turned toward one person as she rushed toward Altarisha. Her threat materialized. Altarisha, how dare you? Altarisha flinched, shrinking back. But the surprise shifted to Maen as a familiar figure blocked her path, Yuziel. His voice was calm but firm. Professor Maen, take a step back and assess the situation. Mazen's face froze, then slipped into dazed disbelief, overwhelmed by an invisible pressure as countless eyes from the audience judged her harshly. The silent alchemists awaited the outcome, some hoping to clarify the situation and ease doubts. Maen turned aside, stammering, and no, that's not it. At her breaking point, she raised a hand to her chest, voice rising. That girl stole my thesis. The crowd below, grasping the situation, murmured. Waysek Gordon, composed, signaled someone, take her out. A prompt yes followed, and 2 elven overseers escorted Maen away. She protested, no, I didn't do anything wrong. The 2 members of the 13th Annihilation team watched her leave, her voice persisting. Let me go. With the major threat gone, Altarisha collapsed to the floor, the burden lifted. Ugh. A hand extended slowly before her. Her sparkling eyes met Yuziel's confident smile. He said, Assistant, you worked hard today. His encouragement left her momentarily stunned. Then she beamed, dispelling her worries. MHL. The golden lights outside added a radiant glow, shifting to the 13th Annihilation team of Bone Moon Tower. The two were heading somewhere. Heijin, eyes closed, started a new topic. In the end, we got nothing. Kane, catching her vague remark, replied, if her emotions flared that much, there should have been signs. He added, the dark mana sensor showed no response. Heijin chimed in. True, Bone Moon Tower's psychic detection isn't perfect. Glancing at Yuziel and Altarisha, surrounded by scholars, she asked, is that kid really the high school co-author they mentioned? Looking at Kane, she mused. Kinda cute, huh? Kane shot her a sidelong glance. Have you checked his background? Heijin, flustered, replied. Just got the intel from Maya. She shared details. Before Stella, his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. He's a commoner with the lowest grades, yet he's in Class S at the world's top magic academy, without using magic. Super weird. He also requested his name be removed from the paper. So much info for one kid. Kane, calm, looked ahead. Noted. His eyes widened at something. Yuziel was staring directly at him, focused yet oblivious. Deciding not to dwell, Yuziel looked forward, smiling brightly. Kane, puzzled, thought, did our eyes just meet? Heijin, skeptical, said, no way. She glanced at Yuziel, adding, your perception dampening spell and my shadow barrier? Pierce that easily? Just an illusion. Kane focused ahead, silent for seconds. Yuziel's smile seemed untroubled by the earlier glance. With no words left about him and no abnormalities detected in Maen, Kane moved on. Let's go. We're done. Heijin, hands behind her back, followed. I'm sick of this boring place. The scene shifted to an ornate noble carriage, where someone, Maen Tyran, was furiously biting her nails. She cursed. Damn it, if not for Beck Yuziel, I wouldn't have been humiliated like this. A figure reading a book, eyes closed, spoke calmly from the front. It's come to this. Deal with Yuziel. Calm down. Maen, startled by the presence, exclaimed, Raiden? He opened his blood-red eyes, displeasure clear. With a fiery glare, Raiden slammed his book shut at Mazen's remark. That's not the issue. Professor Maen Tyran's face betrayed deep shock, while Raiden's expression grew more displeased. He glanced at her, adding, almost. Luckily, the contract suppression kicked in. A bit more emotion, and the chaos could have ruined our plans. Realizing she nearly caused a disaster, Maen froze, stammering, I'm so sorry. Seeing her weak apology, Raiden, stowing his book in a spatial pocket, closed his eyes and sighed. You think sorry fixes this? The leader is furious. Get your emotions under control, now, he said. You're close to losing your value as a Stella professor. Unwilling to accept this, Maen shouted, no. I have connections on the plagiarism review board. I can smooth this over. I'm not fired yet. Hearing her ramble, Raiden shut his eyes, cutting her off. Be quiet, stand still, bow your head, and walk away. That's the most useful thing you can do. The reprimand silenced her, the atmosphere heavy. Raiden added, don't move or speak until the leader gives orders. He teleported away, leaving Maen with her instructions. Alone, Maen clenched her fists, fury directed at one person. This is all Yuziel's fault. Her face twisted with menace, a plot forming. Recalling Yuziel and Altarisha before being dragged away, she thought, just wait a little longer. Yuziel's image burned in her mind. Beck Yuziel boarded a train heading somewhere. In a compartment, he sat, arms crossed, staring at Assistant Altarisha, who looked dazed, as if just waking up. His gaze shifted, thoughts forming. It's a pity. If Maen had used dark magic during her presentation, it could have stopped the collapse in Volume 8's disaster. I guess things will stay calm until the story explodes, he mused, leaning back, eyes closed, but thoughts persisted. Nothing else to do but avoid rushing. The conference ended smoothly, and the branch of resentment activated. His eyes snapped open. One thing bothers me. He recalled a moment when his gaze drifted to where Kane and Heijin stood, cloaked in shadow invisibility. Kane had stared back, prompting a realization. That was definitely Kane. Details emerged. An elite mage unit, rigorously selected, from Bone Moon Tower, famed for hunting dark mages and witches. Kane led their top destruction unit, the 13th. If not for my sixth sense, I'd have missed them until the end. I can guess why those dangerous folks were there, likely watching Maen. Either way, it'd be great to engage them positively. His thoughts paused as he noticed Alterisha's sleepy expression. A new conversation began. Sorry, can you spare a moment? A figure appeared near Alterisha. Surprised, she asked, who are you? Before he answered, she gasped. Wait, are you? The man in a white suit, with distinct elven ears, doffed his hat with a warm smile. Pleasure to meet you. His info appeared. Milion, chairman of Nebula Corporation. Context added. As the game's chapters expand, so does its world. As Flame matures, other characters become targets, including Milion, tied to the Southern Crescent Plains heart. Milion, fated by his golden ratio destiny, was the world's richest. Despite being over 50 with a daughter, he was a coveted target, not for wealth or looks, but because of his daughter, the villain Jelion, a high elf who tormented the protagonist. Players, enraged, targeted Milion to hurt Jelion by marrying him and ruining their family. Yuziel sighed, summarizing. Sounds like a joke, but everyone's hyped for this drama. He glanced forward, half disinterested, thinking, I expected it, but didn't think he'd show up. Overthinking kicked in. I need to make a good impression today for future chapters. Milion, smiling, addressed them. You must be Alchemist Alterisha? And this is the unnamed alchemist, yes? May I have your name? Yuziel, prepared, thought, clever question. He replied, I'm Beck Yuziel, a first-year S-class student at Stella Academy. Milion, surprised, said, Oh, a Stella student. Honored. Reaching into his coat, he added, The reason I'm here. He presented a meticulously prepared document, explaining, This is an exclusive contract proposal for Alterisha's technique with Nebula Corporation. The terms are generous. Would you like to review it? Yuziel wasn't surprised, but Alterisha, holding the document, trembled, ellipses filling her mind. Opening it, her eyes lit up, voice brimming with excitement. Unlimited materials and technicians. I've never seen this much funding, she thought. With this, I can create my dream inventions. Yuziel will love it. She glanced at him, but Yuziel looked puzzled. Huh? Alterisha, noticing, paused and asked Milion, Can I have time to think? Sensing hesitation, Milion added, Not enough? Name any condition. Alterisha interrupted, No, it's more than enough. Focusing, she clarified, I need to discuss with my co-author. Yuziel, stunned, couldn't believe he was the reason for this critical decision. What? He thought, bewildered. Milion chuckled, thinking, co-author? I thought that was just talk. Observing them, he mused. Solving a 300-year problem at that age? An extraordinary genius, but still just a student. Milion extended the contract to Yuziel. Want to review it? He thought, genius or not, in business, he's just a kid. Yuziel examined it closely, as Milion assumed. He can't refuse these terms. But Yuziel replied, I decline. Milion, floored, stared at him. May I know why? If the terms aren't satisfactory, I'll revise them. Yuziel gazed ahead, thoughts unraveling. An exclusive deal with Nebula, the world's largest corporation, is tempting. But Milion, despite his business prowess, is stubbornly possessive. If this technique is bound to him, only cheap, mass-produced items will result, limiting diversity, individuality, and performance. Plus, exclusivity would block many mages from accessing these tools, skewing tech toward commerce and letting dark mages catch up. From the game, players who chose this path got rich but faced a tragic end. He voiced a new concern, unrelated to terms. I simply don't want an exclusive contract. Milion faltered. You mean? Holding the document, his face blank, Yuziel continued. This technology, blending magic and alchemy, will revolutionize daily life and mage equipment. We want it accessible to more mages. Milion, hearing this, acknowledged. You have grand dreams and ambitions. That's good, but money is essential to realize them. Yuziel countered. I just negotiated with several investors, including you, Chairman Milion. Understanding, Milion asked. So, you'll sign with them and me? Most of my terms would be cut. Yuziel, eyes closed, smiled. Exactly. Frankly, I'm tempted by your terms. Opening his eyes slowly, he said, Make it a premium product line. A new smile formed. That's my proposal. Yuziel aimed to distribute items as widely as possible, but high-end, hard-to-craft items would be exclusively contracted to the Starlight Guild, a matter of branding. Seeing his confidence, Milion, standing opposite, narrowed his eyes slightly. As a seasoned merchant, Milion understood his intent, extending a hand with a smile and asking, "Great, but will those luxury items really sell? I'd never do anything to harm myself." Knowing his concerns, Yuziel lowered his gaze, responding calmly, "Right, so I won't ask you to sign immediately." His cold yet confident eyes gleamed. 6 months from now, let's hold a press conference for investors with you, Chairman Milion." Milion's expression shifted in surprise at Yuziel's words. "If you like the product I present, please sign the exclusive branding contract." Seeing Yuziel's calculated approach, Milion closed his eyes, flashing his usual smile. "Yes, that's right. Absolutely splendid." Alterisha smiled, realizing Milion had initially agreed. To seal the collaboration, Milion pulled out something like a business card, saying, "This is a message scroll, including my contact details." Yuziel accepted it. "Thank you, sir." Additional info appeared. A message scroll, written on paper and sent, always reaches its recipient. With business concluded, Milion donned his hat, smiling in farewell. "All right, I'll take my leave." Yuziel's face showed slight surprise. Meanwhile, Alterisha maintained a faint smile. Yuziel, now trembling despite his calm, clutched his chest, checking if his heart had stopped. His voice shook. "God, I thought I'd die from nerves." Alterisha, concerned, asked, "Is that normal for someone so anxious?" Yuziel, bewildered, replied, "I was really nervous." Her natural smile followed with praise. As expected, Yuziel, "You're amazing." Caught off guard, he blinked. "Huh." Noticing his confusion, Alterisha shifted her tone. "Oh, nothing." Yuziel's gaze drifted to the door Milion had exited, a smile forming with his thoughts. "One issue resolved. When I return, I'll treat the club to a nice restaurant." Additional info. The science conference ended safely. Classes at Stella Academy continued normally. A professor on the podium addressed the students. "Professor Maen is unwell, so I'll teach today." Yuziel, wearing glasses, glanced with half-lidded eyes, his thoughts deepening. "Gone without a trace, huh?" His contemplation intensified with images of Professor Tyron's corruption. If things follow the plan, Maen will fully awaken in Chapter 8, causing major damage to the school. I don't know how this will alter the future. His gaze grew sterner. Could this chapter happen sooner? I hope it's at a level I can handle. Further note, not just Maen, but Alterisha hasn't been at school either. Class ended, and Yuziel walked down a hallway. She's probably happy, enjoying her retirement benefits. A student ahead spoke up. "Hey, did you hear?" Yuziel tuned into the conversation. "Assistant Alterisha. Isn't she the one who solved that super complex spatial interference formula?" The talk continued. "Yeah, but wasn't there a co-author? They say their identity's a secret. Why hide it?" Yuziel ignored it, looking forward. "Good. Maybe they think the co-author's hideous?" "Haha, really?" Outside the campus, his overthinking persisted. "Keeping my role as co-author's secret reduced attention at school." His steps paused. "I first gave hints using knowledge from these special glasses. All focus should be on Alterisha for the best outcome." Stopping, he noticed something nearby. "Found it. Isn't that my Yuziel? Look at that giraffe." After a while, Yuziel and Asel reappeared. People noticed my Yuziel watching Asel, whispering, "Her high grades and beauty. Cheating, right? Is she a subject or something? She looks like a doll." "Humph, she's not that great." "Sure, she's pretty." Yuziel, hands on hips, thought. No peaceful day to draw their attention. He called out, "I'm here." Ma Yuziel smiled brightly. "Hey, Yuziel." Yuziel waved. "Sorry, did I keep you waiting?" Asel added, "Not really." She asked, "So what are we eating? Didn't you say you'd decide?" Knowing Asel's family limited her access to good food, Yuziel grinned confidently. "You'll see when we get there." At the restaurant, 3 sat at a table with only 2 plates. Bit stingy. Pizza, I bet. Sparkling lights and aromas filled the air. Asel's eyes gleamed with longing, her face flushed, excited for the delicious meal. Yuziel noticed her cuteness, her gaze fixed on the food. His thoughts wandered. Asel's explanation mentioned ordering a drink like a sub, maybe pickle juice, with pizza. He handed her a glass, saying, "Here, try this." Asel looked puzzled. "What's this? How do I eat it?" Her anxiety surfaced, question marks multiplying. Yuziel's mind added ellipses. "Is this her first time at a pizza place?" He said, "Yeah, exactly." Asel sipped, her face lighting up in surprise. "Oh, it's good." Her cheeks reddened. Yuziel, noticing her drink, tried it too, a pleasant sensation washing over him. "Yeah, it's really good." Yuziel stared blankly, thinking coldly, "Take a photo, capture this moment." He's drinking like he's posing for a food magazine. After sipping, Yuziel held up a slice, smiling. "Try this too." Asel, eager, grabbed a knife and fork. Yuziel, unsurprised, closed his eyes. "Oh God, you're sticking a knife in the pizza? No one does that." He demonstrated, eating a slice. "They say it tastes better this way." Asel hesitated, puzzled. "That's odd, isn't it impolite?" Yuziel laughed brightly. "Oh, isn't that fun?" He casually bit into a slice. "Let's see. You don't know till you try?" Asel followed, biting her slice, eyes closing tightly. Her body trembled, drawing the boy's attention. She touched her cheek, joy spreading. The sweet cheese melts, bell peppers dancing, olive oil and bacon with onions, like a symphony. Yuziel asked, "So, is it good?" Asel, startled mid-bite, blushed, looking at her slice. "Yeah, it's really good." Both boys smiled at her. A suggestion followed. "Let's come here often. Can I join? Or is it up to you?" "Don't." The scene shifted to a sunset field, where a peculiar rift signaled looming danger. Back in the classroom, Flame was walking when her steps halted as someone called out. "Hey, Flame, have you heard about it?" Her gaze shifted, a faint smile forming. "Yes, I've heard." The female student hesitated. "Oh, really?" She quickly left. "See you later, then." Flame watched her disappear, then stood silently, sighing. I guess she came to talk about the rumor that Assistant Alterisha solved the interference formula. But as far as I know, it was all Yuziel's doing. His image surfaced in her mind, sparking new thoughts. How did he solve that formula? To return, most future knowledge, except key events and stories, should have been forgotten. Could he remember those things? Or is he just that brilliant? Nearby, students were chattering, but someone approached, greeting her. "Hello, Flame." It was Jeremy Scalvin, smiling brightly, continuing, "Want to practice the persona gate with our group this time?" Seeing him close, Flame avoided his gaze. "Why are you acting like this? If you go, do I have to follow?" Her eyes widened, voice firm. "Go find another girl. Don't flirt without reason." Flame left. Jeremy's face flashed a peculiar, striking smile. The scene shifted to a nearby notice board, displaying, "Official Persona Gate Notice. First-year students, please select a Persona Gate for group practice." Everyone looked up at it. Flame stood, lost in thought. "By the way, this is the Persona Gate practice. Has it really started?" Additional info surfaced. A different dimension created by Dark Mage's power, called a Persona Gate. If not conquered quickly upon appearing, it becomes a dead zone where no creature survives. Unlike dungeons cleared by defeating a boss or destroying a core, Persona Gates require analyzing and breaking their patterns and magic. Pondering, she thought, from analyzing focus to distorting space, structure, and soul entrapment, it demands knowledge of thousands of patterns and the ability to recall them. And ultimately, combat strength. Training magical warriors aims to counter Persona Gates, making this the most critical subject. Flame's fist clenched. If it follows the original story, something real is mixed into this Persona Gate activity. I can't let Yuziel handle it alone. Determination surged. This time, I must prevent major losses. The scene shifted to the 9th Star Tower, the Cloud Layer Cafe. Princess Hong Bayan's group gathered, their table laden with pastries and fragrant tea. A sudden question arose. "Have you tried the new dessert?" Responses followed. "You mean the pumpkin pie without cream cheese? It's got a unique flavor." Hong Bayan sipped her tea as chatter continued. "Yeah, I tried it once and was surprised." But her thoughts disagreed. "It's bland." Her eyes widened when someone mentioned recent news. "By the way, Stella's assistant solved the random spatial interference technique." Rochelle added, "I heard it from my dad." Apparently, the co-author is actually a Stella Academy student. Her friends gasped in unison. "No way, really?" Definitely. Rochelle's dad is the intelligence agency director. Doubt crept in. Who could solve an unsolved formula as a student? You're right. Hong Bayan set her teacup down, thoughts overwhelming her. Even the intelligence agency director doesn't know who it is. Images of Yuziel and Altarisha flashed in her mind. So Yuziel is the co-author of the spatial interference technique. Her expression darkened. Unable to hold back, her hand gripped the teacup's edge. Questions raced through her mind. Why did Yuziel hide it? Is he deliberately boosting Altarisha's reputation? Or does he have feelings for her? She stood abruptly, prompting a friend to look up and ask. Hong Bayan turned, leaving immediately. I have to go, her friend added. But it's tea time. The three others stared, confused, as she hurried off. A question arose. Why's the princess acting like that? The scene shifted to the school courtyard, where Hong Bayan walked until a figure appeared before her. She looked down, not yet recognizing them. A voice spoke, Hong Bayan. Recognizing the voice, she replied, Princess Hong Siwa. Siwa covered her mouth, laughing. Goodness, didn't I tell you to call me sister? Additional info. They're fated enemies due to one being legitimate and the other illegitimate. My half-sister, Hong Siwa Adalovit. I hate her to death. Interrupting her thoughts, Hong Bayan asked, What are you doing here? Siwa smiled brightly. Haha, don't look at me like that. I'm here for a reason, right? Lately, a fascinating commoner appeared in the first-year class, didn't they? The question startled Hong Bayan. She's talking about a commoner upholding the knightly spirit, nearly lost to this world. Yuziel's image surfaced. Noticing her odd reaction, Siwa crossed her arms, adding, From your reaction, you're interested in him too, huh? Her voice grew pensive. A knight sacrificing everything for a mage. A cold gaze and mocking smile followed. Isn't that every princess's dream? Hong Bayan's fist clenched. So, will you introduce me to him? She wasn't pleased. Hong Bayan stepped past, replying, Sure, thanks. Try it yourself. Siwa laughed loudly. Look at you, getting upset. So cold. Then, recalling something, she raised a finger. You weren't like this before. Is it because of our eldest sister's death? Hong Bayan's face darkened, her eyes visibly sad. She continued walking, saying, I'll take my leave. Siwa's gaze followed, tinged with sadness. Her thoughts shifted. Maybe I was too harsh this time, going too far. It's too soon for her to hear about our eldest sister. A guard, Sarah, appeared, adding. Seeing her sudden arrival, Siwa asked, Huh? What's up? Sarah handed over documents. Info on the person you requested. Student Yuziel. A copy of his class assignment and a brief background. Siwa took the documents, saying, Really? I didn't expect to get this without digging. Great job. So there was such an assignment. She opened it. Let's see what it's about. Title. To my mother. Mom, I miss you. Reading this, Siwa laughed loudly, quickly covering her mouth. Haha, kids are still kids, huh? Moments later, her hands holding the documents trembled. Sarah, surprised, watched as Siwa's tears fell, her hand covering her mouth. I see. Yuziel's mother said she didn't like black bean noodles. Sensing something wrong, Sarah apologized. My apologies. Siwa turned away. Are you crying? Siwa replied. Oh, it's nothing. Wiping her tears, she added thoughtfully. I never deeply considered poverty. He lived in that environment, yet kept his knightly spirit. Her gaze softened. Yuziel's hometown was invaded by dark mages, right? She smiled. I'm sorry, Hong Bayan, but I'm growing more curious about him. The scene shifted to the final training day. Students gathered on the lawn. A professor stepped forward, explaining, We'll now begin the Persona Gate training for first years. Students, enter the gates as assigned. Yuziel stood in a corner amid murmurs. It's just like the textbook. I'm getting worried. He thought further. So it's finally starting. Milion. Before the upcoming events, Yuziel began a new train of thought, connecting to his system interface, as a reward for completing an academic presentation. We can also activate the portal analysis function from these glasses. I've trained in Leafinal's garden and enhanced my abilities, so this should be enough. His stats appeared clearly. Snow White Yuziel, physical stats. Strength, 2 stars 61%. Perception, 2 stars 45%. Agility, 2 stars 42%. Endurance, 2 stars 12%. Durability, 0 stars 97%. Mental resilience, 1 star 59%. Mana, undetermined. EXP, undetermined. Skill, flash step level 1. His expression was pensive, his eyes revealing deep contemplation. At that moment, a teacher nearby pointed toward the portal, gesturing. Students heading to Portal C7, please proceed this way. Flame, standing beside Yuziel, replied curtly, yes. Her captivating tone made him glance at her. Others appeared, including Princess Hong Bayan and Asel, lost in thought. So these are my companions? Yuziel thought. This persona portal training would be conducted in groups of 4 to 18. Cooperation was key to overcoming the challenge. His gaze lingered on the group. First-year students at Stella Academy, averaging Class 2 skills, won't easily conquer a persona portal set with 3 risks for their first real mission. A worry surfaced. Portal C7, the event's location, held up to 16 people. It's a shame Hei Wonriang isn't here, he thought. But with Flame, Hong Bayan, and Asel, we won't fail. He stepped forward. I don't need to join the strategy to defeat the final boss anyway. The portal loomed ahead. All I need is the hidden reward. Enchanting tree petals suddenly stirred, transporting him elsewhere. Yuziel's face showed surprise. A new interface appeared. Welcome to the Aharon Ball. A dazzling golden plaza unfolded before him. Everyone gathered at the large central carpet. Hong Bayan's group quickly moved there, as did Yuziel. Eyes scanned the surroundings, assessing the situation, when a voice rang out, capturing attention. Hello. A maid steward raised her hand, beaming brightly. I've prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Hearing this, Hong Bayan sensed something off, suspiciously asking, a dress? Shoes? What do you mean? A thought interjected. Has a ballroom ever appeared in a persona portal? She quickly adjusted her mindset. Now's not the time for that. We need to analyze the portal and check the guidance. Complex symbols appeared on the interface. Anxiety crept in. Huh? Wait, they're giving such a complex formula for a first-year test. The steward handed out instructions. Miss, it's almost time for the banquet. Please hurry. Hong Bayan, still confused, asked in surprise, Steward, why are you talking like that? Is that a scripted phrase? A thought cut in. I don't know if this is a real NPC in the persona portal. I heard people in portals created by mages don't show individual actions. Seeing the steward's free smile and earlier words, Hong Bayan's mind wavered. No, impossible. This is Stella Academy. There's no way a real persona portal would appear here. It's probably just Stella's advanced technology. The steward's smile remained. Why would you say that? Hong Bayan changed her tone. Don't worry, go get the dress. The steward replied. Yes, I understand. She left under the princess's gaze, anxiety lingering. Maybe it's my mood, but this training feels like it won't end easily. Time passed quickly, and footsteps approached. Hong Bayan, now in her dress, her silver-pink hair blending with its color, looked stunning. Her eyes caught a figure, Yuziel, in an elegant vest. His gaze turned elsewhere. Hong Bayan's cheeks flushed slightly. He looks good, very fitting. But focus took over. Memories surfaced. This was Yuziel's academic submission. I heard it's his past story. She touched her hair, reviewing the data. Is that so? Back to reality. She kept watching Yuziel. Is it because of the personal info I got about him days ago? He seems different. Yuziel yawned repeatedly. Hi. His eyes met hers, while her thoughts continued. Overcoming such a past, the knight's path at Stella. Yuziel's blank expression interrupted her. What are you staring at? First time seeing a commoner yawn. Hong Bayan, startled, looked away embarrassedly, saying, No, it's nothing. A voice cut in. Everyone's here, right? Someone approached their position. All eyes turned to the newcomer, a red-haired lady with a fan, continuing, From now on, you'll attend the ball hosted by Duchess Aharon. Her gaze shifted to a wall. They say those 4 paths lead to the manor's basement, but it's a maze full of traps. If you get lost, the manor's knights will move. She smiled. You can only trust your intuition and knowledge. Can you do it? Yuziel, standing aside, replied curtly, Yes. The lady glanced at him, surprised. You're quite confident. I like that. That boldness makes one feel a bit guilty. I love it. Yuziel said, Thank you. The natural exchange shocked other students. What? She talks like a real person? Do original NPCs have such dialogue? The lady continued. Good luck. She turned, leaving her silhouette for all to see. Male students exchanged glances. All right, let's go. Anxiety loomed as they approached the portal, starting the mission. A voice rang out. Wait, everyone. It was Flame, asking about the training test. Doesn't it feel odd? She calmly detailed. It's hard to explain, and these NPCs act too real. I can't analyze this persona portal either. Normally, a first-year practical test wouldn't be this hard. Students ahead agreed. Actually, I thought it was weird too. I barely understand it. Yeah, that NPC seemed too real. As they concurred, Flame's expression brightened. All right, I'll convince them to go this way. A voice interrupted. Wait, Flame. Jackie appeared, arms crossed, displeased. You're not saying this is a real portal, are you? Scared already. To me, this is what the professors want. In real combat, you can't always fully decode a persona portal, right? This confusion is part of their plan. She analyzed further. Besides, Stella trains the best magical warriors with top-tier magic knights. Would they miss a real portal in the academy? Others began believing Jackie. Oh, makes sense. So that's it. Anxiety gripped Flame. This is bad. By protocol, this portal is real. But no one will believe me. She tried to signal unease, glancing at Jackie's smug look. What now? Silence enveloped the space. Yuziel looked over, pensive. So we're following this path after all. He recalled data. E006, Jackie's corruption branch. In the original novel, Jackie doesn't exist, so Flame must be confused. But Flame's interference here is one of many game branches. Either way, one of the three students must become a corrupted sacrifice. A new worry arose. Though Yuziel hoped no one would be corrupted, could fate be changed? Seeing the opposition, he thought. Even helping Flame won't change the outcome. If so, the right choice is to step back. They locked eyes briefly, then Jackie turned away. Whatever you say, I'm going. Flame tried to stop her. What? Wait, Jackie. Jackie turned back, her gaze cold. Even in this situation, it's the professor's setup. Just handle it calmly. You guys just stand there clueless. Jackie chose a portal and teleported. Flame couldn't stop her. Male students exchanged worried glances. One decided, I'm going too. I'm always ready for this. Yuziel stood, arms crossed, assessing. No one's acting systematically. His fingers twitched slightly. If it's come to this, we just move forward. He smiled, stepping toward the portal. As Yuziel confidently strode forward, he suddenly paused, noticing something behind him. A group of male students had gathered, slightly too close. He asked, Why are you all trailing me? They grew flustered, sweat beading. No reason. Seeing their shared expression, he sighed indifferently. Are they planning to follow me? Kids always have schemes. He continued walking, thinking, I don't care much about this. Nothing important here anyway. A long, dim corridor lay ahead, lit by purple glowing energy lamps. In the quiet space, footsteps approached from behind. His attention shifted to a voice. What's with this creepy hallway? It was Princess Bayan, accompanied by two other girls. He mused, seems everyone's here. The princess's gaze fixed on something. The trio moved ahead, standing before a closed door. Beck asked, Where'd the others go? Glancing down, he realized, as expected, we can't all appear at once. Analyzing further, 16 students, split into 4 groups of 4, each taking one of 4 paths. 2 familiar figures joined, Asel and Flame, apparently grouped elsewhere. Beck glanced at those with Princess Bayan, thinking, didn't expect to be teamed with her. The two exchanged words. We should move now. Yes, Your Highness. The princess caught his stare, asking with a puzzled look. What? Got a problem? He sweated. No, nothing. Maintaining her expression, she teased. Gods, so boring. Ignoring her, Beck's gaze shifted elsewhere. Bayan and Asel splitting up is a good thing, right? Suddenly startled, he raised a hand, halting the group. Wait, something's ahead. Golden light revealed dancing statues, resembling decorative mannequins. The group wondered, are those dolls? Bayan stayed silent but flinched, her attention locked forward. A gate lay within the room. The 2 girls beside her opined. Will our unlock spells work? I doubt it. We can't even read this gate. Our level's too low. It's so dark, I'm scared. The situation seemed tough. Bayan glanced at Beck. Commoner, decoded the gate yet? His reply disappointed. No, her face showed it clearly. Is it too much to expect from a commoner? But surprise replaced her frown when he spoke again. But I've got a rough idea how to get out. Intrigued, she asked, Really? You serious? Staring at the statues, he pointed. Look closely. Each statue's pose differs, but they're all in the same dance. He questioned, Know the dance? Her eyes locked on the statues, and an answer formed. Serena's soul-calling dance, she said, describing the tragic performance Serena gave before her death. Beck pressed. You remember the moves, right? Startled, she grasped his intent, exclaiming, No way. To calm her, he looked ahead. She's noticed the statue's sequential movements, with some interruptions. After a moment, he asked, Ready? The other two girls took empty spots, starting the dance. Done. Me too. Bayan followed, filling the missing position. Beck watched intently, and the gate opened perfectly. Cheers erupted. We did it. The door revealed another dark corridor, with light glimmering afar. They hurried through. Attention shifted to Bayan as they advanced. A grand room appeared, bathed in golden light, with knight armors wielding swords, arranged variably. Strange patterns marked the floor beneath. One girl pointed. Maybe the armors hold clues. Another added. Let's check them closely. They split up, inspecting the armors, but found nothing. No matter how I look, I don't get it. Why is it different this time? Yeah, nothing's off. Bayan's gaze landed on Beck, who was touching a tapestry with unique designs. Commoner, what are you doing? After observing, he stood. The armors are decoys. The real clues the tapestry. Surprise gripped the group. He explained, the dance on the tapestry's the key. Look closely, and figure performs specific moves. If we sequence them correctly, we solve this. The girls peered intently, one saying, You're right. I know this, Serena's silent tango. They spread out, studying the tapestry's moves. Beck and Bayan examined closely. Suddenly, he noticed something odd. The sequence aligned, light flared, and a familiar sound rang. The gates open. A new path appeared. Beck urged, Let's go. Bayan's gaze lingered on him. He's truly different. I knew it when taught to shift perspectives, but not this impactful. His breakthrough speed's uncanny for an unreadable gate. Strategy, observation, calculation, reasoning. Is this a first year's level? It's like he's tackled the persona gate hundreds of times. At the new area, her thoughts persisted. Before entering this academy, he said his hometown was destroyed by dark mages. He muttered, More stone statues here. She analyzed, a remote village, unknown, yet famed for brutal battles against dark mages. Now I get why he lacks basic academic knowledge, but excels in strategy and combat. Watching him, he must have fought on fierce battlefields against dark mages. Whether true or not, he's leagues above other students. Ahead, chatter arose. Go there and adjust the weight balance. Got it. Surprise crossed Bayan's face. Everyone's striving for high scores, yet he blatantly guesses scribble on tests, flaunting it. He skips homework, acts poorly in class. But noticing his handsome features, she wondered, why's he trying so hard now? Princess Bayan's expression darkened. There must be a reason. Don't tell me you sensed a change in the atmosphere. Beck Yuziel turned to her, pointing to draw her attention. Hey, why are you zoning out? Get over there. But she sharply questioned him. Tell me, commoner. Yuziel looked confused, unsure of what she meant. Bayan voiced her suspicion. This persona gate we're challenging, is it real? She paused, awaiting an answer, met with Yuziel's pensive silence. He assessed her. Your eyes have gotten sharper, Bayan. Normally, she wouldn't see the truth until the end and would keep interfering with Milion. A smile formed. This proves she's straying from the villainous path. Noticing his smile, she asked, What are you grinning at? He replied, Nothing. The two other girls looked around, confused. Why isn't the princess coming? What's going on? Turning away, Yuziel answered her earlier question. As you said, this place is real. You could get hurt or die. If we don't clear it, it'll synchronize with the outside world. So, I plan to get through this as fast as possible. Bayan paused for a moment. I knew it. Beck Yuziel always acts with purpose. Her lips pursed as she thought, I won't accept help like this. Her eyes narrowed, sweat beading. I'll survive on my own strength. Meanwhile, in another scene, a dark room was littered with fallen knight armors. Flame and Asel were teammates in this trial gate. Seeing them, someone called, Hey, Flame. Flame looked over as a girl waved. Over here. Flame approached the three rushing toward her. Is everyone okay? Where's the other one? The girl hesitated, well, then added. Jackie suddenly vanished. Flame's eyes widened in shock. What? Jackie? The girl, sharing the group's expression, explained. Thanks to Jackie, we made it this far. But after passing the final door, she disappeared. We couldn't find her. Panic gripped Flame. Have you searched long? A thought struck. That means she cleared this gate faster than Asel and me, without a scratch. Another added. But this isn't our first time. Flame couldn't believe her ears. What? Back to Beck Yuziel. He sat cross-armed, leaning against a pillar, eyes closed. Someone approached, prompting him to open them. Hey, when'd you get here? Flame asked. He replied, not long ago. She pressed, have you seen Jackie? Haven't seen her. Disappointed, Flame sighed. I see. And left, Yuziel watching her go. Though unclear on the details, he pieced it together. I could have stopped Jackie's disappearance if I'd gotten here sooner. But now, I can't do much else. At this point, I can only help the heroines clear the stage. At Stella Academy, a voice shouted, What? A Real Persona gate mixed into the students' training. Headmaster Beck Yuziel rushed to the training area, shock and worry etched on his scarred face. The once blue gate now glowed blood red. How could this happen? Isn't Stella's security the best in the world? A professor nearby explained. It's like someone completely reversed Stella's spatial wave detection system. The wave appeared simultaneously with the gate, so it wasn't detected in time. Security's enhancing the system. Headmaster Beck Yuziel cut in. Damn it. That's not what matters now. Another voice interrupted. He's right. A figure appeared, catching the headmaster's attention, a new presence. Recognition hit. Commander Aryan. Aryan Black Swan, supreme leader of Stella, the world's strongest knight order. The man said to create seas of blood from dark mages' corpses. Rarely seen on campus. Aryan approached coldly. What's the situation? Have reinforcements entered? The professor replied, No, it's impossible. The students inside are facing a tough challenge. Aryan asked, What's the gate's risk level? The answer came, estimated between level 4 and 5. Aryan raised an eyebrow. Estimated? Give me an exact number. The professor, clutching documents, said, Initially level 4, but it spiked to 5 once the students entered. Aryan noted, Unusual, but not rare. The gate's emitting false waves. Get me the registered students list. The professor handed it over. Here. Aryan scanned the names intently. Class 1S students stood out. Beck Yuziel, Hong Bayan, Flame, Asel, Likey. Reading them, Aryan's eyes narrowed. A level 5 risk persona gate. Even seasoned mages need thorough preparation to clear it. These are first years, only at level 2 or 3 mage skill. They're nowhere near capable. His voice grew colder. Prepare 16 foam coffins for the students' bodies. Headmaster Beck Yuziel shouted, Commander Aryan. But Aryan turned, leaving. It's just protocol for efficiency. With a dangerous glint, he added, Don't tell me you believe those first-year rookies can conquer a real level 5 gate, Lee Hanwall. That's like saying ants can kill a tiger. Aryan vanished, leaving the headmaster more anxious for his students. I know it's a crazy bet, but I still hope those kids make it out safely. The red gate remained unchanged. Inside, Asel and Flame simultaneously noticed a direction as someone called, Hey, everyone! Jackie returned, dust on her clothes, saying, So this is where you all are? Yuziel, arms crossed, stood pensive, while others cheered. I'm so glad you're safe. Why'd you vanish like that? It scared me. Yuziel turned aside, thinking deeply. Now that everyone's here, the only thing left is to fight the final boss. While deep in thought, Beck Yuziel's attention was suddenly drawn to something emerging nearby. Red status panels flashed repeatedly. You've arrived at the dancing clock tower. Descend the stairs to reach the ballroom. The party has just begun, so hurry. The group moved toward a staircase leading downward. I guess we need to go down these steps, someone said. As the others focused on the path below, Flame glanced upward nervously, sensing something ominous. A monstrous spider formed in her mind. At the top of this clock tower lives the Great Sword Spider, a level 4 risk boss. Its 8 legs can transform into 8 sharp blades. Flame swallowed hard, taking a deep breath. That thing's dangerous. I can't keep relying on Yuziel. He's lost his memories, so he knows nothing about the Great Sword Spider. But I've researched it, so I'll try to stop it somehow. She glanced at Asel nearby. If Asel and Yuziel faced the final boss, we could clear this with minimal losses. Determined, Flame called out, "Wait, everyone." But a voice interrupted, startling her. "Hold on." It was Yuziel, looking up at a high corner. "Something's up there." Flame froze for a moment. He turned, breaking the silence. "You all go down first. I'll check around here and follow." No one objected. Led by Princess Bayan, who moved slowly at the rear, they descended. Flame's anxiety lingered. Yuziel probably doesn't even know about the Great Sword Spider. His silhouette flashed in her mind, yet he sensed its presence. Impossible. Hesitating, she thought. I didn't know his senses were that sharp. Well, he did deflect magic. As she wavered, the group moved deeper. A male student paused, noticing something. "What's that sound?" Others shared his expression. Bayan pinpointed the odd noise, shouting, "It's coming from above." All eyes turned upward, gasping as the Great Sword Spider lunged toward them. "It's the Blade Spider." Another corrected, "No, it's the Great Sword Spider, a level 4 risk." Seeing it, Flame's panic grew. "What? Where's Yuziel?" Thinking of him, Bayan and Asel exchanged glances. "Don't tell me." Suddenly, a foot appeared on the spider's body. Yuziel leapt from above, slamming it down with a heavy kick. Golden light from his flash step glowed, his sword gripped tightly. Someone below shouted, "Yuziel." Seeing their hesitation, he yelled, "I'll handle this. Get downstairs now." Asel, doubting, muttered, "Can he stop it alone?" Gritting her teeth, she decided, "I should go help." A voice interrupted, "I don't know what you're thinking, but we need to get to the ballroom. Fast." Bayan approached Asel, adding, "That's the best way to help the commoner." Still reeling from Yuziel's actions, Flame was stunned by Bayan's words and expression. Curiosity arose as she watched Bayan's back. In the original story, was Bayan like this? Flame's wonder was justified. Normally, Bayan would be jealous of Asel's strength and plotting. Instead, she helped her. The group didn't linger, opening the door to the ballroom below. Music and melodies filled the space. Someone gasped, "Wow." Understandably so, the grandeur exceeded expectations for this special ball. Crystal chandeliers gleamed midair, masked nobles danced hand in hand in the vibrant atmosphere, and a red carpet stretched across the stairs, enchanting all. Amid the festivity, the lights suddenly dimmed, and the music stopped. Silence fell. The nobles froze, awaiting a central figure. Slow footsteps emerged from the darkness, stunning everyone. Bayan spoke, shifting attention. "Someone's coming down the stairs." Flame guessed, maybe the final boss, Duchess Iharon. "Stay alert." But something shattered her view, leaving her shocked. Under a central spotlight stood someone. "Hello, nice to meet you all. I'm Jackie Iharon." It was Jackie, previously missing, her smile unsettling. Unlike the students' unease, the nobles cheered. "Duchess, you're stunning today? Give me a smile, and I'll offer my heart." Despite knowing the original novel, Flame couldn't predict this. How is this possible? This development doesn't exist in the original romance novel. Jackie didn't even exist initially. Seeing Bayan's worried expression, Flame realized a normal person becoming an NPC, let alone the final boss, was impossible. Asel's expression suggested only one way. Jackie was a dark mage. Flame pursed her lips, understanding why Yuziel's earlier words were odd. So that's how he warned me about Jackie. But I can't give up. Determined amid anxiety, she shouted, "Jackie, if you're consumed by that power, you'll become something horrific. Please calm down." Jackie cut her off. Nonsense," she declared. "I am Iharon now." A dangerous smile hid behind her paper fan. She asked, and the nobles below replied, "My head is Iharon. My chest is Jackie. My heart is." Jackie's face flushed unnaturally. "It's so thrilling, it feels like everything's melting." Bayan realized. It's too late. Her mind's corrupted by dark magic. Asel added. At this point, the only way is to clear the gate and bring her back. Flame gripped her staff tightly, golden mana glowing. Got it, she said, focusing. Wait, Jackie. I'll save you to make up for this. A red lightning bolt flashed near Jackie. Enough chatter, she said, her smile widening as mana surged. Let's start the party. A critical update appeared. The battle with the masquerade temptation boss has begun. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a streak of green blood appeared on the screen, where the great sword spider's massive blade had been slashed across its upper abdomen. The blood came from that wound, a result of Yuziel's flash step attack. Anxiety enveloped him, sweat dripping down. This is tough. Analyzing the situation, he realized the great sword spider was a subspace entity, not critical to clearing the gate. Yet, two reasons compelled him to face this challenge. His eyes narrowed. First, to obtain the enchanting tree petal embedded in the spider's dessert-like crest. As he pondered, the spider suddenly swung a leg down at him, but he was prepared. Using flash step, he dodged effortlessly, checking the item left behind as the beast missed. Simultaneously, he hurled 3 vials of different colors: orange, spark potion; green, sleep slip potion; purple, oil potion. The result was immediate. The spider convulsed, struck by electric shocks, white light flashing as lightning hit its body. The second reason, Yuziel thought, swinging his sword at the creature's energy barrier. Miraculously, it began to crack in moments, his target the pink petal on its forehead. His expression shifted with the tide of battle, a hidden strategy unfolding. To clear Chapter 6, Jackie's Dark Magic Path, additional info suggested. The enchanting tree petal, when absorbed, significantly boosts mental strength. It enhances perception speed, activates the Whispering Glass's critical point, and slows mana flow. A vital item with intriguing story elements. As another blade struck, he attacked, reinforcing his earlier analysis. The petal links to the final boss, Duchess Saharan. The spider lunged, he leapt to dodge. Focused on combat, his thoughts split. The great sword spider is actually the Duchess's husband. But I don't care much for that. I skipped the story to focus. Annoyed by constant attacks, his face showed frustration as he used flash step repeatedly, repositioning above the spider. Attacking the barrier before the petal causes the Duchess to show similar signs, making it easier for the heroines to strategize. Yet, he worried, I'm not sure if my attacks will hit at the right moment. A faint smile locked on his lips. I'll hit it as much as I can to take it down. In previous clashes, the spider struck first, so Yuziel decided to act preemptively. Flash step activated repeatedly, leaving only afterimages. 3 consecutive flash steps turned the area into his stage. The spider emitted eerie screeches at this shift. Exhausted from the performance, Yuziel slowed. Before he could strategize further, his expression turned to shock. The spider moved erratically, green liquid trailing, and he realized the issue. I threw so many slip potions out already. With no choice, he charged again. Seeing the spider's odd movements and lack of footing, unease hit. Damn, the ballroom's below. Accelerating from inertia, he decided to act. Think. I need to track its direction. Speeding up, he caught up, their eyes locking, sweat dripping, teeth gritted in anger. His pupils flashed a unique color. Flash step rewinding minutes to when the critical alert appeared. The battle with the masquerade temptation boss has begun. Following the alert, Bayan's group formed a tight combat cluster. Jackie gripped her black dress, blood-red music playing as her dance began, drawing all attention. Each step summoned red lightning, forming a bizarre magic circle beneath her. As she shifted her dance, the lightning altered the surroundings. Everyone dodged. The warning came too late. Lightning converged, striking. Nearby nobles were blasted back. Bayan, witnessing the powerful attack, turned to check. Everyone okay? A male student replied, yes. Calming herself, she analyzed. No time to hesitate. It's time to fight. She drew her staff, its tip glowing, facing a dark mage. As Jackie danced above, fire magic attacks targeted Bayan. Jackie scoffed, her confidence justified. Not so easy. A strange black formation appeared before her, effortlessly blocking the fire attack. But more came. Asel summoned 3 small ice formations, launching large ice pillars. Other students joined, unleashing spells. Unfortunately, similar magic circles blocked them all. The students were stunned. Our magic has no effect. As the group attacked, Jackie shifted to a new move. Red lightning formed overhead, startling them. She's attacking again. Be careful. 2 exclamation marks appeared in Flame's mind. Miraculously, she formed a complex magic array. Jackie noticed, recognizing something. Mimicking Jackie, Flame grasped her dress. Music played, and with an indifferent expression, Flame began the required dance. Others watched, puzzled. Asel spoke. Why are you dancing? Flame didn't answer, continuing. After a moment, she stopped, eyes half lowered, staring at Jackie. From her array, a golden light attack shot past Jackie, who stood frozen, fan in hand, eyes wide. Flame rejoiced inwardly. It worked, just like the novel. She shouted, "Everyone dance." Bayan and Asel looked stunned, and Flame explained, "We got hints from earlier stages. This isn't just a magic duel, it's a dance too. We can only cast spells through dancing." Bayan grasped it quickly. "So, the Duchess's dance can't be broken by normal magic." Asel added, "The dance counters Serena's silent dance, tied to Serena's farewell." Without hesitation, Bayan began dancing to the somber rhythm. Others, familiar with the dance, joined. Notes blended with their movements, and soon, magic attacks launched toward Jackie. Stunned, hiding behind her fan, Jackie faced a massive explosion centered on her. The music still echoed, and Asel, caught in its rhythm, felt a new wave of anxiety. Will that attack even work? But the music abruptly shifted, mirroring her unease. Wait. Amid the blood-red melody, a dark silhouette emerged from the smoke of the prior explosion, stirring new thoughts. The music's tempo is speeding up. 2 other students noticed the same thing as Asel. "Look over there, what's that?" A foot stepped forward, revealing 2 additional legs protruding from beneath Jackie's dress. Her eyes glowed an eerie red. Someone warned, "Her legs have grown to 4 now, right?" The dark feet, stained from the blast, resumed dancing, shifting rapidly with the rhythm. Through the new cadence of her 4 legs, Jackie formed a denser, more intricate magical array behind her. "All right, let's do this properly," Jackie said, her face growing increasingly sinister. Seeing her like this, Flame couldn't hold back, shouting, "Stop, Jackie. If you keep embracing the role of Duchess Aheron, you won't come back." Jackie retorted, "What exactly do you want me to stop?" Look around. As dark magic spread, the nobles' chants grew relentless. "Jackie Aheron, Jackie Aheron." The group stood frozen, witnessing the scene. It was no longer beautiful, but grotesque. The nobles cheered to the music's beat. "As expected, you're stunning. The best answer. Punish those foolish challengers." Noticing Flame's stunned expression, Jackie added, "Full Flame, are you really that cruel?" Flame flinched. What? Old memories surfaced, mingling with strange, selfish thoughts. This sweet, exhilarating feeling. You've monopolized it, kept it for yourself. Flame always smiled, while Jackie, standing aside, harbored sadness. Now, her pent-up anger erupted. "I'll never let go of this heart, this feeling." Red lightning surged again. Sensing a massive mana release, Bayan warned, "It's coming. Protect yourselves." Jackie acted swiftly, energy beams bursting from her arrays. Thanks to the warning, Bayan and Asel raised protective shields, blocking the attack. But unexpectedly, a student beside Asel was hit. Asel noticed but couldn't help. As she faltered, another force surged toward her, too fast to react. She closed her eyes, bracing, but opened them when nothing struck. A light shone on her face, confusion rising. Bayan, using her power, had formed a massive firewall, shielding Asel from danger. After helping, Bayan turned urgently. "Hey, idiot, why are you standing there distracted?" Asel stammered, "What?" Still dazed, Bayan raised her voice. "Fire magic defense is more effective for me, so let me handle it. You focus on blocking those lightning spells." Asel understood. "Oh, got it." Bayan continued. "Stay behind us and attack when you can." Flame noticed this shift in the princess, especially her addressing her. In that fleeting moment, Flame was baffled. "What's going on?" In the original story, Bayan's jealousy of Asel's abilities ruined teamwork, causing major losses. But now, she was reading the situation best. A blood-red energy attack surged toward Bayan, blocked by Asel's ice shield. Bayan, startled, glanced at her. Flame's thoughts raced. No way, Bayan and Asel are working together? Asel spoke casually. Don't let your guard down either. Bayan, teased, snapped, what? Then Flame joined from behind, supporting both attack and defense. I can't lose to them. With a defense in place, Flame counterattacked, forming a grand magic array and unleashing golden energy beams. Jackie's 3 dark magic barriers blocked them. Useless. But Flame smirked. The beams pierced through, causing another massive explosion at Jackie's center. Peering through the thicker smoke, the familiar question arose. Is it over? But a new black silhouette appeared, now with horns. Asel noticed first, then Bayan, then Flame. Jackie. Jackie's voice changed, calling, Flame, Flame. Her legs had fully transformed into those of the spider from the hallway. Do you hate seeing me this happy? The NPC nobles shifted, trembling, some vomiting. Jackie was losing control. Why won't you leave me alone? Feeling partly responsible, Flame shouted. Jackie, that's not it. Please, snap out of it. But Jackie's rage peaked. Shut up. Instantly, a blood-red magic layer formed, followed by a second divine array beneath. The red music resumed, and Jackie's smile locked in place. Bayan, stunned, exclaimed, No way. Flame, equally shocked, thought this is. Facing the danger, she analyzed. At least a level 5 risk. I can't think straight. What do we do? Looking ahead, Flame glanced upward, sensing movement. The sound grew louder, and she asked, What's that noise? Asel, sensing it, interjected. Flame flinched at her words, but another event unfolded. Jackie screamed, as if struck. Bayan asked, What's happening? Flame, half glancing from afar, explained, I don't know why, but Yuziel's fight with the great sword spider above is affecting Jackie down here. Jackie clutched her head in pain. Flame, disbelieving, thought, Is Yuziel fighting that beast alone to help us defeat this boss? As Jackie wailed helplessly again, Bayan seized the moment. Now's our chance. After issuing the command, the 3 unleashed their magic skills once more. Princess Bayan's flames, Asel's ice, and Flame's light surged forward. Ice struck first, freezing the legs of the leader sword spider. Bayan's fire enveloped it next, followed by Flame's radiant blast. A massive explosion erupted as the elements clashed, dispersing the resulting smoke. Jackie shouted furiously, This is all you've got, brats? Her rage peaked. How dare you? At that moment, the original leader sword spider appeared in the room. Sensing something new, Bayan asked anxiously, What's happening? Flame, equally puzzled, said, I don't know, something just dropped. Recognizing a familiar silhouette, Flame froze. No way. That's the great sword spider leader? Its massive body crashed from above, unconscious, cracking the ballroom floor. The group questioned, Is it dead? A male student, trembling in disbelief, muttered, Ridiculous. Yuziel, a first year like us, hunted a level 4 monster alone. Not only the spider fell. Behind them, Yuziel lay unconscious. Before everyone's eyes, the giant spider had landed where Jackie stood. A friend of Jackie's, Flame, ascended the steps with sorrow. Jackie, pinned under the spider, struggled to rise, trembling as she confronted Flame. Why do you always ruin things for me? Her anger flared. I'll never forgive you. A new thought emerged. Oh, I get it. You couldn't win at dancing, so you resorted to tricks? Because no one dances better than me, right? Pathetic. You're just like me, jealous of someone prettier. With a manic grin. Haha, not just me. You're no different. Flame's sadness deepened, watching her friend's unraveling mind. Jackie, confused by Flame's gaze, asked, Why were you looking at me like that? To shift her emotions, Flame turned to Asel. Can you summon an ice mirror? Asel replied, Yes. Jackie smirked. No matter what nonsense you pull, I'm still prettier. At Flame's request, Asel conjured an ice mirror before Jackie. She stared, stunned. Huh. Half her face had morphed into a spider's. Disbelieving, she stammered, This is this? A male student checked on Yuziel, now stirring. You okay? Ugh, my head. Jackie's screams shattered the silence. Is this my face? You're lying. This isn't a mirror, is it? Yuziel, awake, pressed a finger to his lips as Jackie ranted. You're tricking me with this image, right? It's disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. Her cries escalated. Please, remove the mirror. The nobles who'd supported Jackie at the ball now fell silent. The Duchess was no longer beautiful. Knowing what came next, they bowed their heads, letting Jackie rage in agony. No, I don't want this. I hate it. This isn't me. Her spider-like hand reached out, pleading, Flame, please, do anything, save me. Her tone shifted. You think I'd beg? A sword-like spider leg emerged, her transformed arm lunging at Flame. It's your fault I'm like this. Dot. Red-white flames clashed, but Jackie was the one wounded. Something beneath Flame pierced her. Jackie's dazed eyes widened, recalling joyful moments with Hei Wonriang. She couldn't be saved. The group could only end her suffering through sacrifice. Hong Bayan's flames ignited. Asel lowered her head in guilt for her role, and Hong Bayan shared the same regret. Flame, the sadist, knew she'd partly caused this death. As Jackie faded, Flame whispered, I'm sorry, Jackie. Truly sorry. As she fell, a notification appeared. The tale of Duchess Aharon, who achieved supreme beauty and fame, ends. You've conquered the Temptation Ballroom. Congratulations. Outside, where teams entered gates, another announcement sounded. Team A6, simulation training complete, students exited. Group B3's simulation training also concluded. Emerging students heard instructor Yuziel order, evacuate them immediately. A teacher replied, Yes, sir, all clear. Yuziel's gaze fixed on the last gate, worry forming. Is C7 the only one left? Suddenly, the red gate beside him flickered, red lightning crackling around it. Sensing danger, Yuziel turned to an assistant. The waves are shifting. Prepare now. Yes. Before more could be said, the gate warped, its space expanding, the red hue fading. Yuziel watched intently, then smirked. The ant defeated the tiger. Following his words, students emerged, save one, and the red gate vanished. Seeing them escape, such peril sparked chatter. They conquered a level 5 persona gate as mere students? Even seasoned veterans find that tough. Questions arose. Is that boy the leader? Arian, surprised, retracted her earlier jest, then laughed at herself. Let's retreat. Yes, ma'am. Outside, Yuziel raised his sword to his chest. I report. Persona Gate conquest complete. 16 participants, 1 casualty, 15 safely returned. Instructor Yuziel's face soured. 1 sacrifice, after all. Refocusing, he ordered. Well done. I'll summon a healing mage. Rest now. Yes, sir. A voice interrupted. What happened while I was gone? All eyes turned to the familiar tone. A figure appeared. Seems something went down, huh? Yuziel froze, caught off guard. Principal Stella Eltwin, the great 9th-tier mage, approached with a smile. You'll tell me everything, right? The scene shifts to Stella Building No. 1, the principal's office, where Beck Yuziel walks alongside Principal Eltwin down the corridor. As he moves, his face carries an indescribable hint of bewilderment, tinged with a new concern. A private conversation with Eltwin. No way. Why am I feeling so anxious? His eyes darted to the side, as if complaining about some decision. That's why I didn't want to be the leader. Flashing back to before they left the Persona Gate, Princess Hong Bayan gathered everyone as if to address a major issue. Wouldn't it be better to appoint a leader to report the situation before we leave? With a nonchalant expression, Beck Yuziel's thumb pointed toward Asel. How about Asel? Having just woken from a fainting spell, Asel looked bewildered at the sudden responsibility directed at her. However, from the start, neither Hong Bayan nor Flame had any intention of letting him escape the role. Both wore matching expressions, arms crossed casually, and said, Commoner, I've been watching closely, and you dare openly dismiss your own contributions? Your Highness, no matter how you look at it, that's not right. Sweat dripped down Beck Yuziel's face, and for some reason, as if a special task had been pinned on Asel, he added, I think I'm pretty good, but not this time. He froze, his thoughts trailing off vaguely. You think so too, right? His eyes shut tightly. So, In the end, I was forced to become the leader. What the hell happened while I was unconscious? But his thoughts were quickly interrupted as the principal's voice rang out, bringing a new topic. Is this the third time we've met? Yuziel's eyes widened as he looked at the principal, who continued. You've grown taller since last time, haven't you? Slightly confused and still young, not quite grasping the principal's meaning, he froze again. What's he talking about? As he tried to process this, old memories suddenly flooded back. A small village ravaged by a blizzard. Blink, blink, blink. In that snow-covered place, Yuziel stood alone. At that time, despite having a body unable to wield magic, he diligently trained in his one and only magical skill, blink. In that moment, his gaze shifted to the side as a voice called out. You're incredible. A figure wrapped in heavy clothing appeared, adding to Yuziel's newfound bewilderment. You have an interesting talent. I'll write you a letter of recommendation, so come to my academy and take the entrance exam. There'll be bonus points. That figure was none other than the current principal of Stella Academy, Eltwin. Snapping him back to reality, the principal spoke again. The reason I called you here is? Yuziel jolted slightly. Teacher Lean smiled and continued. I'm here to thank you on behalf of the academy for preventing that potential crisis. Yuziel sat there, deep in thought. It started with me, but the principal's words are still there, and I have no intention of revealing this to the outside. Of course, if the damage to the students had been severe, things would have been different. Thank you. It's all thanks to you. And there's one thing I need to confirm. Yuziel instinctively focused on these words. In an instant, the principal's expression turned cold. Was there anything wrong inside that gate? In that moment, cold sweat began to trickle down Yuziel's body. What's with that look? No wonder they call you the Black Witch Slayer. Even so, I'm not even a Black Witch. Caught between hiding the truth and speaking it, Yuziel chose to tell the truth, though his anxiety lingered. Yes, a student died. Jackie showed signs of corruption from black magic. With an expression devoid of empathy, the principal replied, Is that so? That's unfortunate, isn't it? Being affected by corruption means there were dark emotions in their heart from the start, and no one can resist that. Yuziel could clearly sense there was no real regret in his tone. Before he could fully process the situation, the principal brought up another matter. Oh, look at my mind. He chuckled. I haven't even offered you a drink yet. With his characteristic bright smile, he asked, Coffee or tea? Do young people these days like carbonated drinks? Others might not notice, but from this point on, it would be a proper conversation. Seizing key information, Yuziel made his choice. I'd like tea, he said nonchalantly. Is there a tea called Liddy? The principal looked at him with curiosity about Liddy, then immediately flashed a knowing smile. There is. Wait just a moment. Yuziel let out a soft sigh of relief. Lucky break. Time passed, and the principal brought out a cup of tea, placing it on the table. That's right, Lai Tai is quite surprising. Not many people know about it, and even fewer enjoy it. Yuziel responded. Thank you. He picked up the cup and took a sip. Savoring the tea, he showed no particular expression, but his thoughts revealed the atmosphere. As expected, it's pretty bland. Compared to earth foods, it's like durian or fermented skate. It's a matter of taste, but it's strangely addictive, so some people dislike it. Its distinct aroma turns them off, and they won't even try it. But those who love it become obsessed. The reason he chose Liddy was because this private meeting with Eltwin was a branching point and an opportunity. Flame, who chose coffee, was promised magic lessons. Asel, who picked a carbonated drink, gained magical enlightenment. And Liddy was Eltwin's favorite tea. The only issue was that he glanced over, waiting for the principal to continue. About Liddy, you see, it was exclusively enjoyed by the L tribe in the Western continent decades ago. They should have kept it to themselves. But they shared it with humans and faced misfortune along with the Lai tribe. The recipe for Lai tea was said to have vanished. The principal smiled, looking at the cup in his hand. This must be one of the last Lai teas in the world. If humans hadn't been so greedy, we could still enjoy it today. Such a pity, Yuziel said. But his next words caught the principal off guard. Is that so? But it's strange. Because I'm still drinking it now. As he set the cup down, the principal hurriedly asked, Is there more of it? Yuziel replied curtly, No. At this, Eltwin's expression shifted, revealing disappointment. I thought as much. But it was too early to despair, as Yuziel interjected. But I know about it. The recipe for Lai tea. The principal's eyes widened, the quiet atmosphere shattered as he couldn't contain his excitement. What? Really? How did you get that recipe? Yuziel, realizing he'd spoken too quickly, grew slightly flustered. Well, he thought, this is a bit hard to explain. I can't exactly say I got it from a game. Under the principal's expectant gaze, he slowly said, my late mother taught me, so that's how I know. With a hint of sadness, he shared this. The final touch, mentioning his mother's nurturing, tugged at his emotions. The principal's mood softened. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Yuziel brushed off the sadness. It's fine. No need to apologize. His thoughts returned. Thankfully, things were going smoothly. Regaining his usual composure, the principal cleared his throat and asked again. So, would you consider selling that recipe to me? I'll pay you handsomely. Eltwin couldn't hide his eagerness, but Yuziel had been waiting for this moment. Finally, the moment I've been waiting for, he said immediately. Actually, there's something I want from you more than money. Principal, he continued, and the principal asked, oh? What is it? Surprising him again, Yuziel revealed. Your spatial enchantment technique. I'd like your help with it, even just once. Stunned by the choice, the principal questioned, what? Why not reconsider? The Lai tea recipe is no longer in production, and it could fetch a much higher price than that. But my magical technique isn't practical. You understand what that means, right? Yuziel sat quietly. I understand perfectly about Eltwin's spatial magic and Antareis's alchemy techniques. And by using a mana vessel controlled by a soul mage, I could create an incredible multidimensional space. It would be a storage space, one that could only be created by a mage who mastered 8th-tier spatial attributes. As such, very few in this world could achieve it. But with the help of 9th-tier mage Eltwin, he could create the most advanced storage space in his imagination. Smiling brightly, he continued, more than a few coins. As an alchemist mage seeking the truth of matter, understanding the essence of magic and its principles, I consider this the most precious gift of my life. So please, I'm asking for your guidance. Hearing these repeated surprises, the principal let out a sigh and a smile. Under Yuziel's expectant gaze, he replied, all right, if that's truly what you want, let's make a deal. Yuziel's joy was evident. Fantastic. Meanwhile, at the first tower, Vice Principal Aki Hayden sat in his chair, facing someone. Clenching his fists, he addressed the other party. I heard a story. The Persona Gate was quite a challenge, and you failed to open it, didn't you, Raiden? As the Vice Principal spoke, the person engaging with him was Professor Raiden from the Crescent Moon Magic Department. Professor Raiden closed his eyes and replied, yes, I'm afraid the cult leader will be furious if they learn the truth about this. The Vice Principal adjusted his coat, cutting in, you tried to be overly rigid, and that's what caused the trouble. I'm not particularly sorry about your failure, but there were still other ways. Professor Raiden remained indifferent, as if sensing something. Under the dangerous gaze of Aki Hayden, Raiden voiced his suspicion. Are you planning to make Professor Maen lose control? An eerie silence hung in the air, and the conversation ended with Professor Raiden's departure. If there's nothing more to report, I'll take my leave. Down the long corridor, the professor walked silently. During this, he began forming new judgments. The only practical reason for opening the Persona Gate this time was to deal with a few students capable of participating in the upcoming Aslan seminar. Though they had opened a gate with a level 5 risk, far beyond their capabilities, who could have imagined that Flame, Asel, Princess Adalovit, and even Hong Bayan would all emerge safely? Glancing at a nearby window, the professor quietly assessed. None of this was part of the plan. Lost in these thoughts, the professor suddenly turned as someone spoke. Professor, it's been a while. Raiden slowly turned to see the polite smile of a student, Mao Song. Crossing his arms, Mao continued. When I was younger, you seemed like a dangerous beast. But now, I hardly recognize you acting so human. Before Raiden could respond, Mao Song raised a serious issue. Really, my friends nearly got hurt recently. Was that planned by some old man weighed down by burdens, moving too slowly? At these words, Professor Raiden turned to Mao Song with a cold expression. Even if you're a young master, please refrain from disrespectful words and actions. Friends, you say? Mao Song's face darkened. The professor ended with a question. Are you too immersed in playing the role of a student? But Raiden was taken aback when Mao Song's tone shifted entirely. So it's not just your appearance that's changed? You dare speak so arrogantly and rudely in front of me. An invisible yet tangible pressure began weighing down on the professor's body. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist, but his expression grew tense as beads of sweat appeared on his face. Mao Song's demeanor and aura had completely transformed. Raiden felt the spirit of a king emanating from him, accompanied by a warning. It'd be wise to be careful. A smile followed. You lot are such a nuisance and an eyesore. See you next time. Mao Song walked away slowly, step by step, the sound of his footsteps oddly unsettling. The professor pressed a fist to his chest. When Mao Song had completely disappeared, Raiden gasped, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. If it's for the sake of the Moonshadow cult, this is nothing. The scene shifts. The focus moves to Princess Hong Bayan's group, standing somewhere. Two female classmates, visibly worried, addressed the princess. Princess, we're glad you're safe. We heard the academy made a mistake in setting up the persona gate. Is that true? Honestly, what kind of work are they doing? At these words, Princess Hong Bayan looked down, her contemplative expression unsurprising. As expected, the other students don't know about this. Considering the academy's stance, it's understandable. Just then, someone called her name in a voice impossible to ignore. The princess turned to confirm. Senior, a male student approached with a smile. This was Edmund Adelek, a third-year student at the academy, still wearing his bright smile. Edmund continued. No need to be so formal and stiff. He felt a bit awkward with overly formal language. Despite this shift, Princess Hong Bayan responded calmly. The academy maintains a strict hierarchy. Hearing her cold tone, Edmund quickly changed the subject. Haha, I'm just glad you're safe. I was really worried something might have happened to you. With her usual expression, the princess replied curtly. I'm fine, senior. No need to worry. A sudden thought crossed her mind. This cunning old fox isn't worried about me, but rather his own interests. The two major powers of the Adalavat kingdom, the Orkan ducal family supporting Princess Hong Bayan and the Adelek ducal family, the only one capable of rivaling and opposing the Orkans. Among them, Edmund was the sole heir of the Adelek ducal family. His likely goal was to help her become queen and marry her. Realizing his previous approach wasn't working, Edmund shifted topics. Oh, right. Would you like to play soul chess? There's a tournament coming up for students. Though Princess Hong Bayan had little interest in soul chess, she nodded in agreement. Sure, let's do it. Seeing an opportunity to get closer, Edmund placed a hand on her shoulder and said coldly, All right, today I'll teach you a move. Watch closely and learn it. Caught off guard by this action, Hong Bayan bit her lip, unwilling to yield. As she followed Edmund, who was greeting others ahead, she closed her eyes, calmly thinking, The painful truth is that I can't become queen without the help of someone like him. If only I had some kind of power, even if it came from someone with strength equal to the Adelek Duke standing by my side. At that moment, the princess suddenly shifted her gaze to the window. Beck Yuziel. By chance, he passed by outside, catching her eye. But she quickly turned back to Edmund as he spoke. Hong Bayan, what are you doing? Hurry up. Still hesitant, she glanced back at the window. It seemed he had already left. Princess Hong Bayan moved from her spot. Yes, senior. The scene shifts to Beck Yuziel holding a flower petal, pausing in a corner, hands on his hips as he examined it, pondering. Let's see, is this enough? The surroundings turned pink, and the petal in his hand floated upward. A status window appeared. Absorbing the enchanting tree's petal will increase mental strength by 65% and permanently grant a small boost to resistance against charm-based magic. Beck Yuziel status. Strength, 2 stars, 73%, Perception, 2 stars, 57%, Agility, 2 stars, 42%, Stamina, 2 stars, 19%, Endurance, 0 stars, 99%, Mental Strength, 2 stars, 24%, Magic Power, not applicable. Seeing the change, he smiled slightly. Not bad at all. More information followed. The Constellatio project grants you a special reward. Yuziel rubbed his chin, forming a new judgment. Thanks to completing a new stage, I got this special reward. So what should I take this time? Should I use another growth item? Suddenly, he realized something. Could I take Mariken's necklace? The system responded, possible. He nodded, satisfied. Then I'll take it. New information appeared. You have received Mariken's necklace, superior grade. Description: a necklace crafted by Maen, a future alchemist engineer, designed to create a barrier at its limit to protect the wearer's life. Special function: Mariken's shield automatically defends against attacks of level 6 or below, usable only once. Without hesitation, he put the necklace around his neck. It's a shame it's one-time use, but ensuring my survival isn't a bad deal. With the 8th episode approaching, he would have to face the awakened Professor Maen Tyrant. More information followed. The Hatred branch has accumulated 78% of its value. Yuziel smiled brightly. Good. Preparations for fighting Maen Tyrant are going smoothly. Then I guess I'll rely on Alterisha for the rest. The scene shifts to the International Alchemy Organization. Yuziel arrived at the location, standing before an area. A cheerful person greeted him. This is the 13th branch of the Cordon Vitalist School, the annex by the Great Elm Tree in Alchemy City. He responded, I'm here to meet Alchemist Alterisha. The receptionist's expression was clear. I'm very sorry, but you can't meet her right now. Knowing this might happen, he looked slightly puzzled, slipping his hand into his coat and muttering, I knew it. Immediately, he produced a letter. This is a direct invitation from Assistant Professor Alterisha. The receptionist was flustered. Oh my, the exchange that followed was simpler. My apologies, I'll guide you right away. This way, please. Thank you. At the door to Alterisha's research room, the receptionist called out, Miss Alterisha, you have a visitor. There was no response. The receptionist spoke again, we're coming in. At that moment, Yuziel flinched, startled by a sensation. A massive explosion suddenly erupted, releasing immense pressure. The explosion caused the door to shake violently, but fortunately, it remained intact. Inside, thick smoke billowed, obscuring the view, but thankfully, it didn't seem like a major accident. Yuziel stood there, remarking, that was unexpected. Having pulled the receptionist aside just as the door trembled, he felt a twinge of concern for himself. We almost got into trouble there. Waving away the smoke in front of him, Yuziel stepped cautiously into the room. With the smoke still thick, he called out loudly, Assistant, are you okay? A quick response came. Hey, is that you, Yuziel? Despite the chaos of the explosion, Assistant Alterisha was unharmed and greeted him with a cheerful smile. Welcome. I want to show you something. At the same time, a familiar figure appeared beside her, none other than the Golden Alchemist, Waysek Gordon. Yuziel hadn't noticed him yet, but he did catch Alterisha's expression, thinking to himself, the explosion didn't even faze her? Their attention shifted to the Golden Alchemist as he noticed something about the bracelet on his wrist. Student, do you see this? This is a shield bracelet. On the silver bracelet was a button, which he pressed with his finger. A green shield materialized, enveloping his entire arm. Excitedly, he explained, if we press this button twice, even in this state alone, it boasts 3rd-tier strength. Yuziel was surprised, but the demonstration wasn't over. Waysek continued, oh, but what if we press it one more time? Isn't it amazing? Even if your mana is low or you're an ordinary person unable to use magic, you can still deploy this shield magic at least once. Its defensive power reached only 500, but it could be incredibly useful in a critical situation. Before the three of them, a shield 3 times larger than Waysek's face appeared, replacing the smaller one. Notably, there were no magical runes etched onto it. The Golden Alchemist couldn't hide his amazement. If this is revealed to the world, it'll turn everything upside down. All thanks to this genius child, Alterisha. He noticed Yuziel's presence. Oh, come to think of it, you're a co-author too. He pulled Yuziel closer. How about joining the world of alchemy as an alchemist? Yuziel wanted this, but his response left them both stunned. I can't survive as an alchemist because I have no mana. Witnessing a prodigy in alchemy who lacked mana, Waysek Gordon exclaimed, What? What did you just say? This secret, up until now, seemed unknown to anyone in the academy, though it wasn't exactly a secret. Yuziel explained. A congenital condition that prevents me from absorbing mana, slowing the leakage of mana. Gordon pushed up his goggles, still in disbelief. What you just said? You don't mean, Altarisha finished his thought. Is that what they call a limited lifespan? Yuziel calmly accepted this, but his eyes drifted elsewhere, thinking, yes, it's a big deal. But is that really true? To ease their tension, Yuziel added, my time may be limited, but I don't plan on dying. I'll handle it, so don't worry. Hearing this, Altarisha sighed in relief. Oh, right. To dispel the heavy atmosphere, Yuziel raised his hand. Also, can I take a look at that shield bracelet? Gordon was startled. Huh? Oh, sure. After receiving the silver bracelet, Yuziel examined it with his encyclopedia glasses. Information about the bracelet appeared. He noted, it's definitely still in its early stages, with plenty of rough and unnecessary parts. Smiling at Altarisha, he asked, hold on, can I borrow your magic soldering pen? Surprised but unopposed, Altarisha handed it over. Oh, here. Gordon's eyebrows twitched, unsure of what Yuziel was planning. Oh, what's the kid trying to do? The silence was broken by Altarisha, who knew what Yuziel intended and didn't want anyone to interfere. Returning to Yuziel, after taking the magic soldering pen, he carefully applied it to the silver bracelet containing special information. His thoughts interrupted. With the connection point from the magic soldering pen and the encyclopedia glasses, I'll engrave the complete shield bracelet of the future, erasing the original, creating a more efficient structure, and enhancing the quality. Everything was done. When he activated it, a shield far larger and stronger than before was created. Gordon's jaw dropped as he checked it with his measuring glasses. This can't be. In excitement and anticipation, he announced, the defensive value has risen to 800, nearly 1.5 times more effective. He exclaimed in admiration, his face flushed. No wonder she called you a co-author. Have you ever considered working as my equal? Don't worry about not using magic. I'll assign a few alchemists to craft magic shuttles for you. Yuziel was grateful, but declined. Haha. Sorry, I have my own reasons for pursuing my dream of being a magic warrior. sighed regretfully. Oh, that's too bad. Yuziel added. But I do have a favor to ask. He held up a purple orb, the mana vessel. Can you create an item with this? Altarisha took it, asking, a kind of charm? Without rushing, Yuziel surprised them both. It's spatial magic. The principal of Stella also said he'd lend a hand. Both froze. Altarisha composed herself. First, what? The principal. Gordon was speechless. Oh, that old man decided to help you? You're really a troublemaker. Altarisha hesitated. I want to help you, but I've never tried working with elemental attributes. Yuziel smiled. I know. I'm not asking you to do it right away. You can take your time as you master the skill. His thoughts. It might take a few months. Both agreed. All right, leave it to us. It's time to create a masterpiece. Back at Stella Academy's classroom, Asel sat at her desk, flustered. Things aren't looking good. She glanced at Yuziel, sitting absently nearby. Seeing him yawn, Asel hesitated. Should I ask him? Before she could act, someone approached first, a familiar voice calling. Commoner Yuziel. Princess Bayan appeared at his desk, saying, I have something important to discuss. Are you free? Asel watched them, puzzled. Another important matter? Yuziel replied. Nothing too big. Asel saw Princess Bayan lead him out of the classroom. After they left, Asel sank back into her gloom. What they're talking about doesn't concern me, does it? Why do I feel so strange? The two walked down the corridor in silence, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Yuziel broke the silence. So, what do you want to talk about? Princess Bayan stopped and replied. In the world of alchemy, they say an alchemical technology product has been developed. She turned to look at him, finding him somewhat handsome, then got to the point. I heard you're a co-author of that alchemy book. He paused, considering, given the information network of the Adalabit royal family, this is an obvious outcome. Staying calm, Yuziel responded. So what? Do you want a direct connection to the ink trade through me? Seeing he'd guessed her intentions, Princess Hong Bayan crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and spoke with noble coldness. I won't deny it, but don't misunderstand. The item is important, but building a relationship with someone like you is even more so. Yuziel was taken aback. Oh, huh. His thoughts interrupted. I didn't expect her to think so highly of me. This is definitely different from the original story. Maybe this time I can prevent Princess Hong Bayan's death. As cold as she'd been before, she now showed a hint of shyness. So, how about having lunch with me? Suddenly, someone interrupted. Oh, is that Hong Bayan? Both turned, startled, to see third-year student Edmund Adelek. His tone was annoyed. You turned down lunch with me, saying you had something important? I didn't expect you to be with a commoner like this. What a disappointment.